'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
A very warm welcome, everybody. Day 3 of the ESL 1 KL Close Qualifiers for China. Crash and Sneeze here, bringing you the action on the ESL stream. We have 3 teams remaining, fighting for this slot. Started with 8, down to 3, and there's only one chance for them to go along with LGD and Azure Ray to represent the region in KL this December. Up ahead, we already have an exciting lower bracket finals for you. It's going to be Team Zero versus Team Bright, and man, the storylines are rich, aren't they, Crash?
They are. They're, instantly a little bit of a grudge match between these two teams, right? Last time they faced off was in the regional qualifiers, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Sneeze, but I believe Team Zero were a quite concise victory over Team Bright.
Yeah, they went to the closet, took the broom and the mop out, swept them off the ground. They didn't even look like they stand a chance. But as we get into the draft here, because, we like to get things done quick here in China, Team Bright, they, after that qualifier, to TI, they decided, look, our carry player, he ain't cutting it, right? This is Once, who's now part of Team Go Along, and throughout the past few days, we've seen Go Along play. Sure, they had some great moments, but there was some shakiness there, and that might lend us a bit of an idea as to why they decided to make that roster switch. Bring in this super rookie, who's just been in competitive for 6 months? The only prior team he's been on is Meteor Gaming. That's it. But he's come through, he's shown consistency, brought amazing performances on the TA, on the CK when he's been given it. And, I mean, Team Bright, this is a new Team Bright. I think Zero need to be a bit careful. But, I mean, there's a lot of history on Team Zero as well, isn't there?
For sure, right? I mean, taking a look at their names, right? Ice, CTY, names that you should probably recognize if you've been following this region for a while. Both of them have taken a little bit of a break since their heydays, but they're back. They're looking really, really good. I think Ice and CTY, especially on Team Zero, are looking really, really good.
Yeah, I mean, talk about the morphling performance that instantly gets banned out. I mean, one of the things that we found is that both these teams, their hero pool is actually quite similar. We're seeing the CK first ban, but actually these two teams really like leaving that open because both carry players enjoy picking that up. The morphling as well. Yesterday, CTY, that looked like prime CTY to me. I didn't know we jumped 6 years forward. He was smashing them on the morphling. It was beautiful. But Team Zero, they go back for a tried and tested. This Grimstroke is one that they've went on ZZQ over and over. Even though ZZQ is the POS 5 player for this lineup, Ice and him, they don't mind switching the lanes a little bit depending on what the hero matchups that they get. We see Ice sometimes even pick up the POS 5 Bat Rider just to bodyguard CTY in lane. Yeah. And the Grimstroke will just pair up with Beyond and just absolutely smash their lanes.
And something a little unorthodox that Team Zero have done once in the past is they've run a support Primal Beast.
Yeah.
So there could be a place for a 5 Grimstroke, 4 Primal, but I think it's safe to say this is the 3-4 duo.
Yeah, Team Bright, they are prioritizing the AA and the Dark Willow though. So Dark Willow, not exactly a direct counter, but really one of the heroes alongside the Clockwork that makes it very hard for the Primal Beast to operate. Once you charge in, there isn't really going out. You kind of have to full commit. If not, it gets a little bit awkward. And you're committing into Brambles, you can get terrorized back. Suddenly, there's so much control coming your way. It's really going to incentivize an early BKB for this Primal Beast. But as we've seen in the past, rushing BKB on the Primal Beast, and if you're having a bit of a rough game, that can really slow down your tempo if you're not doing well.
One thing I will say between the two heroes on Team Bright right now is they have no instant way of stopping that Pulverize. Right? They have ways of interrupting his onslaught and trample, but everything takes a hot minute to set up. Now, there's an instant stun if I've ever seen one.
Another one, Pango. They're just balling up right now, and Team Zero, they're ready to get the action going. I think this is a specialty. You might be seeing this picked up, and you're like, oh, I wonder who's the mid laner. Well, to be honest with you, my best guess is either the Primal Beast or the Pango, because this Bat Rider, gone are the days of the Bat Rider mid lane. This is an ice specialty. You wouldn't think Bat Rider is a good kind of bouncer in the lane, but with the Flame Break, he is just popping people back, putting on so much pressure, and creating so much space for CTY to farm.
As long as they don't pick CTY as some sort of super squishy, unmobile laner, should be fine laning with the Bat Rider. I mean, we've seen CTY on some interesting heroes, to say the least. Right? We've seen the position 1 Nature's Prophet. We've seen a position 1 Ricky, which looked really bad for a little bit and then looked really good all of a sudden. So, Team Bright, they have their work cut out for them here going against this Bat Rider. for sure.
Yeah, and I think one of the things you were telling me about before we went on live is that, some carry players, they have a bit of a smaller pool. CTY, not really the case with that, man. You already told us a bit about it with the Ricky, but I mean, how many heroes has he played at this point? I mean, we can go on the list. They flexed him to the Muerta, the Weaver, and all of which are still available. Okay,
Yeah.
the Weaver is still available here, but I don't know whether you pick it up against the Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's decent into the supports like AA Willow. It's fine because you can just eat up the AA, right? Like that is some nice soft serve ice cream for you. A little bit harder into the Willow, and then it gets a little rougher. Then you pair up with Centaur and Faceless Void because you have the chance of just getting blown up and dying.
Yeah, the way the Team Bright lineup is organized is from easiest Weaver kill to hardest Weaver kill. At the moment, I don't think you don't really want to get Orchid on a core Weaver. I think this is something more that the position 4 Weavers like to pick up for that additional disable and prevent that mobility from an opposing hero to get away from you. You could, but it's never going to feel that comfortable as compared to some of the more standard Weaver build-ups that we've seen lately. The Falcon Blade, Dragon Lance, just buff up, make sure your stats are up and you can survive some of these bursts. And Team Bright, they're gearing up for very strong team fight here, right? Team Zero, a lot of tools on their side to get in the mix, single out solo targets, and maybe pick them off. You have the Grimstroke Silence, which is going to work very well against the Void. But in a 5-on-5 engagement, with the Chrono and the Ice Blast over here, double bubble trouble, right?
Yeah, we talked about it during one of the series yesterday as well, where, one team just picks like Dawnbreaker, AA, Void, Phoenix, and there was just so much overwhelming team fight. I think that was the CTY Ricky game.
Funnily enough, they lost.
They're going to ban it.
They lost. Oh, that's the respect right there.
Yeah.
Okay. In lieu of the puck, you need to, because I think the Ricky with the smoke screen is just way too much. Yesterday we saw a situation where Beyond, I think he was playing the Night Stalker on the offlane and really made this puck's life hell. Now, I do think that Team Zero are, as much as CTY can flex, I'm not seeing a single hero that you can flex to, and if it is going to be some sort of crazy Pango Bat Rider carry, I don't know if I want to see it.
No.
That might be a bit too zany.
No.
Let's see what else still is here in the pool, though. There is a Wraith King, which has long thought
I was
to be
thinking Wraith
the
King
counter
too.
of the... Yeah, but the tricky part is you're basically 3 melee heroes against Coil plus Bubble plus
it feels
Centaur.
a little awkward.
I don't know. I mean,
Luna?
I'm not really sure what other option. I guess so, but you don't really have the standard Death Ball, Protect Luna, buffer up draft, right? I think Bat Rider and Grimstroke, both ZZQ and Ice Ice have shown that they've prioritized a lot more self-centric items like the Aether Lens or the Grimstroke, Bat Rider, of course, with the Blink and maybe sometimes the Yules. No one's really building Solar Crest for you this game. You have a couple of good bodyguards, but no one to get the auras up and get the ball going. Last pick is gonna be the Terrorblade, so all reliable there. If you can't burst him down in one fell swoop, he's gonna swap the HP and you're gonna be real big sad. Crash, I gotta ask you, which side are you favoring here for this draft in this early stage of the game?
See, I told you yesterday before we ended Stream Sneeze that my heart is with Team Zero. They have, we followed them through their whole journey in this closed qualifiers. I think every single one of their games we cast. And between Ice Ice and CTY, they've won over my heart.
Yeah, I mean, it's so cool to see because Ice Ice, it's not even a story of redemption. It's kind of a story of, I've been taking a bit of a break up until this point. I can do it again. Like, maybe he's just been on the sidelines watching some of these young'uns get it done. He's like, I got another one in me. I can do this thing still. And for what it's worth, throughout their time as a stack so far on Team Zero, they found mixed success, right? They've made it far deep into some of these qualifiers, some of these competitions against the other Chinese powerhouses, but haven't really been able to level it up to the next step. This could be their opportunity here in the post-DPC world. I mean, especially if the ESL 1KL qualifiers being so open-ended and there's so many chances for all these different unknown teams, unknown stacks, unknown names to come up. I mean, put some wings CTY back in the mix. Why don't you bring back some old Dota? We were already hearing calls from a lot of old Dota fans. Like, gone are the days of puppy. Gone are the days of... No. Chinese Dota. It's time for it to come back. I'm ready. Yeah, I'm so ready.
I hope you're ready for the game, Sneeze, because we're getting into game number 1, and the good luck have funs are already coming out.
Yeah, and we'll be getting into that one shortly. But I mean, I'm looking at the draft. I'm a little bit worried though, because Team Bright at the moment, it kind of feels like if they manage to survive the lanes and the early to mid game, that late game has got to go to them, right? You're thinking about Park, AA, Dark Willow. that is terrifying to fight into later on. We've seen so many pos 4 Willows decide to go for the Midas and scale up to become a carry for themselves.
And it just goes great into the Chronosphere. Dark Willow is able to lay waste to absolutely any hero in Chronosphere with that Aghanim Scepter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we have been underwhelmed by Faceless Voids in the past, right?
Yeah,
I do want.
I don't even want to talk about the Erica Faceless Void yesterday.
We won't think about
That's
it.
rough.
But
if you guys watched, that was sad. It was
very sad.
It was very sad.
Up with Divine Sea Luna. It was definitely up there. But
we got a leaderboard now.
Yeah, we do. Is a Grandmaster Faceless Void.
Ooh.
So if there's anyone who's gonna put on a show on the Faceless Void, it's got to be the person with like 500 plus games on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, okay, real talk about some of these hero mastery levels. Some of them are real tricky. Like they'll get you to build Pipe of Insight on Ogre as like like 2 times or something like that. I don't really know how it is with Faceless Void because I'm not a big player of the hero myself. But I think we can just put respect where respect is due, right? This guy probably knows his stuff. He knows how to stop time, knows how to get a bash out when he needs one, proc that 17%, make the opponents ask to check his PC and whatnot as we get into game number 1 here. And just for everyone who doesn't know what's going on, we have a full day of Chinese Dota for you. Of course, both these teams currently playing in the lower bracket finals. They are trying to fight for a chance to go back up and face up against IG, who are probably watching this game very intently right now. Just yesterday, Team Bright actually got completely smacked down by IG 2-0. And IG, they were a stack that started off a bit shaky, losing to go along in their first open qualifiers, but they've really found their footing now. So you really need to... I hope you had a good breakfast, right, on both of these sides, because you're going to need it. It's going to be a long day.
Yeah, I definitely think with these 3 teams left that we could go to 8 games today. You know, we could go for the long haul for sure.
Absolutely. And Irving, so far, in the few games that we've managed to cover for Team Bright, seen him succeed on the Magnus along with Imitator on the Dark Willow. They will put a lot of pressure on the Ice there, and very uncharacteristic, just kind of falling down for the Batrider. So far, when we've seen this hero in the lane, I don't know, looked kind of untouchable. They just get all over.
I will say I think they were cheating a little bit on the side of Team Bright. That Bramble was invisible to me. I didn't see it. Right, it was hidden behind the tree. Okay. So that's, it wasn't there, you know.
Yeah, he's someone needs
I'm
to check
coping,
on that.
dude. I'm coping.
Yeah.
Not Ice's fault at all.
You mentioned you really, you know, Ice has really captured your heart. I mean, sure, he's come up with some zany picks like the Batrider. Is there anything else about this player that you've just really come to like over the past few games?
So Ice does this very interesting thing on the position 5. He stacks for himself, and he also gets aggressive when the enemy stacks for themselves too.
I mean, right now, it's Irving and the Dark Willow who are getting aggressive here on the bot side. Ice, not any time at all to even walk away from this lane. He has to be on full bodyguard duty. The stacks will have to wait, I guess. But yeah, you were saying about the stacks?
Yeah, just Ice, he prioritizes stacks for himself. He's one of those heroes on the Batrider who takes them very fast. So if the enemies catch themselves in a position where they're not watching their stacks, they're not warding, Ice can sneak right in, clean that up, and Batrider and stacks, that's a tale as old as time, baby.
Yeah, so one thing to mention about this, these 2 lineups, shout out to Bench Dota who got these stats done for us. But in terms of stacking, they are 2 out of the 3 of the highest stacking teams in the game. So Team 0, they average a stack count of 11.5, and Team Bright, they average a stack count of 11. And a lot of that probably goes to Ice on his Batrider, right? But worth mentioning as well, not just farming his own stacks, but more often than not, we'll see him just walk into the enemy, you know, safe lane jungle at like, what, 4 to 8 minutes. Just farm up whatever 2-3 stacks they have there in the hard cam and really waste the hard support's time.
Yeah, you know, when you make stacks nowadays, sometimes you take a lot more time out of it than you'd like to. Like you can stack and then go gank mid, and you're losing out a lot of XP. It's good for your offlaner, not good for your support. And if you get those stacks stolen from you, that's a lot of gold and XP out of your support's pockets.
Yeah, you're really relying on that research. Oh, I remember when it just came out, all the supports were like, yes, finally we can find a good incentive to stack. Because we get a bit of the gold, we get a bit of the XP as well. But losing that compounding effect just goes such a long way And I mean, speaking about, losing resources, we're really gonna have to watch for these levels, minute 7 wisdom runes here, because I feel like they are so important for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. Every single one of these supports really love XP.
Going on to Undyne here. He's not gonna stay Undyne for too long. They're just gonna get auto attack down. Tries to get the deny with the small camp, but the kobolds have no interest in him. Actually, they didn't even attack him once.
Whoa, Sneeze. Those are voles. They're not kobolds.
Oh my, but yeah,
hold on a minute.
I'm a disgrace. I'm a disgrace.
Yeah.
Every time I see a small camp, I just think kobolds. I don't know why.
The ghosts, they're kobolds.
Every small creep, a kobold. The range creep, a radiant kobold. Everything is a kobold.
Interesting. Okay.
Hard enough. Yeah.
I'm willing to accept that.
Yeah. 1-for-1 right now. Laning stage, they're beating each other back and forth and getting all bruised and whatnot, but no real aggression. Not as much as I expected from Team Zero. And this is a team that is very characterized by the sports and how far in there they can get, right? I think Ice Ice and ZZQ, when Team Zero are succeeding, they're all up in your face. They're making plays. They're having rotations done. Getting 7E off to good starts. Raj is running down Imitator right now. Yeah, that Dark Willow cannot fight. But it comes at a bit of a cost, right? Take a look at CTY's HP right now. He'll have to back up and sell bar. But yeah, Irving has no qualms, just double edging over and over.
Already almost to that Vanguard and the Centaur. It's going to feel very good. Batrider already doesn't do any right-click damage, so putting that Vanguard on top of him would be great.
Rotations, just like we talked about. Here comes ZZQ. If it's not the Twin Gates, he'll come through the TP. Bouncing back the Centaur, nowhere to run. It's gonna get that Inkswell pop. I don't know without the meta whether they'll have enough damage. I'll make him work for it. Have to chase all the way under the tower. Imitator, not enough mana to respond there in a meaningful way. The Brambles were on cooldown as well. An excellent rotation again from ZZQ.
And now time of that 6-minute rune, Undyne will deny it. So no rune for this Pangolier or Puck.
A bit of a EXP advantage already though, and seeming net worth advantage for 7E. He is doing very well against this Puck, and it's kind of tough, right? Because the early level, you don't really want to get many of it in the phase shift, and that little jaunt duration or disappearance is so short in the early levels that you can't dodge all the swashbuckle procs. Not to mention it's all corrosion too.
Yeah, you just shield crashes on top of you after that as well, right? It's just loads of damage. And they're back bottom.
Yeah, Irving trying to get the double stun up. It's a 3v3 phenomenon here in the bot side. ZZQ falling a little low, but able to create the distance. And now the stroke of fate. Uh-oh, Irving. If he goes down again, things will look a little bit rough for this Centaur. Has the Vanguard blocking some of the damage. CTY actually committing. My lord! CTY! Baby, what is you doing? He just gets crushed under the tower. Not respecting the armor. And he goes down. ZZQ
was very close.
That was the cojones on that man to just walk up like that. But one benefit, Wisdom Rune snatched by Ice Ice. So he's gonna grab both. They lose the carry, but at least they get some nice EXP for the trouble.
And CTY a little bit too in his own head there. Really wanted that kill. Pays for it with his life, and that's not necessarily the best start that you want on the Terrorblade. Still doing fine on the CS department, though. 35-9 to Void's 28-8.
That basically gives Irving a bit of a good situation, right? You think about these heroes and how fast they can ramp up. Centaur really relies on staying in the lane for extended periods of time. While the Terrorblade, he's more than happy to just retreat back into the jungle, use those, illusions, get the farm up, get the bag up. But, giving over that EXP and gold to Irving, that's just going to allow him to stay even longer. And that's not really going to be a good sign for you.
Yeah, the faster Irving gets a Blink Dagger, the faster the moves will be starting to be made with more than the 3 heroes. Bright have a nice, not 3 cores, but 3 important hero lineup that run around and can make space on the map. And Irving, until he gets that Blink Dagger, probably doesn't want to join. Could join, probably doesn't want to, though. But Puck, Dark Willow, AA, they can start making moves around the map.
Yeah, it might also just be a situation where Team Bright rotate to whatever lane the Centaur's in, right? In that way, even though he doesn't want to join, he can act as the front bait. Beyond, though, They have the level 6. They use the... Seems like they use the Chrono on him. He's gonna turn around the Power Rise at 7 key. He's here to play as well. Here comes the roll. Don't care about your coil. They will finish off the Primal Beast, the initial target, but 7E ready to clean up another with the second stroke and the swash. They'll wipe out the AA as well. Still has an Invis rune. Will be spotted here, just eats a bramble, but nothing else that Phoenix and Imitator can do about this situation. It'll be a 2 for 1 trade up here in this top side. Actually going really well for Team Zero.
Yeah, you know, unfortunately they lose Beyond, but they're pretty happy with that overall. 70's even gonna get a bottle refill from Beyond.
Yeah, the big
Very
kill is
nice.
just this Faceless Void, right? We've seen what happens when he can't get into his initial farming items. Whether that's a Mask of Madness, the Maelstrom, or the Midas. If he doesn't get there in time, you can start to look a bit like Erica yesterday. It's just Struggle City.
Oh, don't say that,
And
Sneeze. Oh, my
look, the
goodness.
reality is that Team Zero are perfectly equipped to keep hunting down this Faceless Void in his own jungle, right? They have no
Yep.
qualms about it. I'll rise out into the top side just to mess with him a bit. And cute play here from Beyond just to try and extend that disable duration to prevent the time warp. It's not enough though. Manages to get quite a bit of his HP back, but uh-oh. Oh no, oh, no. No,
Not
no,
like this.
Okay, he still has a stick. A pretty full wand charge, so he'll be fine, but so much pressure just coming out from this Primal Beast right now, all alone. Mid lane though, looks like there's some action. They're just jumping at each other a little bit. Stampede forced out to try and help the retreat of Phoenix. Not able to finish off 7E, still a healthy amount of HP there. Just classic
it's
stuff,
getting-
you know? Rune tussles, no
Yeah,
big deal.
it's the tale as old as time in Dota right now. Right, if you're not rotating for the runes, then you're doing something wrong, or you're playing a pub.
Yeah.
those are the two. Those are the two scenarios.
Yeah, you're either just literally anybody, or you're really messing up in these pro games right now.
Yeah.
That you've somehow found yourself in. Now CTY, he is somehow not doing as well on the net worth as I expected. I kind of thought that he'd be farming pretty well on the Terrorblade, but it seems like he's decided to rotate up to the top side as we see Ice Ice just standing his ground against Undying. As CTY comes up here, they lose Imitator in the bot side. But yeah, CTY with the rotation up to top, using that meta, you love to see it, get the tower, right?
Yeah, there's nothing else you're really going to be using Metamorphosis for anyways.
Dude,
It's
what
not like you're
the
going to really
hell?
be joining fights.
How is Ice
looking
Ice
at
getting
Ice
away?
Ice?
Dude, we've just been looking at Ice Ice for the past 1 minute behind this tier 1, tier 2. The AA is looking at it, he's looking at it, he's like, I know you can't do anything about it. Like, you gotta call your puck here, loser.
Ice Ice has hit a 6. This is a dangerous position potentially for
And they will put down a nice cliff ward there to spot out this aggressive maneuver. Will be well aware that this is coming. Back up to the safety of his tower there.
You know,
Let's
this
see.
is a duo support lineup that, you know, Team Zero are very confident in. They've been running this lineup multiple times throughout these closed qualifiers. And Grimshock enables Batrider like crazy with that Ink Swell. And a little bit of extra damage, the silence on top of it. There's just a long time that you're disabled and not able to do anything. The damage is, you know, not something that you can scoff at either, especially on a squishier hero like Faceless Void.
I think the thing about Batrider being so out of the meta is people forget just how much damage this guy can do, right? Like Ice Ice, I think he surprised quite a couple of core players just by running all over them, and they don't really expect to die, so maybe they're a bit lax on their defensive maneuvers or defensive capabilities, and they just end up taking a random Phantom's Embrace to the backside, and they're like, oh, I guess I'm dead. That's rough. Imitator and Phoenix are looking for 7E here in this jungle. Finding the coil, in comes the Bedlam. It's a lot of damage, but 7E not enough HP to survive that. Snaps the coil and his neck is going to drop in the same fashion. Was
Yeah, there's
working his way.
nothing really you do there.
Yeah, he was working his way towards the diffusal blade. I think he almost has it at this point. Meanwhile, bot side, they want the setup onto Irving. This Centaur Wall Runner has stayed in this bot side for a bit too long. Silence up, so no Stampede. Is there really a Stampede if you don't hear the The answer is no.
No, there isn't. And Beyond's got a of his own right on that onslaught.
Yeah. Who's louder? Screaming contest between Primal Beast as well as the Centaur. Beyond is the winner of that one. Ice Ice actually gets taken down in the top side. I think that must have been
That was
just
Chrono and
Undyne.
Ice Blast committed.
Yeah. Undyne was sick of that Batrider. He was like, get out of
Yeah.
here. Yeah, no.
Another tower for CTY.
And this is the tempo you want to play at as a Terrorblade, right? Meta, tower. Meta, tower. Beyond, straight onto Irving again, screaming contest. He'll get rid of that Phantom's Embrace and he'll be able to complete MP. Just going in onto ZDQ. Troublesome situation now. The Soulbind double lasso to the high ground. Is there enough damage to pulverize? Beyond finishes off Irving. And Imitator now in a bit of trouble, but amidst the Brambles and the Ancients, Ice Ice cannot fly. He'll get taken down and Imitator preserves his life. It's a 3-for-1 exchange there. As Team Zero, they commit quite a few heroes to this endeavor. And Bright, they just bring the full squad.
It was a cute little play, putting the puck in the centaur on the high ground. Unfortunately, one of them is a puck. It literally doesn't matter that Phoenix was put on the high ground. It was very close, mind you, but only losing Irving. Team Bright, probably happy with that one. That's a lot of space for... Does still leave the Blink Dagger a little bit longer from Irving, though.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things go here. 7E not flustered at all about that situation where his teammates took that tumble. Wants to make the Haste Rune and the Diffusal Blade work for him. There's a smattering of heroes up in this top side, but right, they're on the hunt themselves as well. They're looking for CTY, who just got mana for Sunder and just got wind of a potentially scary situation. Here comes the... He actually gets an advance notice somehow. Maybe reads that move, but is it gonna be enough? Jumps over to the corner, and there's no way of stopping this TP. No, 70 quick on the roll. Doesn't seem like they have enough damage at the moment though. They've chained them up along with the puck and managing to swash him down. Last touch, 70 will find it. ZDQ in some trouble in the tree line though, but Ice Blast over 70's head. And now ZDQ gonna get hunted down by that. Beyond is here to play, starting the tantrum up onto Undyne and the lasso as well. These supports, they are in trouble. Beyond is here and ready to hunt them down. Phoenix though, playing around the outskirts of the fight, just pressuring out this Bat Rider. These cores, you can tell exactly who their targets are. Going straight for the backliners. And largely ignoring each other. Irving still doesn't have the Blink Dagger, and Stampede already used means that Beyond is able to piggy pull his way out of there.
Got it now. Blink Dagger just completed.
You would have loved to have that, like,
I know, just a few
earlier.
seconds, right?
Yeah.
You hate to see it. Well, depending on who you like, you hate to see it, right? If you're a Team Zero fan, you love to see it.
True. Puck gonna be grabbing that Blink now. So he will be making more movement on the map. He has just had an excellent game so far. Just every single... It feels like every single engagement he's been a part of.
Yeah, almost, right? 8 out of 11, that's pretty darn close. Can't ask for much more from your puck.
We're a little worried. I was a little worried about him in the draft as we see the smoke move out. Might have to hold that thought. In comes the Stomp. And that is so easy to set up, Irving. Good Blink reveal for him. Getting a high value pick off on Beyond. Primal Beast on previous performances that we've seen from him. He's done very, very well for himself, but hampered here and there by this Team Bright lineup at the moment.
Yeah, hasn't quite been able to find his footing. Had a heart queued up, instead is queuing up a Blink Dagger now. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see that BKB next.
Yeah, we were talking about this in the draft already. The Dark Widow makes it so hard to operate. Doesn't seem like Team Zero are interested in defending their mid tower though. They'll just give that one up. Without their Primal Beast not feeling the most confident.
Team Zero, they're going to put themselves in a very cool position where they can sync up their Blink Daggers. Ice Ice just finished his. Primal Beast very close to his, and Pango also. This could be, you know, the big jump that Team Zero need to potentially lock down this puck and bring him down. You got a good stun into a Soulbind Silence. Could be what you need to bring down this 6-0 puck.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger's flying out already, just like what you said, but Phoenix, he's played an absolutely flawless game so far. Hasn't been caught even once, and really, when you think about it, apart from a Blink Lasso and maybe an instant silence after that, there's not much else that can be done, right? And you have the potential Chrono counterplay, the potential Terrorize counterplay. Feels like Team Bright, they have all the team fight tools available, and Team Zero need to watch where they're stepping. Phoenix gonna come through, call up onto the Pango. He manages to get out of the Chrono, but he holds the rest of them. Finds a beautiful one, but does he have the damage? Double lasso on the Soulbind, and the starting punch into Phoenix. He won't survive that. What started out looking pretty good for Team Bright, I don't think they expected the entirety of Zero on their high ground. CTY makes them pay. And they're not done just yet. One more kill on the Imitator. Getting the two of the highest value cores with that. And so much for the team fight.
I think people forget how strong Soulbind is, right? The talk of Grimstroke is now on the Inkswell, but Double Lasso, Team Zero have proven through multiple series that Double Lasso is still super strong. Pair that up with Double Pulverize as well, you are very happy with those two abilities being thrown into Soulbind. Right? There's no way that goes wrong for you.
Yeah, and a lot of the Team Bright versus Team Zero dynamic at this moment counts on who is going to get that jump, right? Whether you can catch vision on them first, or whether they can be the ones to soulbind you. Because if you're soulbind on the park and the Faceless Void, you're not going anywhere, Stampede or not. That was just a situation where Team Zero, you can tell they're so comfortable playing with this combo because that just kind of happened in a snap of a finger, right?
Yeah, they have full... I would be very... hard pressed if you told me that these two teammates don't have trust in each other, you know, between Ice and ZZQ. I'm sure they're having fun. I'm sure they've got loads of trust in each other, and it kind of shows between the early series with the rotations that these two supports make with each other.
It almost happens like clockwork, huh? Like every single time, you know, ZZQ hits that level 3 power spike, if he can't make a kill happen in his own lane, he's down to the other one. If not, it's Ice moving up. I think their assessment of where they can make aggression happen is really what makes this team shine. Now, that sets a bit of worry in my heart, because Team Bright, that was basically all their teamfight ultimate. Sure, the Faceless Void is nowhere near fighting shape yet, but, you know, the Chronos, we've seen our fair share of bad ones. Like we said, the Faceless Void hasn't really impressed us so far. He's gonna have to redeem himself a bit after that one. I don't even think it's necessarily his fault too.
No, I mean, like, what do you do into double? Like, what happens when you get double lasso, double silence, double everything? You know, it just feels bad.
Goes up onto Beyond, trying to initiate with the Blink Dagger. Ice Blast comes through. Ice actually gonna get silenced up though. Uh-oh, Bad Rider in a bit of trouble. A lot of damage going his way. Luckily, he didn't get tagged up by that Ice Blast. Yeah, it managed to just evacuate there. Unfortunate turn to the left by 70, bumps into that wall. Has a very narrow hill to climb there as the Rolling Thunder, so can't really blame him there.
Phoenix is going to be working on a Lincoln Sphere. This might be the Team Bright, like, turnaround time. That Lincoln Sphere puck will be a lot harder to kill. And the Lotus Orb on Irving is going to go a long way as well, reflecting a lot of the abilities from Team Zero.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We talked about the tendency for Team Zero to draft these single target disables. And Lotus Orb is like so valued this game. Here comes the lasso onto Imitator. So much damage. Use or not, you're going to come back straight into a fiery death. Nothing you can really do about that. Ice gets the pickoff he was looking for. And CTY, still top of the net worth, hasn't really been touched on this Terrorblade, and they're just going to stroll straight into the Roche Pit.
Nice and early one. They popped Metamorphosis. They still have a hot minute on that meta, so why not see if Team Bright are in any position to retaliate. Phoenix and Undyne making their way down. They set up with an Ice Blast coil. Could be pretty nice, but Void's in no position to fight, and Roshan is dropping lower and lower.
Ice Blast coming in at a very timely interval here. Team Zero will still try full commit for Phoenix. Try to play fancy. Gets the Aegis and the kill. Are you kidding me? Out of nowhere, amidst 5 heroes. That's not how that was supposed to go. Phoenix will be laughing all the way down to his grave about that one. And suddenly this Terrorblade timing that you might have wanted to hit with the meta, it just gets snatched straight out of your hands by the cheeky Fairy Dragon.
And that means these T2s stay closed for a little bit while longer for Team Zero. Unless they get some key pickoffs, there's no way you want to start pushing these tier 2 towers, especially not with Metamorphosis. You know, Aegis would have given you a nice buffer time where, you know, you farm up the map, let Aegis run out a little bit, and then you start pushing towers.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention as well that not only did he get the Aegis, he got the Roche kill.
Yeah.
Which means that gold and EXP, it just goes the way of Team Bright. Where, you know, the Faceless Void were like, oh, he's not even here. Yeah, it's like, nah, you got it, Phoenix. I can trust you. You can figure it out. I need to farm. And Phoenix said, yeah, no worries, bro. Just does it by himself. That's ridiculous. I mean, that definitely slows down the tempo of the game, and I can't imagine that Team Bright are too sad about that, right? They need more time on the Faceless Void to ramp up, working on the Lincoln Sphere now. And more time equals more chances for Team Bright to get that killer team fight they're looking for.
Yeah, Imitator, speaking of ramping up, right, with that Midas building up.
Yep.
800 gold away, and then queues up an Aghanim Scepter right afterwards. So Imitator is going to be living the Willow Dream.
Hell
the position
yeah.
4 Willow Dream, that is.
Hell yeah. Actually, this game, a very shockingly low amount of minuses. 2 amongst all 10 heroes. I think over the past few days, we've been used to what, maybe an average of 4 or 5 minuses.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
we've
smoke
been seeing
move
a
comes
lot of
out, but it
minuses.
gets spotted out. Just pointed out by our observer there. Immediately, I mean, you can see the response. Team Zero, they're gearing up for aggressive maneuver their way.
Double damage.
ZZQ still be the first one to get caught. He ink swells in advance though, which should let Irving know. They're onto him a little bit. Ice. Stampede onto this Bat Rider. I mean, he 4 staffs away, but this doesn't look like someone who's alive for much longer. They'll at least get that kill, but I'm sure they would have loved to find a little bit more.
I think Ice is okay with that, right? Breaks the smoke, a 4-man rotation. Would have been only better if he got chronoed.
Yeah, that's you just accept those as a support. That's part of the job description at this point. You know, stack camps, buy wards, clear vision, set up for your carry, and just die for your carry in big bold red font.
So, I mentioned the importance of Blink Dagger from Team Zero, and ZZQ is going to agree with that. Buy a Blink Dagger of his own.
Yeah. You need to be able to get yourself out of these sticky situations, right? Sure, the Ice Vortex might cancel it. Uh-oh. He's in a bit of a sticky situation himself, Irving. Gonna get charged down, ripped apart by CTY. Now it looked pretty easy, and suddenly without your Centaur, Team Bright, are not gonna be too interested in taking a fight in this area.
Undyne's got a nice early gem. This could be good for Team Zero if they get that in their hands. It's going to be handed off over to Phoenix, which means it's safe for a little bit longer. Lincoln Sphere is complete on the puck. And keep him safe, as also has that Lincoln Sphere. So the jump potential is a lot weaker for Team Zero all of a sudden.
They are definitely going to have to try and coordinate this a lot better. They don't really have the best tools to break those Lincolns. Single target spells are really just limited to Phantom's Embrace, the Pulverize, the Soulbind, and Lasso. That's really about it, unless you try and break it through items. Here comes Beyond though. Pulverize onto the one target without Lincoln's. Imitator. Gonna get trampled down. Do they have any way of saving him? Chrono and the Stampede Ice Blast on top of the head. They want to take out the Primal Beast. They'll be successful in doing so. What else can Team Zero find though? Imitator goes down, throws out the Terrorize, goes completely wide. But a call onto 3. On the backside, Phoenix stomps onto Ice as well. And ZZQ makes the follow. Can't seem to get the touch on him though. They've left this Irving Centaur high and dry as Phoenix and still chasing for. Need to get the Trailblade before he thunders, but that's what the Lincolns is for, baby. No chance of that. They'll TP out on 7E, but that was perfectly set up. Phoenix and playing around the outskirts of the fight, waiting for their time. And they managed to punish Team Zero there for their aggression.
That's the problems with pushing tier 2s without Aegis. Right? It just happens very easily like that. You lose the Terrorblade, and all of a sudden, that fight did not look good. Your net worth lead has gone down significantly.
That's the tricky thing as well, right? It's these Lincoln Spheres timing. It's very heads up from Bright. What do you have to cancel it? Nobody on Team Zero has any items that actually interact with that. You don't have a 4-star, you only have a 4-star on the bat. Across all the other items, they have nothing to proc these Lincolns. No Yules, no other 4-stars, no Orchids, no Athoses. Suddenly, with the Terrorblade lineup, that, you know, Terrorblade, age-old carry, right? You just kind of get a whole set of teammates that can disable and set you up and get you in position to do this damage. But suddenly, all the spells can't even land. The only thing you're really hoping on right now is Inkswell Rolling Thunder. Apart from that, you don't really have much else.
Yeah, it forces you into a position where you're pulverizing the not ideal target. Obviously, getting Dark Willow out of the fight can go a long way. We've seen it time and time again, where Dark Willow is just able to get slews of spells off during fights, but you would very much like to get this Puck or Faceless Void, and they are just non-targets for you now.
Yeah, just completely comfortable. Playing very smoothly on the Puck. I mean, today, Phoenix, you know, he was ready to dance with him. The only time he's died, one of them was earlier on, and the other one was when he stole that Aegis. So I'd consider this a pretty sick game from him so far. And really, you look at the net worth, Team Zero, the way they've set up their lineup is they're relying on CTY to bring them the distance, right? And sure, he has the net worth advantage. Sure, you have the Sunder post-chrono, but you have just so much magic damage coming in. You're really going to have to tank up and be hope for a few more items. He already has the Skadi complete, which is why exactly Undyne is just suffering a bit from this illusion.
Yeah.
But yeah, it feels like even 6-slot Terrorblade, I don't know whether that's enough to go up against 6-slot Void and company.
It's a little scary because Void has Chronosphere, and that is like full stop, right?
Yeah.
Faceless Void Chronosphere is a game ender, a game changer. One good Chronosphere can turn the game on its head. One bad Chronosphere can turn the game on its head.
Yeah, Beyond does have the heart picked up though. A large factor of how Team Zero will succeed will be on 7E and the Primal Beast transitioning eventually to become threats on their own, so that it's not just fully reliant on the Terrorblade. If it is, you single him out, you kill him, the team fight's over. Phoenix going forward, they break the Lincoln Sphere. He's immediately gonna jaunt away though. They're rolling down the front line, some time being bought by Imitator. They've coiled up the support on the back line. Ice, he's just gonna get taken down. They still haven't killed up Imitator just yet. The last touch, the terrorizing the Chrono. Ice Blast, come on! You couldn't write a better team fight for Bright right now. They're setting it up perfectly. CTY goes down. Beyond makes the fall. And what a perfectly... This is revenge. This is vengeance right here. Bright, they're feeling it on the back of their new carry. It took a little bit of time for him to ramp up, but it was the Lincoln Sphere and Lotus Orb timing. They just can't do a thing to this lineup.
Now, Sneeza, I said this the last time that we cast Bright. I'm a little disappointed Irving hasn't been spamming the voice line from Centaur. Because is playing out of his mind with these Chronospheres. Yeah. First one was a little sketchy, but every single Chronosphere after that has been godly from And Irving needs to give credit where credit is due.
Yeah. Pop that voice line out, man. What you do? Maybe it's because... Okay, no, he doesn't even have an excuse. He's Platinum tier, right? He has...
Yeah. There's no excuse.
I think so. Well, for what it's worth, even the first chrono wasn't really his fault, as we agreed. Oh, pop the Lincolns into the lasso. Oh no, he might have cursed him a little bit there. There's the soul bind. Not reflected in time by the Lotus Orb, holding them in place. 7E wants to get the roll-off, interrupted by Phoenix yet again. This puck has just been a thorn in their side. The Ice Blast on top of the angle. He's going to try and squash away, has to use the roll. But he has to run. He's going to get auto-attack down if he's not careful. They'll stampede forward with the chase down. Phoenix still looking for him. Ice will be next on the chopping block. CTY actually commits the meta here. For what? I mean, Bright, they're just going to walk this one off, surely. Irving will come around for a storm, start to get slowed down. The control is there, but is here as well. No Chronosphere available. This Faceless Void does have to be careful. Pulverize is available. Terrorize thrown out though. Holding Primal Beast in place. Nothing else to find. Goes up. Imitator has done such a good job getting his cause out of there, and Phoenix is still dancing with him. John's over. He might have gone a bit too far though, and he's actually going to pay the price. So for once,
Gem on deck.
Yeah, that that looked really, really good for Bright up until that point.
Yeah, losing Puck and Gem, a little bit of more net worth going towards Team Zero than the graph shows. Well, the graph shows it. The fight recap doesn't, that is. But we're going to see an instant smoke out from Bright. They have Chronosphere.
Yeah, they want to keep the fight
Roshan
going.
is up.
I think the one thing you don't expect on Team Zero is them to fight without their puck, right? Phoenix has been such an integral part of their success so far, and Ice, he might be the one to break this smoke on the sidelines. You don't see him at the moment though. Gonna be a storm onto the Terrorblade. CTY pops the BKB, so the Ice Blast not gonna do anything, but so much damage to Bashes. It's gonna be more than enough. They single out the Terrorblade and they take him down. ZTQ doesn't stand a chance as well. And meanwhile on the backside, Ice trying to lasso up onto AA, but he's a bit too tanky for them to deal with. Are you kidding me? Sliced down, and Team Zero get knocked out of this Roche pit area.
This should be a free Roche for Team Bright. Unless Beyond comes in and does something unimaginable, this should be Aegis for Team Bright. The second Aegis of the game going to go to Team Bright as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna have to put it on his best Phoenix cosplay if 70 wants to... Yeah, 70 and they're done. They're just up in the top side. They don't even want to interact with this fight at all. Things are looking scary now. Imitator is getting up towards that X. One component away now for this Dark Willow. The damage is going to rain in. And this Void has the BKB queued up on top of the Aegis. I don't see how you kill anymore.
It's more up to really mess up and CTY to be able to lay into the damage, because that's about it damage-wise once this Void gets BKB. Okay, he doesn't need it. Oh no, he has it. Never mind. Okay, just kidding.
Yeah.
Has it.
I was like, wait.
I saw it disappear from his quick buy for a second.
No,
I
thought you were saying he sold it. I'm like, that's kind of base.
No,
like,
no.
That would be
God,
crazy.
no.
Yeah.
Could you imagine? Oh man, you'd be really feeling yourself if you bought and then sold BKB.
Yeah, at half the price too. I don't need this money. Take it.
Right.
Well, Team Zero, they feel a bit hard pressed now. 11k gold lead down. They need to try and find some action. They've still been able to break through some of the link-ins so far, but take a look at Irving. So hits up, using the Lotus Orb in advance to farming that wave. Doesn't want to get caught out. They see Phoenix, but he's already gonna jaunt away. No, plays them a little bit. Stays where he originally was, and with the Stampede, they'll all get out of there. Rolling Thunder wasted there for 7E. And suddenly, Team Bright, they might not have a chrono, but they might be looking to fight.
Puck has the right-click build complete. Aghanim Scepter, Shard, Maelstrom, absolutely everything that Phoenix needs. Start right-clicking down the team with 7-0. 7-0? Team 0. Sorry, confusion.
Yeah, the smoke out, just like we said, with that chrono up, he is looking to end this one. He's looking to put the nail in the coffin. Now, it's by no means over just yet for Team Zero, right? But with the way that Team Bright are executing these team fights, they aren't missing a beat. They find CDY, they have the gem. This guy is a BKB, but is it gonna matter? The Sunder can't even come off. He's looking at one target, they have a Lincolns. They're looking at Irving, he has a Lotus, he's like, I'm toast, I'm finished.
Yeah.
What else he got? Aghanim Scepter complete for Imitator now, but they just straight up Chrono in the mid lane against Beyond. He's not scared at all. He's not doing a lot of damage, but he's still gonna try. Smack, 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 and Primal Beast, nowhere for you to run. This is for all the bullying you did to me early game, baby. Get out of here.
Gem has been reclaimed. Now 2 gems, 1 for each eye on the side of Team Bright.
Beautiful, perfect. You need that. You need that. It's kind of rough. You ever deal with like two separate degrees on each eye?
Oh, Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even... ZZQ's not going to be able to see anything anymore. He's dead.
No, he's very dead. Yeah. Because they have...
Now straight onto the high ground. Aegis not even lost yet. The entire side of Team Bright firing on all cylinders here. I mean, hell, even Undyne has a Veil, Glimmer, and a Force. That explains how he was so survivable against Ice just now.
And it's a little, one of those situations where Ice hasn't gotten as much farm as you'd expect him to get on this Bat Rider. Pretty low on the side of the net worth, right? Being lower than the AA is a little surprising.
I mean, we're at the point of the game where Team Bright very much have clawed themselves a big advantage. Now they will lasso up Irving, but Ice, he just gets melted. He doesn't stand a chance. Now they're going to try and control up Phoenix with that Basher. At 7E, he just can't get the touch on them. I mean, Imitator, he's doing more damage to the Pango roll than Pango's doing to Phoenix. And Irving's coming in again, looking for a target, winding up the storm. They look for CTY, but he pops the BKB. The meta now, they're trying to do the damage to this Faceless Void. Bear in mind, he still has that second life though, so even if they take them down the first time, it's not gonna matter. Jumps forward, time walk, cancels out all that damage. The roll up forced up from 7E, bumped into the wall and killed. They get the Aegis, but it comes at the cost of their Pango, who doesn't have a buyback available now. They'll continue to chase down Coil onto ZZQ, finishing off the kill onto Beyond as well. They have buybacks on those 2 dead heroes. It's just the Pango that's out of the picture. And right, do they want to stick around for this? It's still a 4v5 situation. Charging onto Faceless Void, don't have his second life anymore, but still able to get the time walk off. And would you look at the time, Chrono back up in 3 seconds. You gotta be careful, but Phoenix already cleaning up your back line. You can just throw it out, but it doesn't even seem like he needs it. He's gonna toss it onto CTY. They wanna end the game by killing the king. He's not even gonna stick around to see it happen. CTY gets melted under his own fountain. And Bright, what a showing here. We were scared about the team fight and we had every right to breathe. They're back with a vengeance here. They want to get some revenge for the close qualifiers.
Team Bright are looking hot off the back of that game. Very much impressed on the faceless void. Grandmaster for a reason.
Oh man, that was come on. You think about these high stakes games. You want to bank it all on these big team fight ultimates. That is a lot of self up for that and playing so cleanly. It looked like it was a point and click. Winning those calls, I mean, Phoenix just completely schooled them. I mean, the turning point of the game for me was that Aegis and Roche steal. Like CTY, they were gearing up. You were saying, sink the blink. We got the Primal Beast. We got the Bat Rider. It's not even gonna matter. They just get Aegis stolen from them. Suddenly, they can't even push, and the Terrorblade timing his way off.
Yeah, it really like slowed this game to a halt. Right?
Yeah.
Any sort of net worth lead that Team Zero were building up all of a sudden didn't matter because they couldn't push these tier 2 towers, and that let Void get a little bit more time, a little bit more items, and that was all that needed to secure this game.
I just want to point out, we're not on the screen right now, but you guys know, you can check this in game yourself, of course. But Phoenix did DK hero damage that game. That's both Irving and Undyne combined, and we're talking about AA, who's ice blasting perfectly on top of all of them. Phoenix just played out of his game. This part stepped up a notch for sure. I mean, on one hand, you can say that, okay, look, once he gets the Lincolns, it's very hard to kill him off. Sure, but there's still quite a lot of instant disable that can catch you off guard. He was just safe throughout the early stage when he didn't have the Lincolns. Only really got caught out properly once in the bot side when he was playing around a bit too much. But then after that, learned his lesson. Danced in and out, had some cute moves where he stayed where the original orb was and caught them for a loop. And yeah, I mean, Stampede delivers him out of basically every situation other than that. Props to him.
Yeah, very well done. Very well-earned victory by Team Bright.
Indeed. All the good things, Team Bright. This is a team that is, fighting to prove themselves here. Might not be super familiar with the names, but they've already stuck together for quite a while. Key change, hoping to change their fate here, going into the close qualifiers to be one of those teams. Now they're one game away from going up to the grand finals to face off against IG for a rematch. I'm sure they're hungry for whether Team Zero can fire right back. Surely some of that experience will come into play here in the midst of it. Their coach Blink as well probably has some select words for how they can game better. We'll find out whether we get to a game 3 or whether Team Bright can sweep this in 2 right after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Way that you move your body, make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, it make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
A warm welcome back to the ESL 1 KL Chinese close qualifiers here, when the lower bracket finals Crash and Sneeze bring you the action. And right, oh man, they heated things up in this game number one. You know, sometimes you take a tough loss. You take a 2-0 smack down to the face, you go back home, you think about what happened to you. Feels bad. But they don't let it get to them. They come back and they're gonna deliver the same thing, it feels like, to Team Zero if Team Zero don't get their act together.
Yeah, last game really lived up to his name because that game from him was it was perfect. Everything he wanted from a Faceless Void, you know.
Yeah. And I mean, we're giving a lot of credit to but the rest of the supporting cast, man, they did great too. Imitator, there was so many engagements where they would just try and full focus down the Willow. She still got to the point where she got the Yules, and every single additional item that she got just bought her team more and more time. I think Team Zero, that was the plan that Team Bright had, right? Leave the Primal Beast open, you know Beyond is going to snatch it up, and then you pick the Dark Willow, you pick so many evasive heroes that can kind of deal with you. The Primal Beast comes through, after he finishes the onslaught, if you stampede away, he can't actually connect with the Pulverize. It's a very awkward situation because he's already full committed in, and you just run away. It's kind of a similar situation with the rest of Team Zero's lineup with the Bat Rider, right? Where he blinks in, you're already stampeding away, so suddenly the lasso doesn't feel quite as good. And I think this shows, if anything, that Team Bright really did their homework on their opponents here today.
Yeah, Team Zero, they are responding relatively well with the AA and the Magnus ban, right? AA was definitely a big problem for them last game, and then the Irving Magnus has just been so solid throughout these close qualifiers, and the open qualifiers too. It was very solid from Irving on the Magnus. This time, I think we're going to be seeing Irving on the Spirit Breaker, and that's already, I mean, sway in my favor in the way of Team Bright. This is such a strong hero that's enabled by so many other heroes.
The tricky thing is, so far, we've seen a lot of teams respond to this immediately with the Shadow Demon, but it's with mixed success, right? Shadow Demon, apart from being really good against the Spirit Breaker, and of course, we can't understand. I think Demonic Purge has to be one of the most consistently underestimated ultimates in the game, but he can't really play to the aggressive style that Team Zero supports. We know them for. We keep talking about Team Zero. We had the privilege of following their journey throughout this entire close qualifiers. Ice and ZZQ are supports that want to go in and get in there and cause pain. Unless you're pairing Ice Shadow Demon up with a crazy combo, like maybe the Centaur that enables kills to happen easily. You know, we've seen Ice struggle a bit on that hero, actually, when they picked a bit more defensive for that support duo.
Yeah, Team Zero against IG specifically picked the Shadow Demon. Wasn't against the Spirit Breaker, mind you, but picked up the Shadow Demon as well as the Treant Protector. And that game, we were kind of scratching our heads because Ice just, it didn't feel too comfortable on that Shadow Demon.
Yeah, so Team Bright, they've banned out the Nature's Prophet. So the one key thing about Team Zero is that one thing they are comfortable on is flexing these three key support/core heroes, right? It's the Moeta, it's the Prophet, and it's the Weaver. They've shown that CTY can play these three, Ice can play these three, and ZZQ can play these three as well. So that gives them a lot of potential in the draft. They're going to start things out with the Weaver here. Very elusive, a bit harder to catch, can put on a lot of pressure in lane against the Spirit Breaker as well. So I really like this selection.
For sure, yeah. Spirit Breaker doesn't have the most amount of armor, right? And no real way of getting rid of the bugs. So it's super annoying to deal with through almost every stage of the game.
Yeah, Team Zero, I remember the first game we casted of them. That looked rough. I think they were up against Team Trust. And Ice's scoreline, it looked more like a core scoreline. He was like, what, 14? Like
14-3, I think.
Yeah. 14-3 and like 16 or something.
Yeah.
Like he was part of every single kill on that support Weaver. I mean, it just goes to show how much flexibility they have. Team Zero, they are a very interesting team for that reason, right? We already talked a bit about how Ice and ZZQ can keep it dynamic in terms of the lanes, but with the flexibility they can bring into the draft, that was one of the ways that they actually surprised IG in Game 2, bringing out the CTY Nature's Prophet carry, which caught IG with their pants down completely. Maybe they'll try for something similar here, but with this Bat Rider, I'm more than inclined to believe that it has to be an Ice Bat Rider because we haven't seen anyone else play it just yet.
I might have to leave if 7E is playing Bat Rider. I might just leave at that point because that hero on mid has not looked good in it's got to be almost a year now. My concept of time is very flawed, but it has to be almost a year, at least 6 months.
Yeah. I don't think anyone else is picking this, but that kind of leaves Team Bright open to just snap up this Dark Willow, which has been a favorite of Imitator, and there's the Undyne Silencer. We saw him snatch it up here and there. It's definitely a specialty of more of his, and Silencer isn't really a hero that you think, oh, this guy really has to know Silencer to play it. But it's more of a flavor kind of situation.
Yeah.
Not every Horse 5 likes playing this hero, but if you're comfortable with the utility that it brings and the lane pressure that it can put out, that's where you snatch it up. And the point I was trying to make is this Dark Willow, Ice Ice doesn't actually play this hero. It's one of the gaps that he has in his position 4 pool. Sure, he picked some interesting and unique selections here, but the Dark Willow that has proven to be such a strong, consistent choice for a lot of these other position 4s, it's not something that he has. So that basically is a freebie for Team Bright every single time. Unless you're going to waste one of your very important bans on it, I think Imitator, he's going to have his hands full with this Dark Willow the entire time.
This is very interesting from Team Zero. I don't know. You have to really be a man to play Dazzle into Silencer.
Okay.
Unless it's a support Dazzle, which is possible. But I don't think so, right? It's got to be a 7E Dazzle. I think 7E has been the only person to play it. I guess Beyond can also play Dazzle, but it's been the 7E show on the Dazzle. But yeah, playing into Silencer, it just feels a little awkward, at least from my limited perspective on Dazzle.
Yeah. Well, for what it's worth, with this selection, things are starting to fall into place here. The Weaver still could be flexed between 1 and 5, but this Night Stalker, most definitely the Beyond hero. We saw how much trouble he caused these pucks. I mean, now Phoenix, I don't think he'll be comfortable snatching that up, even though it would be pretty good this game against the Weaver and the Bat Rider, and the Dazzle, mind you. I get what you're saying about the Silencer, but come on, man. We watched that 7E Dazzle game. He wasn't even touched.
He was blinking out of Chronospheres, dude. It was hot.
He was tinkering it up. Like, they couldn't even do anything to him. He was always off on one side. And this was actually the combo that they did as well, because Night Stalker, limiting your vision by such a large margin, that's something that is integral to how the Spirit Breaker wants to play. That's something that the Dark Willow relies on to make sure she's positioned well in the fights. When you can just black out everything, and suddenly, out of nowhere, a Bat Rider comes through. Suddenly, a Weaver appears by your side. And Graves are coming out from an unknown distance. This team fight is going to be very hard for Team Bright to go up against.
Yeah, Team Bright are in a position where I think they're wanting a little bit more lockdown than just the Spirit Breaker Dark Willow.
Yeah.
Maybe a hero with... Okay, there we go. Yeah, just a little bit of net from the Naga Siren is going to go a long way against heroes like Night Stalker. And doesn't necessarily care about Night Stalker being on top of her. At a certain point, Naga Siren's going to be super tanky, and Night Stalker's going to feel a lot less potent. What was that ban from Team Bright? Pudge? Hello? Hold on a minute. Whoa!
Shout out Wings from 2016, I guess. I mean, this was the team that very famously just randomly decided to pick Techie's Pudge for fun. Maybe they're a little worried. I mean, they don't really have a lot of damage to cut through a very tanky Pudge. I don't know whether this is a pocket pick, maybe through scrims that they've identified, but that's definitely a unique one. Now, Team Zero, let's refocus a bit here. Naga Siren will be very strong against this Night Stalker in the first 5 minutes. We commonly joke about this, the stalking phase and the walking phase, but Night Stalker, with those hooves of his, he can't really go anywhere against the Silencer and the Naga Siren. That is a very strong lane that can do him in through maybe get even like 3 to 4 kills, and even in your first nighttime, you're going to feel very hampered.
Every time you mention hooves on Night Stalker, I take a second to look at everyone's feet, and you gotta stop, Sneeze. It's so distracting to me. I just go on feet patrol. Like what are with Dazzle's toes? Like, what's going on with Dazzle? What's up with him, dude?
I don't know. It kind of looks like he looks more like a...
Like, those are like chicken feet.
Like with right claws, right? Like it looks like you take him in the kitchen and then you fry him up in some oil and then you get KFC or something. I don't know.
Maybe Dazzle would be delicious. Hold on a minute. Maybe we're onto something.
I mean, there's not a lot of meat on that bone, I'll be honest with you. Like,
no,
look
that's
at that
true.
arm. It's weak.
Team Zero.
Actually, the only one with some meat is... Okay, sorry. No more
feet talk. No more feet talk.
No more frying the heroes for a potential meal. Although, as a closing statement, I will say Night Stalker's the only one with any sort of meat on him. Everyone else looks kind of prickly.
Okay.
Necrophos banned out. They respect that on 7E. So far, we've only seen Phoenix play it, but that just goes to show that they probably understand how tricky it is to deal with. And it seems like there's a bit of an archetype between the Pudge and the Necro, right? They're a bit scared of a very high damage magic dealer, very high magic damage dealer, sorry, got that right this time, that can wipe out the Naga illusions, can relatively be unpressured on the map. It's really just the Dark Willow Silencer, but in a sustained fight, they don't really have a lot of it. So I can see where they're going. Flip side, Team Zero, they ban out some of the more elusive ones, still worried about the Puck, even though they have a Night Stalker, which is just respect, right?
It's full on respect for Phoenix, right? Going like 16-3 on the Puck it's just too good. Our Spirit left in the pool. Here we go.
Silence on even more disable coming out from the Dark Willow. I think this is a great component to end off that draft. Can really push the tempo when the Dazzle and Night Stalker aren't particularly ready yet, and has enough disable to just 100-0 the Weaver a lot of the times. You think about the Spirit Breaker coming through, the El Spirit rolling in, and the whole slew of spells that's back up from the Silencer Dark Willow. You're not even going to be able to make it to the back line because you're getting wiped out on the front.
Now, I believe Team Zero have played this matchup before, the Dazzle versus Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
I believe the Dazzle was more successful. Yeah, Team Zero against Go Along, they played the Dazzle versus Earth Spirit, and 70 had a great time mid.
Yeah, I mean, Dazzle usually a pretty uncontested laner when you're talking about mid-lane melee matchups. The Poison Touch is just a bit too difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
And you can never really stop him from just heal bombing to secure the range creep. With that being said, Phoenix, he has the capacity to try... Okay, I need to hold whatever thought. What? CTY, you absolute... We said you don't have a hero. It's a hero ocean. He's going to beat the Naga at his own game. He's going to swim in there and punch her out. Sky versus water here. Sky versus ocean here, I guess. Gyrocopter carry in my Chinese qualifiers? It's more likely than you think.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting pickup for Team Zero because, into Naga Siren is good. Doesn't really care about getting silenced. The only real worry you're going to have is the Irving Spirit Breaker, which... in lane, I mean, should be fine. I think CTY is going to have a great time in lane with Ice backing him up.
Yeah, and this CTY, I think one of the things about this Gyrocopter we haven't mentioned just yet is the Flag Cannon. On paper, is going to work very, very well against the Naga Siren illusions, right? You're not going to be able to stand in the fight. And Gyrocopter is always characterized as this hero that, you flat cannon, you farm fast, you get these stacks, and then you hit a crazy timing. But one of the other factors about this hero that makes him so strong is you do not want to run into him in the early game. He has so much magic damage he can put back out. It's rough.
Yeah. And, Team Zero, they've got this interesting draft. This is like the fourth time I've said interesting. But
yeah. He's Crash is very interested in this draft right now.
I'm very interested. Team Zero have this kind of pseudo front line in the form of Batrider, Weaver. Like, they're both weaving in and out of the front and the back line. Night Stalker's this great frontline hero. And Gyro Dazzle should be able to sit in the back as long as they're able to peel the Earth Spirit off and make sure Spirit Breaker doesn't charge in and destroy them. But you've got to pick your targets on Spirit Breaker this game, and there's a lot of good targets for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more inclined to think that Spirit Breaker, Irving, he's going to set up for less of a targeted approach and more of a charge through, right? He wants to probably emphasize on some of that disruption. Not sure whether they spotted out that ward there placed by Phoenix. He was under smoke, so I doubt it, but you can never underestimate the Night Stalker Nighttime Vision, one of the benefits of the hero in this early stage of the game. And yeah, I think I'm agreeing with the point that you're making here. They do have some decent layers. They have Flame Break, they can peel off. There's a lot coming through to this Gyrocopter, though. It does feel like this hero, there's a reason why we haven't been seeing it. But I'm so excited to see CTY on this. This is like a treat. I'm so happy about this. Like, we had Ricky. I mean, CTY, he's absolutely putting on a show here. Even if he doesn't end up making it, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Okay, look what Imitator just did. The biggest brain play. Putting that sentry ward down. Do you know what this is for, Sneeze?
Please tell me, Wise One.
All right, Sneeze. I've seen this once or twice before, only once or twice before, and what this ward is going to do is, like the Observer is drawing, it's going to pull this creep wave into the sentry ward spot and delaying the creep wave without needing to throw a hero there. You're just using 50 gold. It's going to give Team Zero a little bit of level advantage early on. which could be dangerous, but I think the level 2 on the side of Team Zero isn't the scariest thing.
I mean, we talked about the scary, aggressive potential for this gyrocopter in the lane, right? I mean, all along, you pump in levels into the Rocket Barrage, these are going to be easy kills. Spirit Breaker, not necessarily the strongest laner in the early levels, and that's probably what they're going to try and facilitate there. They need Irving to be in a good lane position. If not, you can just be very easily run down by Ice on this Bat Rider.
Yeah. Wave going to get pretty much destroyed by CTY and the tower. Wave will bounce back right into Irving's loving hands.
And they're bouncing Irving back into their loving hands right now. Nothing much that this poor Spirit Breaker can do, but he's loaded up on the branches, loaded up on the stats. CTY will see how much he wants to commit to the early game build, right? We've seen some gyrocopters even skip homing missile entirely. Not homing missile, but rocket barrage entirely. Just in favor of stats plus flat cannon. I think that bit of magic damage will go a pretty long way against Team Bright, who are gearing up for a mid-game skirmishing, consistent pick-off across the map kind of situation. Imitator. Lost the Shadow Realm early on. Oh, wow. Falling
Might go
very
down
low.
here. One more shot.
Last flag. CTY just guns him down. Not respecting the damage that can come up with the gyro, and really, more than not respecting, just not much you can do about it as well.
Yeah. I think that people are like, we're at a point in Dota where we experimented a little bit, and we realized a lot of things that we just didn't think were real life for a long time. Right, Earth Spirit mid is now at a point where it is the strongest thing. Imagine a year ago you told me we'd be seeing Earth Spirit versus Dazzle mid. I would think you're smoking the funny stuff, Sneeze.
I understand.
You know, and we've learned Flat Cannon, very strong level 1. The amount of harass you can just dish out with Flat Cannon, so much stronger than the Rocket Barrage level 1, which for a long time was what we saw from the gyrocopters.
Yeah, it's also more of a situation where Irving and Imitator, like we mentioned already, a bit of a weak lane in this early stage. Spirit Breaker really has been more empowered by these Grimshotes, maybe the Moetas, who've been able to help him out in terms of keeping his opponent in place, but you know, you can't even get the charge through without being bumped back, and now Ice, he's right on top of you. My Flame Grenade, the Blood Grenade, sorry, is enough to slow him down that he can't get the flame onto the Spirit Breaker. No steak for lunch today, unfortunately, as CTY. He's completely fine with this. Top of the CS, 19-4. Just complete laning domination for the Gyrocopter Bat Rider. Again, we're seeing the Ice Bat Rider bouncer come into play here.
And just to bounce back to a stat that you brought out during the first game, both these teams, 11.5 and 11 stacks per game on average. Right, Gyrocopter, Bat Rider, Naga Siren to a lesser extent as well, loves those stacks.
Yeah, they'll have they won't be too hard-pressed to defend them as well, although Team Bright have the facilities to try and invade those areas with the Spirit Breaker as well as the Earth Spirit. You know, you get an early earn, you start rolling in. It's not so easy for Team Zero to defend that area. I have to see what they do
like
here.
you
Beyond.
said,
Beyond's doing okay.
We saw oh my gosh, sorry. We saw yesterday where Brewmaster didn't build Urn. And I always think, I wonder if there's ever a case where Earth Spirit doesn't. And I think that there's almost a case where he, like, always does. Ice bottom, dropping so low, 60 HP.
Still gonna do his God-given duty and pull the wave, though. You can't stop the support from doing his job. They'll try and cancel the south here. Nicely done from Ice. It just fogs him. Meanwhile, topside Beyond goes down. That felt like it was a long time coming, to be honest. He had to kind of submit himself to try and contest the wave. It's been a lot of pulling shenanigans from ZZQ to try and create the space for him. And not much he can do. That's always going to happen to your Night Stalker. You either lose out on EXP or you lose out on your life. That's the choice you need to make.
You know, I think it's really important early on against with the Night Stalker to give him these early levels. But if you get to 5-6 minutes and you don't have any levels in the Hunter in the Night, it feels really bad. Because all of a sudden your first big power spike is just non-existent.
Speaking of the nighttime, that's coming up in just about 10 seconds, which will ease up the laning situation, at least for a bit from Beyond. We'll see whether he gets aggressive. But the main situation for Team Zero is, in contrast to last game, 7E isn't really going to move quite as much as Phoenix, right? This Earth Spirit, a lot more incentivized to make rotations on the map, as right now ZZQ onto Undyne, and with this nighttime and the Crippling Fear, hold back bot side though. They managed to square up onto the Bat Rider, but they lose a lot of health for it. Now CTY gunning them down. The stick charge. Oh, CTY is
Not
gonna.
again.
Nah, he's not
Not
gonna
again.
make the same mistake. No, 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 no. Don't do it to him, CTY.
I was
Don't
getting
give him a
flashbacks,
freebie.
dude.
He has a Fairy Fire and the Rocket Barrage out. Infused Raindrops keeps him alive again. But very, very low on the Gyrocopter. Can probably expect a salve coming from his allies. But yeah, back to the point I was making. Phoenix is going to want to move a lot more than 7E is, right? A lot of these Dazzles, they build up the Aghanims or the Midas in the mid lane and just farm for the first 15. Different case for Phoenix.
Yeah, if you're getting the Urn of Shadows and you're not rotating, I don't know. There's there's something fundamentally wrong there.
I mean, fundamentally, Earth Spirit already rotates with the role. If you're not rotating, you're just not playing the hero.
Yeah.
7E now, contested 6-minute rune. Typical shenanigans. 3 members here for the side of Bright, but no one to back up 7E. It's not going to matter. They don't have enough disables. He's actually going to TP the bot. What? 7E?
Yikes. Yikes,
I don't know
dude.
what. That was really, really greedy from the Dazzle. And he's going to lose out on a whole wave of creeps. Now, they do manage to finish off on the top side. That was the rotation coming out from the Bat Rider through the Twin Gates on TP. I didn't catch which one. But yeah, making use of the nighttime here. But that Dazzle, man, that 7E, you might be feeling yourself a little bit too much here.
Yeah, I mean, this is an elimination game. You can't be making mistakes like that.
Well, a bit too late here, as unfortunately that's going to give quite a bit of an advantage to Phoenix. Top side, they're chopping down the Weaver as well, and nowhere for him to run. The net gives you vision of that Weaver. Beyond able to at least get that kill on Undyne. Some earn charges in his pocket.
Yeah. I was curious who was going to get the Urn on the side of Team Zero. Right, Weaver can, Night Stalker can as well. It will be the Night Stalker. Ice Ice Phoenix tried to steal the Wisdom Rune. Unfortunately for him, Ice Ice was there and ready.
Yeah, you got to be so on point with these Wisdom Runes. I think a lot of, not just support players, but mid players, they're looking for that angle to try and catch you off guard there, because they know you'll be there. So the gank setup should be quite easy. Speaking of gank setup, back onto 7E again, forcing the TP back to base this time. He's learned his lesson. The top side, that means there's no one to help him, and you're going to get some fried fish. Finish off this tower, and Beyond might have been suffering a bit in the early stage of the game, but with this tower kill and with the opened up map, he's going to feel a lot more free.
Yeah, Night Stalker officially in that stalking phase, like you said, Sneeze. This is when you're very happy to start making rotations too. You get the tier 1 tower top. This is going to open up the map. You get your level 6. You start rotating. Got the Urn of Shadows. Like we just said, if you have an Urn and you're not rotating, I feel like there's something fundamentally wrong there.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that Night Stalker, the reason why he's called Night Stalker is very clear, right? If you saw this man peering at you from behind a door or something, wouldn't you also call the police? I know I would.
Yeah.
He definitely is in stalking criteria here. Nice flame break to break up that charge, but it's not going to stop the Nether Strike from coming through. Irving going to claim that kill. That was a pretty easy setup for them here. Once again, CCQ. Someone on Team Zero is always on harass Undyne between the tier 1, tier 2 duty.
Yeah.
But in game 1, it was Ice Ice in this position. This time it's Weaver, and they're like, you know what, I can get out of here. It's fine. You know, he's on a static backline support. He can't do anything to me. Trying to make the most of the end of this nighttime by pressuring this tower, but they don't necessarily have the best push. I have to make it work with these creep waves in the Night Stalker, but I'm doubtful that they'll be able to finish this from 100 to 0 without some sort of response from Team Bright.
Yeah,
Sure
this
enough,
is
here they
exactly
come.
what we like to see from the supports from Team Zero. Nice and aggressive, right? With their positioning, with their play style.
Roll a bit off the mark there for Phoenix. Didn't want to commit the boulder for it for some reason. And now he's going to get punished a little bit. Silenced up, poison touched as well, and there's nothing these supports can do. Here comes Ice Ice. He heard there was a party for bullying Undyne in the mid lane, and he's like, where's my invite? Shows up, and Beyond, a double kill for this Night Stalker. Any sort of weaker early game that he's had, completely squashed now, as he is on a roll right now.
Yeah, last time we saw this Team Zero Night Stalker, it was paired up with the Ricky, and Beyond was able to make so much space for CTY. Look at these stacks. Ice Ice has scouted them out.
Yeah.
Firefly in 10 seconds.
No, you immediately see the response. Bright know if they leave that area alone for too long.
Yeah.
It's only a matter of time before the Bat Rider comes in and cleans them out. So they commit 3 heroes here. It's a bit costly in terms of the time investment and not really the heroes you want to use these stacks on. But you just gotta take it.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't let Ice Eyes get like a 15 or closer minute Blink Dagger. It's too much at this point.
Still a bit a ways off that, but if there's anything I've learned, it's to not doubt this man's farming ability. No napalm build, which is very, very interesting. Not a single level.
He's using Q mid.
Time lapse available, but no time to get it off, unfortunately. Silenced and killed. Last word is going to proc, but Imitator's the one to get that kill with the Bedlam. Just finally punished for sticking around that area. I feel like he's just been infested there for a hot minute, right? Like he hasn't been weeded out and they called pest control on him. Oh, 7E. He is really ramping up. A couple of missteps in the early stage of the game, but other than that, he now has 2 components in the Aghanims already. Get there in short order. The only member on the side of Bright that is remotely keeping up in net worth is Irving. The rest of them, I mean, CTY, he's pulling so far ahead. Trying to take advantage of daytime, but oh, they break the smoke with ZZQ in advance and Beyond able to dodge out that long-range roll. Now Phoenix might be in trouble, getting chased down by the bugs. ZZQ still on the hunt, but can't keep this one going. Gang gone wrong here. And you gotta imagine Phoenix, he's a bit frustrated with this situation. He would like to get things going, he would like to set the tempo for this team. But he's just not hitting the mark so far.
Yeah, a lot of these rolls have literally been not hitting the mark from Phoenix, and it's just one of those things where it's going to start adding up, right? A missed gank here, a failed roll there, and, you know, Earth Spirit starts getting sadder and sadder as bottom. CTY, they might make a move. Yeah, Ice Ice is here as well.
Homing missile coming from long range, the Global Silence committed in advance. They see the full squad of Team Zero converge, but with the Global Silence, that means there's no way to cancel that charge away. Irving is still slowed to what feels like almost a crawl with that poison touch. Jeez. They know when Dine is around the area. He's planted quite a nice clipboard for him to work around, so he spots out the side of Team Zero, and he'll be fine here. So Global Silence committed, they get their Spirit Breaker out of there. Pretty important as he's basically the highest net worth hero on their team right now. ZZQ seems to know there's vision there. Might call out a courier to see it, but because of that, he's gonna miss Undyne. Undyne able to scurry his way back to safety.
Oh, Ice Ice, you gotta get out of there.
Oh, you gotta know they see you. And at this point, he knows he's being charged. Flame break away, but no hope of survival. Bat Rider gonna get picked off. We saw this in some of the more unsuccessful games for Team Zero as well, where Ice Ice, he tends to play on the outskirts of the map, but that leaves him very susceptible to teams with very easy pick-off tools like the Charge, like the Spirit Breaker, you know, the Spirit Breaker in general, along with the Earth Spirit. You can set these up with ease.
Yeah, all it takes is one support to get a little bit of vision, and these 2 heroes can initiate from such a long distance. Obviously, the global potential is Spirit Breaker, but Earth Spirit, that roll can go quite a distance.
Indeed, indeed. And a key hero that we haven't talked about just yet that I want to turn our attention to is this Gyrocopter, right? The standard build-up for Gyro has always been this, exactly what we're seeing. He goes for the Yasha to amplify his farm a little bit, but at this point, he's one component away from the eggs. And that is a ridiculous timing if you consider the other items that he has. He's going to be able to make use of these stacks, farm up in a big way. And Team Bright, as much as they've been getting pickoffs around the map, they haven't been able to stop CTY from farming just yet.
Yeah, CTY so far 2-0, and farm up a nice little ancient stack for himself as well. Nothing too large, but you know, nice little ancient stack. You'll thank his supports at least a little bit.
He'll thank his supports by pinging at the 50-second mark of every minute and be like, guys, come on, what is this?
This needs to be bigger. This needs to be bigger, guys.
Yeah, what is this amateur hour? Get it up. What are you doing? And right now, Team Bright. Seems like they're feeling a bit of pressure here. I mean, you can't be comfortable knowing that the Dazzler and Gyro are just farming away like this. Your Naga's going to take a lot more time to come online. And they have yet to be able to connect successfully on these moves. They're trying to make it happen on the Beyond, terrorize out and the roll. Global Silence. Everything it feels like. Committed on the Beyond. He's still surviving, but no. No chance there. 70 can't come in time for any sort of defensive maneuver. Had one level in the grave, but we all know, all the Dazzle players know how short of a range that is.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Yeah, very sad, but very happy in another sense. 70th finishes Aghanim Scepter 15 minutes in.
Yeah, Dazzle, he's gonna be a big problem for them. And would you look at that? We were sinking Blinks in game 1, now they're sinking Eggs. I'm not talking about the shards or the synth. They just both have it at the 15-minute mark on both cores. Sure, you lose Beyond, but he's gonna respawn straight into the fresh nighttime. And you might have to dial 999 because stalking has begun.
Ice Ice almost has that Blink Dagger as well.
Oh, look at Beyond.
This is going to be ramp-up time for Team Zero very, very soon. Medallion finished on Weaver. Like you said, nighttime's just hit 4:20 until day. Start making these aggressive plays around the map. Especially with that Spirit Vessel from Finish from Beyond.
Yeah, I love the way Beyond is playing. This is exactly what you need to do on the Night Stalker. As soon as it's nighttime, it's go time. No time for farming. If you're farming, you better be taking away CS from them. That's exactly what he's doing. Queuing up the shard, which I already mentioned to you in an earlier series, I like a lot because essentially it's a refresh in the middle of the fight. You're taking a lot of magic damage. You don't want to make the full commit for the BKB just yet. That's maybe for a bit later on. And in this intermediary, you can just get a nice, basically, mini cheese.
You know what else is a refresh in the middle of the fight?
Mm-hmm.
A refresher orb that Undying is building.
Damn. I mean, straight up, he's gonna try and catch them off guard with that double global silence, but that is gonna be a long time away. Perhaps even a pipe dream, some might say. Undying isn't really the most rich. He's making his way there slowly but surely. You know, you got the brown boots, infused raindrop, one combo, fluffy hat for good measure, some extra HP to survive. The classic pos 5 inventory there.
CTY gonna go right into that BKB after Aghanim Scepter is complete, and you gotta think this is gonna be fight time for Bright with all 5 of their heroes.
CTY seems to know the aggression is coming. They have the global silence available, gotta pop it out right now. If they can get this gyro, it would be huge for them, and no one is in range to save him. I say that too soon. 70 comes through with the grave, and the gyro, he's held in place by the song. Has shown up to the fight as well. An early appearance from the Naga might just pay off, but they can't finish off CTY. He stands his ground against the illusion. Surely the Magnetize sticks him out. Surely. No, he manages to live and fly out of trouble. Meanwhile, it's now in a load of it. The Terrorize gonna scare them back for now, but you can bet your bottom dollar the Night Stalker's gonna keep this one going. Ice Ice looking forward. They want this Naga Siren. They're hungry. And ZZQ and Gang still looking. There's no more defensive maneuvers available. There's no more tools to be used. And they'll chase down on the Imitator as well. Make it up. What? Was that a team wipe?
It was.
Everybody on the side of Bright just falling, crumbling to the surging aggression of Team Zero. What started out as almost a miracle on this gyro, the pickup they've been looking for this entire time, turns into a complete crash.
Hello. That's me.
Yep, that's you. That's
yep.
EQ.
It turns into me, dude.
3K gold swing, come on.
He's feeling himself after that last fight. Has foregone the BKB, instead goes for the Sanj and Yasha.
They're not even done. You can't stop this aggression. It is still nighttime, my friends. I'm dying. No global silence. That's not your time to fight. Who's gonna try and TP? They want to punish the supports, but the heal bomb. So much damage coming out from this 70 Dazzle, and he'll just rip the rolling Earth Spirit apart. Beyond gets netted on the sidelines, but he is such a tanky boy, and now CTY is here as well. Homing missile coming out. They want to get the touch of the Irving. I'm not sure whether they have the vision. No dust on this Night Stalker means that Irving will be able to escape. But this lineup, Team Zero, they've hit their power spike. So much damage coming out from the Dazzle. Gone are the days where he's not being involved. He is straight up in there. Take a look at that fight recap. Oh, they were this close to losing again. That was scary.
Yeah, could not have afforded to die there again. Right, not too far behind the gyrocopter, but you die again there, you're in a rough spot.
I mean, right now, definitely in the driver's seat, or at least for CTY's case, in the pilot's cockpit, he is steering them to a very, very quick show of dominance here. Now, coming up, though, is Bright's opportunity.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's a window that's very small, but it's still there. You can still see through it, right? It's a very obvious tempo of the game set by this Night Stalker. Every time it's daytime, sure, every player knows this, but you need to keep going no matter what. Dark Ascension, you don't care. It's still going to be daytime after that. You need to make moves at this point. You can't allow Team Zero's gyrocopter to just disappear for another 10 minutes and come back up with full slots. You can't allow 70 to pop back up with more shots, more resources. They'll try and roll onto him right now, but he spots him. and he's just out. So once again, the connection, they aren't going to be able to find it. They are hanging around in the top side, but...
Oh, the couriers. It might be a massacre, Sneeze.
No!
They gotta get out of there. They gotta leave.
Imitator, he's going to get poison touched up and immediately has the TP out of there. 70 tries to come back in for a cheeky kill, but too quick on the Dark Willow. He'll finish off this Tormentor anyway, bring the couriers back. One sacrifice had to be made, but it's more than worth it.
Oh, that's a great shard to get.
Really, the only bad shard is probably the Bat Rider, right?
Yeah,
like the
yeah, I
sticky
think so,
napalm.
yeah.
You know, it's not really ideal. He has leveled it up to level 4 now, so it's gonna do a considerable amount of damage with those auto attacks. Who knows? Bat Rider carry build.
Okay, CTY. I hope this doesn't bite you in the buttocks here. He's gonna go for a Satanic instead of the BKB.
No, he's feeling himself. He knows he can't be killed. They're gonna go forward onto force the song out immediately. Doesn't seem like there's a response anywhere on the horizon for Bright, which means he's just gonna be happy TPing out. But you know, for a player that we've been talking up so much, who landed such killer team fight chronos in the previous game, this Naga doesn't really fit quite the same tempo, right? He's been very quiet on it so far. In fact, the only noise I've heard from him is his songs for when he's retreating. Uh-oh, Dark Ascension now. That was the ZZQ, but the time-lapse right in time. They actually commit the global silence, but a bit slow on that. For Undyne, able to TP out. Imitator, soon to follow. Oh, 70 tries again, but can't touch him.
With these
That Dark
pings coming up
Ascension.
top between Ice and CTY, they might be able to get here.
There's no song. We're gonna find a different target though. It's gonna be Phoenix. They'll just straight up lasso onto him. He doesn't have the BKB just yet. This is a lot of damage coming through. The homing missile will find him on the high ground, but CTY has to do a bit of an extended chase. It will be enough. Ice is all over this Earth Spirit. And all you can do on Team Bright Naga Siren is the split push to your heart's content. For what it's worth, this team can do it, right? The Spirit Breaker and the Naga are very good at splitting lanes. But when you have such good kickoff potential between the Bat Rider and the Dazzle, this is scary, scary business.
And you've still got a little window of about 100 seconds where has no song, there's no global silence either. You could certainly find this Naga Siren if you want to make the aggressive play. You have a little bit of time where Dark Ascension's still on cooldown.
Yeah. Look at Beyond. Look at that speed that he's walking. It's a bit rough. I'll try and bump him back. No mana
No
for the
mana
flame
for
break.
Flame Break.
Yeah, he's just okay.
Ice is calling out a clarity right now. He's malding. He's very upset about that.
He's like, that's so dumb. That come on. Why does it have to cost so much mana?
He's up at Yules. He's like, I'm sick of this. I'm sick of this.
That's ridiculous. I need yeah. I've seen what happens when Spirit Breakers get Yules. They die. You know,
Yep.
cows aren't meant to fly. That's the problem.
That's that old saying, when cows fly, you know. That's
No, you know that old saying, the hooves belong on the ground and the Night Stalker.
Yes, that's certainly what they say,
That
Sneeze.
is
I hate
what
you.
they say. Yeah, you would get it. You would get it.
Yeah,
They-
no, I wouldn't. No.
You're not from Southeast Asia. You don't know the mid lane. Lasso on the Phoenix again. Nowhere for the Earth Spirit to run. The setup continues to be found from Team Zero. It's really just been that story. Bright. This tempo lineup that was supposed to be set by the Earth Spirit just got crushed in lane by 70 and never found a rotation out of it.
Satanic now complete for CTY. Things are starting to look very scary for Team Bright.
I don't know. Once again, the Night Stalker himself is already terrifying for so many of these heroes, right? The silence can go such a long way. Night Stalker, when he's ahead, he's just gonna be solo killing your cause. Like, that's how this hero works.
I really like the build coming out from the Night Stalker as well. Beyond, a lot of the times we see Night Stalkers go for items like Echo Saber. But instead, just understands the strength of the hero in the lineup to be aggressive, to get these earn charges, start ramping up with the Blink Dagger, and continue to be aggressive. Your goal is not to be the carry yourself, but instead to make space for your own.
Yeah, love that. Love that just kind of acknowledgement. Sometimes we see these creative, not really creative, but just more self-sacrificial ideas coming out from offlaners who might be playing a bit more selfish heroes like the Legion, like the Night Stalker. But that just shows good understanding of the game state right now. And, you look at your Gyro, there's nothing to fear. This man has a Satanic, Sanjin Yasha. He's not going to go down easy at all. And we're not even counting the Dazzle supporting him just yet with all the heals. one unintended little thing is that the Sanjin Yasha is gonna amplify his heal, right, by 22%. Dazzle's gonna say thank you very much. Now Dazzle in some trouble. Global Silence full commit. They found 70 for the first time, and they need to finish him off. They need to get this kill. They will do so. Undyne will grab it, and the song will
missile
immediately. Ice Ice, here he comes. No lasso, no. Finds the Naga Siren, and you might have gotten your team out of here, but you will pay for taking out Dazzle down. Almost finishes off Ice Ice, but he would have been happy to give his life for the cause. That's the BKB on the Bat Rider coming into play. And oh no, I mean, you get 7E. He'll be right back with them in a second. It was a good start,
disaster
but
strikes.
I don't think they expected the BKB from the Bat Rider just swoop in and kill them there.
Refresher check. Update on the refresher from Undying. 900 gold away.
Middle tower is under attack.
I don't know how to tell you this. This is nighttime. I don't know when else Bright are gonna find an opportunity. It feels like that window we were hoping for between the 20 to 25 minute mark has just closed on them. And suddenly someone's installed curtains on it. Someone's put blinds up. It's blackout curtains. Would you know it? Beyond, with the interior design service, has just shut down any chance of light that they have at the end of the tunnel. They can't really find an opening, and the shining hope for this team, the fresh set of eyes, it just feels like he can't find an avenue. They're relying on him to deliver the rest of the squad to glory, but it's
Can't
so
find
tough.
the footing. Yeah.
He really can't. We're gonna ignore the fact that Naga Siren doesn't have feet. Right now, Irving coming through onto Ice again. Pops the BKB this time, sick of being picked off, but can he slide his way out of here? The rest of the squad here to claim him. And the lasso will just be a little parting gift before he goes down there. That's straight
Up
into
top.
Roche. This is so
It's
easy
the
for
Roshan,
them.
yep. Actually, they're only committing 2 heroes, and these 2 heroes, they can't solo it themselves. They really need CTY.
This is a situation where Beyond and ZZQ are like, yo, let's get Aegis. He's like, why do I need Aegis? I'm not dying. I'm 4-0
Guys, I'm
and 4.
farming. Like,
Like,
yeah.
guys, come on. I'm hitting some mud golems right now. What you trying to bother me? Like, what's the problem? 7E is working his way towards the Lincolns. Has that in just about 300 gold. And that's going to really hamper their ability to catch him off guard. So far, they've been able to do so with the charge keeping vision on him. But without that, I really feel like the options for Bright are just minimizing. I don't see them anymore. That's my problem. I mean, unless 7E does one of his old plays and walks up to the high ground on the Dazzle all alone. Undyne gonna get killed off here. Lasso, they found Phoenix as well. Now the Earth Spirit still doesn't have his BKB. Gonna get body blocked up by ZZQ. Where you going, buddy? Straight
That
back
was a
down
sick
to
flame
Flame
break.
in Hell. Ice Ice has been so on point with this. Cancelling rolls, cancelling charges, messing up the supports. You see why they're so confident just picking it up, even in a meta where it doesn't work.
Ice Ice, you know, usually the specialty heroes are like the hoodwink. But, you know, I guess throw Bat Rider into that mix as well for Ice Ice. Scan does come out, connecting on this Roshan. Irving. No lasso, should be fine. Just gonna have to run away from Ice Ice.
So the one caveat to this is Irving, who we were talking about doing pretty well in the early game, has worked his way towards the Octarine, the Shadow Blade, and has the BKB queued up. Should get it in around 100 gold and have that flying out to him. And knock down to the low ground. He should be fine here. In fact, he's looking.
Okay.
He's mad.
got
He's
a
like, well,
gem.
yeah, how dare you? He'll start chasing him down. Irving. No one else in the perimeter to help him out though. Beyond, he'll just settle for some lotuses instead. But yeah, the Spirit Breaker, we've seen what it can do in these fights. If you can charge straight through, break up the entire engagement, and on top of that, 2 global silences now. It was a long haul, but Undyne, he's finally got the refresher flying out to him. If he's able to
he's
just...
locked the cornucopia. What? What's going on? Why would you?
Maybe he doesn't want to commit just yet. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't think of a reason why you would buy 2 cornucopias and then the refresher recipe and then not commit for it.
I guess it's just the... Yeah, I actually have no clue.
No, I would love to hear any sort of reason.
Maybe he doesn't want to show it just yet.
Maybe.
Maybe he
that's
wants
what
it to be
is.
a scary buyback. Oh, I combine recipe situation because
Yeah,
if
I
you
can
just
see
look at
that.
you look at the stats on the cornucopia. It's 5 health regen, 2 mana, and 7 damage. It's just a net upgrade to Refresher.
Well, he's finished it, so it's all for moot.
Yeah, maybe he just forgot. Like, he just forgot. They are humans too, okay, man. Like, I don't know. Cut them some
TY,
slack.
with that Aegis, feeling
Mjolnir
confident
as well.
to walk up high ground.
He's not bothered about a thing. Ice. Straight out of the Dark Willow. Actually gets pushed back by the Psychic Headband, but popping the BKB, ready to come through onto them. The global silence on top of his head. Bear in mind, this silencer has another, could catch them off guard. CTY, he's on the front lines right now. The Age is there to refresh. The global silence could come through at any time. Irving on the back line. He's getting out onto Ice. Killing the Bat Rider and getting the first life off the Gyrocopter. Fight starting pretty decently for them, all things considered. The song from M breaks any further aggression up. They'll have to keep this push going without their Bat and the Aegis. It seems like they're more than comfortable to do so. Dark Ascension committed. They are still going here. 7E untouched on the back line. The Lincoln Sphere, I can't imagine a world where he really gets pressured. They'll try and charge him down here. There's a sentry laid down and the gem on Beyond. They spot out the Spirit Breaker. They don't choose to commit onto him for now. Just want to get the rags. Now onto CTY, popping the BKB Magnetized charge through as well. That's exactly what they're looking for. The second global science, but it doesn't matter. The Satanic, he's healing and he's not under any threat at all. 7E, he's back up. So is Imitator though, the Dark Willow, that could be the missing bit of control that they need. Straight onto the back line again. They're trying to focus down the Dazzle, but do they have enough damage? He graves himself and CTY on the front line, just melting them down. He's falling a little low. Do you have another grave? Do you have another save? The Gyrocopter, there it is again. Heal bomb after heal bomb. Grave after grave, you are gone. They're lining them up just like tombstones on the side of Team Bright, and there's nowhere for you to go. 4 members down on Team Bright, and this is gonna be looking like a game 3 situation. Because without buybacks on any of these heroes, I don't see how you defend on Undyne alone.
I mean, you have the Mega, like you can hold Megas, I guess, with Earth Spirit, Spirit Breaker, Naga Siren, but maybe it's just one of those, like, you just gotta reset mentally and physically. This game is looking over, but, when it's an elimination game like this, you are really going to want to fight till the end. No creeps in the base, means backdoor protections back up. Naga Siren up in 14 seconds. Team Zero have to be very careful here.
The waves are coming in and it is daytime. You know what that means. Back up. You guys gotta walk out of here. Respect the phases, you know what I'm saying? It is walking phase. They're out of here right now. Arosha, they might just wait for the second one because all things considered, Team Bright have shown that they're able to pick off the Gyrocopter once. If it isn't for these clutch graves coming up from 7E, Gyro will be dead a couple of times over already. But the trust that they have in each other, that's what's been spurring them through so far. Now, they still want to keep going. They know it's daytime. Naga shows herself. ZZQ as well. And Ice, the lasso, and Dark Ascension is available. They're onto the Naga Siren. Someone save the fish lady. Has the song available, but still being controlled by the whole global silence. Can she finally get it off? Doesn't matter. BKB just finishes it off. Falls to buy back now. Phoenix, though, he's on his last legs. It feels like they're swarming all over them like flies. CTY still untouched on this Gyrocopter coming through, doing the damage. The flat cannon guns down the poor Earth Spirit. Irving does manage to finish off Beyond on the sidelines though, so the Night Stalker goes down. 70 is pretty low. He commits the grave onto Bat Rider, keeping him alive for now, but he has to stay clear of the fight. He's under some threat. They lose the gem and the Bat Rider. They're buying back now, full force onto Team Bright. They're ready to try and take down the Gyro, but he still has the Satanic and the Dazzle hanging around. Got buyback on Ice as well, and CTY standing his ground and delivering when they need him most. He can't touch the Gyrocopter, you gotta go for his friends. They're looking for the Dazzle, still hanging around the area, but he's evacuated. He knows he'll be the primary target. And they just can't kill the Gyro. He has a butterfly now. How are you hitting him? Just coming through, homing missile, and 5 heroes on Bright have the retreat. In comes the lasso, 70's in again, and CTY takes down Imitator. No buyback for the Dark Willow. In 25 seconds, this Night Stalker will join them. Irving is gonna try and come through, but they reclaim the gem and they spot this Spirit Breaker out. The Rocket Barrage, the homing missile, it's all too much. He has the buyback, he's gonna come straight in. They don't want to let this game 2 go. They don't want to have to be forced to play a third. But against CTY, this Gyrocopter last pick, They weren't able to contest it, and they still aren't able to do anything. They can't ground him. He's soaring high, and he's bringing them down with him. Yeah, GG is just called. What can you even do?
Yeah. Rampage for CTY, maybe? Yeah, there it is,
come
baby!
on. Prime CTY is back to play, baby, on the gyrocopter. Brings his team to a game number 3. And this lower bracket finals ain't over just yet, Crash. We have a hot one.
You know, Sneeze, I feel like every single day I've been saying we're blessed with good Dota, but day after day, it feels more and more true. What a game number 2.
Come on. Come on. This is CTY Prime, okay? You forgot that name, you better ingrain it in your head right now. Old Chinese Dota fans rejoice. Our king has returned. What a way to do it too. And Team Bright, you know, they were looking vengeful. They were looking ready to pull a quick knockout punch against Team Zero, but these veterans can't be underestimated. They come through, still pick the Bat Rider. Ice is like, that was just an off game, homie. You think you got me? You don't know anything yet. They make full use of the stacks, get the gyrocopter up. They were all just farming away, and Team Bright, they looked lost. They didn't have any hope, it felt like.
Yeah, and I definitely want a huge shout out to Beyond, right? Being able to make so much space with his good build on the Night Stalker. On top of Ice and ZZQ, these 3 heroes were roaming around the map and just making space for 7E and CTY. And as soon as 7E got that Ags, as soon as he got that Blink Dagger, it just felt like it was over for Team Bright. CTY was uncontested the entire game.
Every single winning recipe for Team Zero looks exactly like this. You put both supports on heroes that can just get so aggressive. They get an early game advantage. They play with Beyond. Suddenly, Beyond becomes the tip of their spear to push their attack on. And 7E just farms. 7E just chills, you know. He's not bothered. CTY farming, flourishing, chilling in their own lane. And they come through and the game look like absolute monsters. Team Bright, they can't let them cook the same way again. Bear in mind, for those of you just joining us, welcome to the ESL 1 KL close qualifiers here. You've tuned in for a hot one. This is lower bracket finals between Team Zero and Team Bright. And we're 1-1 right now, essentially boiling down to a best of 1 for a rematch for Team Bright against IG and for Team Zero to climb up there and maybe show that they are a stack worth reckoning with. We'll be back very shortly for a game number 3, a thrilling conclusion to this final series to see who moves on to the grand finals here. We'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electric.
This is my Crash. Do you see this? This is my live cosplay of the Team Zero side right now because they are absolutely preparing a banger of a series for us. Taking us to the game number 3 of the ESL 1 KL close qualifiers for China. This is the lower bracket finals. Crash and Sneeze here bring you the action. And best of 3s, we've been blessed with them so far. These games have been nothing but sick. And man, CTY just went mode 2015. I was like, pick me the gyro. I'm crushing him anyway. Absolutely does so. That was insane.
Yeah, first game we were commenting on how well played, and game number 2, CTY, it's been the carry show so far.
Absolutely. I mean, so far for both these teams, I think each one of these players have had their time to stand out, right? I think there was a very stunning Irving Magnus game that he really put on a show in. Phoenix on that Necropose, on the TA. All of these players have shown their stuff here, and Team Bright, it feels like they need to channel that star power a bit now a bit more than ever, right? We talked about them coming through to this very game today after getting a vicious beatdown from IG in the upper bracket finals. IG, now watching them, you say, okay, you're gonna evolve, you're gonna show us what you got and then step up to the plate and actually be contenders, or are Team Zero gonna sweep you away? Now, Team Zero, of course, they have something to prove as well. I think we talked about this at the start of the show, but these names, CTY, Ice, right? Even Blink, their coach, ex-TI winners, ex-legends, they stepped away for a little bit. Coming back, they're just, okay, there's always that fear for some of the older players, or maybe someone coming back after extended break. You're thinking, can they keep up with the times? All these cracked kids with their fast reaction speeds, and CTY absolutely says, I don't need to. I'll just do the same thing I did back then and school you guys. It doesn't even matter. And it's a very interesting clash of styles here in this game 3.
Yeah, keep in mind, right, both CTY and Ice are some of the oldest players right now being played in the close qualifiers. I mean, not too old, only 28, but in a Dota sense, they're pretty darn old.
Calm down, man. You don't have to do him like that. Yeah, you don't have to age drop him like this. But yeah, I get what you're saying, right? Maybe a bit more of the old guard. Definitely CTY would be considered among that rank. Now, Kanka, not a hero we've seen in this series so far. The Moeta as well. Letting through some of the prior heroes, in favor of banning out the AA, the Spirit Breaker as well. Still sticking with the CK and the Magnus though. On the flip side, they take out 7E's Dazzle, so they don't want him to have that anymore, but he's gonna just snatch out the boat captain.
It is Dire's bad.
Yeah, this could be a 7E Kunkka, could be a Beyond Kunkka as well. Paired up with the Grimstroke, goes well with the Dark Willow as well. Could go very nicely for Beyond in the offlane, but 7E's really impressed us on this Kunkka in the past, and I believe, Sneeze, this is one of the most contested, if not the most contested hero in the Chinese close qualifiers.
Yeah, 100%. They've never gone a game without picking or banning it. By the way, these are stats from open qualifiers, so we haven't collated them to the full, but there was a large bulk of games, right, in that open qualifier and Kanka, 100% of the time. So, funnily enough, if you compare that to the overall stats across all regions for open qualifiers, Kanka isn't 100% contested. You'd think he would be just because of how strong he is. It's actually 88%, so definitely something that China favors more than some of the other regions. Moeta as well, right? 94% contest rate in China, 77% across the other regions. So that's something pretty interesting that it may be a bit more of a flavor of this region as compared to, some of the other qualifiers going on right now.
We are going to have to see what Team Bright want to do with this Moeta eventually. Obviously has the beautiful flex potential of pretty much any support role, as well as that position 1. And we haven't seen really any position 1 Moeta. I believe CTY played it once. But I think other than that, you and me, we've been pretty much missing the pause 1 Moeta.
I mean, You see, I don't blame you for forgetting this because it was a rough
10
performance.
seconds.
But let me remind you that Erica played it yesterday.
Ooh.
Erica played it yesterday. Although I don't know whether
Erica.
you consider
Thanks.
that. I don't know whether we want to mention that. Let's move on, okay? This is
Lots
not
out of
Erica's
my
slander.
memory. It's
I hope
gone.
he finds more success in the future. That's not his show though. This is gonna be, I don't think he's played it quite yet. In the games that we've seen at least, and still have that flex potential. Now we already talked about Team Zero being able to do this. There's something that draft out a bit more straightforward. No craziness, these are the heroes that are absolutely dominant in the patch so far anyway. 7E, this Kanka is one of his more favorite heroes to select up. Beyond can play it as well, but if you can, I can't help but imagine that, Kanka really does well in a lot of these mid lane matchups. So,
Yeah.
7E, I'm sure he will be fighting for possession of that hero.
Now, Sneeze, I'm going to throw you for a little curveball here.
Let's hear it.
Because this feels like it's kind of up Ice's valley. There's no
Uh-oh.
way, right? There's no way.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
There's support Kanka?
At this point,
Right?
You know what I'd be more surprised by? If Team Zero picked Dark Willow. I think that would surprise me more than any crazy pick. Because like we said, this is a bit of a freebie for Team Bright. It's a hero that a lot of these POS4s in China really enjoy. But it's not one that is in Ice's very skewed and deranged hero pool. The Bat Rider is still in the picture though. They can just run it back. Although it is a bit more difficult to deal with this Muerta, right? You have a dead shot sending him flying the other way. Could disjoint the path that he wants to take for wherever he's lassoing his target.
And the calling is so annoying too, right? It's
Yeah,
a double
you-
whammy from Muerta.
You get tagged up by that, suddenly you're slowed, the Bat Rider, not in the core position, a bit more hungry for the goal, and won't really have the resources to pick up a BKB bright and early to deal with that. TA is the selection though, so going back to a comfortable one, this more than... Okay, I don't want to say that, because they could still put the TA in the mid, whatnot, CTY, he's doing it.
Boy.
This is the Morphling. They've run this before. The Kanka. Yep. We've seen this happen. Is this deja vu, Crash?
It feels like it.
Wait, they've run this exact lineup.
Yes. Yes,
They've
they
run
have.
it. They've done this before.
Yeah, this is a little specialty from Team Zero. They love this Grimstroke, and they love pairing up heroes that get enabled by Grimstroke. Every single one of their heroes in most drafts get enabled by not just the speed, but the stun of the Grimstroke as well.
They take playing with Grimstroke to the very next level. They're like, you're gonna really give us this position 5? Okay, we'll make full use of it. And not to mention, the Morphling, one of the ways he can get tricked out is by some of these silencers that might come out from the trap. But Team Bright, there's Irving, there's his Doom. Now, this is a hero that we're not seeing quite a lot. A few offlaners are picking it up though. When the Doom changes first came out, everyone was saying, oh, it's over, Doom is not what he used to be. But this anti-healing situation can go a long way against the Morphling.
5
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels really good into Morphling as well, right? If you can get the Doom off before he gets the the Strength Shift, you're golden, right? That's a dead Morphling 100% of the time.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's kind of a situation.
99% of the time. Let's just in case.
Yeah, just in case CT. I mean, there were so many times that previous game where like, oh, surely the gyro is dead, right? But then the Dazzle does his thing. 70 played out of his mind in that game. It doesn't have the Dazzle option available to him. Seems like Team Bright, they believe that this will be 70 on the Kanka, so they're focusing a lot of the bans onto Beyond. I mean, so far we've seen him on the Brewmaster, Primal Beast, Centaur, Night Stalker. All of those are out of the pool right now. All I'm saying is please don't pick the Bristleback because the Bristleback has just looked awful, right? I'm trying to think of what other heroes he selected during this period of time.
You ready?
You're gonna say
Ready,
Lone
dude?
Druid?
Yep.
I don't know about this is
It's pretty good into TA, man.
You think so?
I think so.
Okay.
It is, to be fair, one of those heroes that really hates to be doomed. And last time we saw the Lone Druid, it didn't perform too well, so maybe not, but it's certainly in Beyond's repertoire, and it feels pretty good into TA.
Yeah, that is fair. I mean, you could get an earlier Radiance on the bear as well and just burn him up. Burn up that TA's refraction.
10
Doom doesn't really have the highest armor. More often than not, has to build it through some other means, and because of that, could get eaten up. Works well with the Inkswell. You know, the Soulbind, you keep them in place for the bear to smack them. It's gonna be tough for Team Bright to navigate this team fight at the moment. And their lanes aren't really gonna be the strongest, right? I mean, you have your work cut out for you on Ice Ice again to try and bodyguard the Morphling, but he hasn't really shown to have a problem with that. Some mid lane bans. Puck being taken out of the picture. That's respect on Phoenix's name right there.
I think you might just ban the Earth Spirit as well, out of respect from Phoenix. To be fair, Phoenix played fine on the Earth Spirit, right?
You think so?
A few missed opportunities, but I think overall Phoenix played fine. Maybe enough to warrant a ban, but maybe not. Maybe you bait him into it, right?
Dire's turn to ban.
We'll take out the Faceless Void just in case this TA is switched over. I mean, Faceless Void versus Morphling on paper, very, very strong. Against the rest of the lineup, maybe not so much, but they have a lot of counter initiation potential, right? You imagine if the Tanka and the Bat Rider come through, now with the calling, suddenly it's this entire no-fly zone that you have to be worried about. They ban the Pudge again. Some sort of respect coming out there, and the Naga Siren, he wants to run it back. He didn't get his opportunity to really make much of an impact in that second game, and wants to show us what he's got. I'm here for it. I think it's pretty good against the Kanka if it goes into the off lane, because as much as the Tidebringer clears some illusions, you should be able to, you know, still retreat to the jungle, farm up, relatively be fine. We did talk about this Kanka and Naga matchup though, right?
Yeah, we talked about it in the previous series. We haven't really mentioned it during this series, but Kanka is notoriously one of those heroes that can catch Naga out through the song with a torrent, with a boat. I don't think X has the range though. But,
if you put down
you can certainly get it.
Beyond with a Beastmaster here, just a hero that has completely fallen off the wayside, but one that is gonna make this Naga Siren's life hell. Team Zero, they have had no shortage of surprises in the draft so far, and do you think this is enough? Because, I mean, surely there's a reason we haven't been seeing Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, it wasn't team. I know there was a team in these close qualifiers that have picked up Beastmaster a few times, but it's not Team Zero. Right? This has not been on their radar at all recently.
I mean, when you have all of your main heroes banned out, you gotta reach deep into the back pocket. One thing about every offlaner, you need to know Beastmaster, right? He's in and out of the meta too much for you to just not understand how to play that hero, even at a basic level. And for me, I'm not gonna lie, like you said, as much as Team Bright are the underdogs here and Team Zero, these creative picks, these fun strategies, this aggressive playstyle, love to see it. Anyone who's saying Chinese Dota is boring right now, you're not watching the right team, you're not watching the right series. Team Zero absolutely have lit a flame, in my heart at least, thanks maybe a bit too much to this Bat Rider. And the last pick, Beastmaster, I want to believe. I want to see something else work other than all these clunky, tanky offlaners. Show us some tempo. That's exactly what they have. They could actually gear up to end the game in very swift fashion with these auras.
They do have a good hero to deal with that Ancient, though. Both Naga Siren and Templar Assassin can deal with the Helm of the Dominator creep, or Helm of the Overlord creep, too. Doom can obviously eat the Dominator creep for the beginning of the game, until it gets to the Overlord. Yeah. But it's still looking good for Team Zero, right? They've picked another hero that's enabled by the Inkswell and the Grimstroke.
Yeah.
Works perfectly with the Kunkka. Has an insane amount of lockdown between all of their heroes on
Double
Team
Roar.
Zero.
Double Roar.
Exactly. Double Roar. To a lesser degree, you joked about it the last time I mentioned it, double Adaptive Strike. It's some late game damage, right? That's going to be like 500 damage onto two heroes.
All right.
It's pretty good, right? It's like a mini finger of death. Okay, hold on, I'm coping, but it's good, dude.
Yeah,
it's
you're
good,
going
I'm
a bit
telling
too.
you.
You're taking things a bit too far here, but let me offer you a bit of a counterpoint. I don't think he's gonna go Helm.
Oh, you think this is an Aghanim Scepter game?
I think isn't this an Aghanim Scepter game? You pound the drums, you send the Naga running. The drums of Slom. I'm hearing the beat from a distance. I don't know about you. It's coming. The War Train, Team Zero. They're riding the band and they're ready to take them on. You get the Aghanims. All these pulses are going to make quick work of the refraction. Quick work of the Naga illusions as well. Yeah, you're in your Shadow Realm. Will still reach you. You can't escape the power of music.
It's true. I think the only caveat for that would be the Doom. Right? All of a sudden, that healing just doesn't exist from the drums.
Right.
Other than that, you don't activate drums. They're always going to be active.
That's fair. Look, see, Crash, I get where you're going with this, but you know why that doesn't work? I might just be a Team Zero advocate here. You can only doom, believe it or not, until you get the Aghanims, one target. And you have the Morph, you have the Kanka, you have the Beastmaster now, and if you aren't controlling or getting on these supports, really something only the TA can do, you might have to doom one of them to stop Ice Ice from getting a double lasso off again. There's too many targets. This doom is going to need a lot of resources to get to the point where he's actually just mass dooming with the AoE, right? And that's where it's going to cause some complications. But up until that point, it feels like you have so many good targets. How are you going to pick?
It's going to be up to Irving to really pick and choose and decide exactly. And they have to be perfect, right?
Yeah.
It has to be the right target at the right time. Because if you don't get the Morphling while he's up ahead, it's, the CTY has put on a show on the Morphling before. And if you give this guy a free Morphling game, oh man.
Yeah, CTY. He's done it not just before, but in the past as well, in his prime. And it looks like he's back and ready to deliver a smacking to Team Bright if they're not showing him that respect. For me, though, on Team Bright, my eyes, more so than the Doom, are on Phoenix, on the TA, right? He picked this. He should have known that the matchup would be the Kanka, or at least expected it. If not, they would waste a counter pick for him at the last moment. But this is a matchup that he's likely feeling that he's favored, right? He's like, okay, I can try and get something out of the lane from the Kanka. I can ramp up. I can get that farm up. And I think, we're falling into a similar situation with Team Bright, where if you look at their cores, no one really wants to get active unless they are farmed, right? The Doom, unless you get that blink or some early items, you don't really want to run at them. You just want to farm. The Naga's never going to want to get involved, right? It just wants to, play PvE for a bit. But the Templar Assassin, if she gets a good start, she will be the one that the supports have to play around. And now, as a counterpoint, 7E has to play out of his mind to try and make sure this TA doesn't get just a free lane.
Yeah. Which is certainly possible, right? You have the Torrent, which does instances damages to destroy the Refraction. So you can see some Refraction burn, and then you Tidebringer. Right? You still get the possible harass, but it's going to be a little bit more expensive. It's not a no-brainer. Hit creep, hit hero. Right? You have to work for it a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see how things go. I mean, no stopping Team Zero supports from just rotating into the mid lane to punish the TA. She is a very, very easy gank. We'll get into the game here. Both teams smoking out. Little pause start us out. Some friendly, banter back and forth. Someone had to go to the washroom and Imitator was tipping the Kanka, and the Kanka literally all chatted, "Who are you?" So, I don't know whether that's like genuine, like, he doesn't know who he is, or whether he's just saying something base to his friend. Well, we won't know. We'll just have the game in front of us here. I'm gonna scout out some forward vision. Should know that there is a ward planted down on the side of Team Zero already, but just can't really hone down onto who has which side it is. Wrapping around here,
leading the charge.
I mean, he's just gonna. He just
Okay.
Sure,
dude. Sure.
They don't want to deal with it. They just all Delta splitted. They're like, oh my god, Moeda.
And counting.
No thanks.
Yeah. I mean, that calling, it's really strong level 1. Slows you down 30%.
Yeah, apart from that, the level 1 spells are kind of mediocre, right? On both sides. You're not really thinking about
pretty
any sort
bad.
Yeah, I mean, there are some good ones, like the Torrent, but if you get the Torrent in the lane on 70, you're so sad. So, I think they're just gonna be happy, trade out 2 for 2 here. Unless one of them decides to get cheeky with it. Like positioning-wise, Team Zero able to get the better of it there.
And Beyond snuck up, got one for a top.
Yeah, they weren't watching. Beyond gets them from behind there. And that might just be something that we will come to say again and again in this game, because the Beastmaster, this was the last pick for them. They gave this offlaner the priority, and as much as a lot of his heroes are banned out, this is what he thinks he can crush the game with. Gold tier. He definitely knows his stuff. Let's see what kind of build he goes for. Like you mentioned, if you go for the Helm of the Overlord or Helm of the Dominator, it's going to be very easily dealt with by the Doom in these fights. That's never going to feel comfortable. Maybe a bit of a pivot here. More auras, or maybe even the Aghanim Scepter, like we mentioned.
I mean, Beyond has Vanguard queued up. I think you might be right, Sneeze.
It's a classic like you build up the Octarine components and then you disassemble them for eventual Octarine, but start out with Vanguard Arcane Boots a la Bristleback.
Thankfully, no Bristleback this series. Thank God.
Look, I just think Bristleback isn't as good as people are making him out to be. Like,
I
he's
think so,
abusable,
too.
right? Like, you know, yeah, there's the horror stories of him getting his items and he just melts you down and he's unstoppable. Yeah, okay, I get it, but till that point, he's rather uninteractive, and if you just avoid him, you're able to just crush some of the other lanes. Bot side, seems like Bat Rider falling very low there. Gonna get finished off. Imitator finally managing to work down his opposition. Ice Ice has been terrorizing him this entire series. This is actually a lane I wanted to talk about a bit, because we've seen now Bright bring a couple of different combinations into this CTY Bat Rider support, right? How well do you think this Doom and Dark Willow are expected to do in this lane?
That name is.
They should do fine. It's one of those, like, they don't necessarily have the most kill potential. Right, Doom does a lot of DOT. His right clicks are pretty significant. Right, if they get maybe 1 or 2 Bramble Mazes on top of Ice Ice, he should go down. There's the first one. Dodges out the second. Ice Ice will be fine.
There's a lot of magic damage just all around, right? Like Ice Ice, if he chases, he's gonna be taking quite a bit through the Scorch stuff and maybe having to run through the Brambles as well. So
Yeah.
maybe something that he has to keep in mind here. Not gonna be quite as invulnerable. One thing I really like about CTY is he's just throwing out these adaptive strike stuns all willy-nilly. Maybe trying to mess up Irving with these last hits, but I mean, he has enough mana for it. Sure, you know, why not just toss him out? 40 mana a pop. Isn't too bad. You are giving the Doom quite a few stick charges though. So maybe the kill potential, he already understands that it's not something viable on Irving. We're gonna try and disrupt him as much as possible.
Yeah, and you know, to the Ice Ice and CTY lane side, I don't think there is much kill potential unless someone really messes up.
Yeah. As in, you mean for Ice Ice and CTY to kill one of them, right? It really
Yes.
just has to. It's only Imitator, and that's if they catch him with Shadow, like Shadow Realm down. Just like,
Yeah, it's a pretty passive lane from both sides. It's really up to the supports to mess up.
yeah, I mean, who knows? So far, Team Zero routinely they've been making these rotations either on ZZQ or Ice Ice to the opposing side to get something done at the 3 to 4 minute mark or level 3 mark. Definitely something we need to keep our eyes out for though, as the mid lane matchup. It's still pretty even, all things considered. We talked about Phoenix picking this TA into the Kanka.
Is now
I mean, realistically, they just trade farm, right?
Yeah, 70's been doing a few cute plays. He has that X leveled already, level 4. So he's able to X Phoenix, Torrent, and then get the Tidebringer Cleave, just like we said. Gotta work for it a little bit, but he still gets the job done.
Yeah, realistically speaking, 7E, the amount of damage that the TA can put out isn't really substantial, but just walking up onto ZZQ there. More than enough to work him down. Combination from the Beastmaster and the Grimshot won't be enough, unfortunately. Beyond, no more mana to work with means that there's no access. We'll be just fine here under the tower.
It's like, we'll be queuing up at... Oh no, it's not a Midas. It's just treads, never mind. I was gonna say, queuing up the Midas already on But I'm lying, just kidding. And it's done from beyond. This is gonna be the big aggressive move for this top lane. And they are able to continue to throw out spells forever.
Starting to go onto Irving now. He's been kind of left behind because Imitator had to go back and he's just gonna submit to his death. Bit of a strange situation here, like we said. The only way you really get this kill is somebody messes up in positioning. Wand up onto Beyond. They were looking for that last knife. There's the Inkswell. Pop it onto the Naga. But she has a wand herself. Easy kill now. Time for that last stroke of fate. Unconnect on the tail end of it. The Axe's will though. Beyond. He's got another one in him. Don't think the Naga really saw the mana pool. If not, she would have not stuck around or maybe even, you know, salved up. She had that in the back pocket, but caught out.
Dire should look
The power of the Beastmaster.
There are 3 snipers in this top lane. Between the Stroke of Fate, the Axes,
Yeah.
and the Dead Shot. It's very funny to
This
watch.
might as well be, you know, the Pudge Hook minigame, right? Like Pudge Wall. So like you just keep throwing out your spells. You know, they're all skill shots. You need to land them, and yeah, this Naga Siren has the toughest time. She's like in the middle of the firing range right now, and she just has to dodge out all these bullets. Ice from the bot side, looking to make the move into the twin gates, but stopped by Irving there. Still manages to TP out, but they should know that immediately you see the response from he puts up the Naga illusion to spot out where the Bat Rider could be. Because this is the classic move from Team Zero. We already saw it coming. This is textbook from them.
Yeah. Undyne recognizes that as well, knows that there was a ward planted deep, as this is what Ice always does on that Bat Rider. Comes up top, even if he's scouted out like he was from the Doom, gets a deep ward down and hopes and prays that it never gets dewarded. But Undyne, like you said, they've done their research, so...
Absolutely.
One of those things where you just have to see it coming.
Yeah, this Beastmaster feels like a little bit of a wild card though. I'm not really sure, apart from the obvious, okay, you know, Doom gonna devour the creeps or whatnot. I mean, right now he's gonna be eating the dirt. It seems like Ice is hot onto his heels, but slowed down. Oh no, not another CTY situation. Last touch, Imitator. gonna get that pick off, Irving. He's very low though in this lane, and he won't be able to walk up to contest because I feel like CTY can threaten his life.
Everyone gets one sneeze. Everyone gets one tower dive.
Yes.
You know, CTY's used up his, now Ice as well.
Yeah. Tower dive privileges limited to beyond ZZQ and 7E. No more.
Yes.
Yeah. 7E, he might just be
They
using
might.
his tower dive card right now. I don't know. On angle, but not sure if they have an idea that he's gone. Maybe spotted because of the traps being laid down from the mid lane. And I think this is one of the understated parts about TA, right? When you're in the mid lane, you put so many traps around the commonly walked areas that, you know, you should be able to spot any movement into the mid and out of the mid. Anka TPing down here, but Irving, he's already privy to it because of that cliff ward. And he will still try and chase him down though, but he's ring around the Rosieing them perfectly. Someone keep this man out of the kindergarten, he would school those kids.
Ice mid. Gonna eat a Cursed Crown, no damage really. Phoenix can't close the gap quite yet. Actually did have a haster, and maybe could have.
I think he just didn't want to commit, right? Because you can imagine that 70 is probably gonna start rotating back to the mid lane. You know, the last thing you want is to give up your advantage here, which you've gained for yourself. It's a small one, but decent enough, right? We talked about TA being a very exponentially growing hero. You get a little bit of net worth, you get a Dragonlance, you get a Deso, suddenly you're taking Roche, you're taking Ancient Stacks, you're snowballing the game into unwinnable territory for the other side. And they've got their bases covered here, right? What they lack in terms of team fight or early game skirmishing or pick-off potential, they have in spades in terms of carry for every stage of the game. They have the TA tide them through the early stage, and later on, that's where the Naga gets really terrifying. And it's not even that the TA falls off either. Wow, outside. Taking a look onto Undyne here and just slice him down. Nothing much that Pulse 5 Moeta can do. They're gonna start putting on pressure to this top tower and more than likely take it because honestly, who's gonna defend it?
Yeah, farming up the Yasha, or probably Manta style, let's be real. Like, you know, it's one of those things where he's forced out of lane nice and early. Naga Siren can back up into the jungle, but doesn't feel good losing your tower sub 10 minutes.
I mean, that's part of the cost for the Beastmaster. Ice keeping it going here. They actually doom out the Morphling and they've brought the squad. No way for him to get out of that one. Phoenix, one ginormous melt strike takes him down. They clean up here. Nice response from the side of Bright. Punish that aggressor. I mean, CTY has been playing very far up the lane on the Morphling. It's about time someone dealt with him.
Yeah. And these first offlane ultimates are super important.
Look at that.
You
stack.
see the Doom, you know, got the advantage, right? You got CTY, it's much better than the Undyne.
I mean, more than anything, it clears out the heroes from Team Zero on this side. We've seen in the past, Team Zero, they're no strangers to coming through and contesting these stacks, but Phoenix, he's gonna have free reign to just work these down, already taking down a large bulk of those Ancients and boosting his own network. You can see him climb up that chart.
Sneeze, if I'm Phoenix, I'm potentially making my way over to the other Ancients, because I know that they've been stacked by the Beastmaster.
Yeah, I mean, you need someone to open that pathway for you. It's a very far away journey. And we'll see whether he chooses to take a stroll, maybe take a little leisurely vacation there. Now it seems like a lot of the efforts for Team Bright, they're centered around this bot side of the map. They want to leave the Naga Siren untouched in this top side and drag the attention of Team Zero here. Oh, whoa. What are you doing back there? His Invis rune's gonna run out and he's gonna walk up into Undying. Uh-oh. In one easy dead shot back into the tower, you're gonna be in some trouble, my friend. Come back with the flame break, some distance created. Dead shot goes wide, but just the Veil, they're gonna commit it. Kill him off easy. Not sure what you're doing there on ZZQ, but you know, get punished for it.
Alright, Sneeze, Midas check. What are we thinking? How many?
Doom,
How many
surely
are we looking
Doom.
at?
Okay, Doom has it. I don't think
Yep.
CTY decides to go for it because
No,
he's just
surely
rushing. You don't really get it on the Beastmaster. Okay, my crazy bet is that no Midases on Team Zero, but 3 Midases on Bright, both supports and the Doom.
I think we're sitting at 2 or 3, absolutely, for Bright. Muerta, definitely a Midas builder.
That's a Midas
already
moment
got
right
hers
there.
queued up.
Straight on, the boat, set up, it's there, walks away out of the calling. The lasso, actually quite a big commitment for this Muerta. They'll clear out the defenders for this bot tower. They want to take it down so that they can access the triangle, potentially take down Phoenix. He's banging down on their mid lane tower for now though.
Dire's bottom tower is
A bit of a response. Smoke up. Could come through to the bot side again. Doom is available. Might just do it again to CTY, who's positioned in a very awkward off angle. Uh-oh. Just these 2 cores. Get spotted out here. Things come through.
They saw that
was
TA trap.
I don't know if they did.
And they've got that ward there. They had it. They pinged right on top of it, didn't they?
No, that was Phoenix pinging.
Okay,
That's why.
then yeah, I'm lying. They might not know. But 70, he's positioning like he does.
Yeah, Imitator already gets caught on the backside. Ice Ice is here, but no lasso available. No mana to work with as well. And it seems like Team Zero are catching wind of this situation. They understand that they're about to be dived right now. Right? Gonna use all their passes all at once here. Phoenix, he's well in the middle of it, but there's so much damage coming out to Beyond. Before the rock can come out comes the Doom. Irving smacks down his counterpart, and you might have a soulbind, but you don't have an offlaner left to stand his ground. They're just gonna work down this tier 1. Excellent move here from Team Bright to get that advantage. They don't get the prize target though. Morphling has already escaped, but still, huge win here.
Irving's 2 for 2 on these Dooms right now. These have been on point. That Beastmaster was the only potential that you turned that fight around.
Was winding it up too. I mean, the soulbind was gonna come out. Double Raw would have just broken that up completely. You push them all aside, you create the space, and suddenly your entire team can get out of there. But
Very
funny
good
situation. Yeah, funny situation is that it feels like Team Zero are kind of on the back foot in terms of aggression so far. Right? 70
Little
has
bit.
tried a bit to try and make some of these moves happen. Had to commit the boat for it, but really all he's found is supports. This Naga, the TA, the Doom, they haven't really gone down just yet.
Yeah, Doom's died once in the lane, and that was about it.
Yeah.
70, he's got that blade mail, but other than Muerta and TA, it's not, you know, obviously you kind of have to be building blade mail this patch. It's just the sign of the times, you know?
Absolutely.
But it doesn't necessarily scream to me as the best blade mail game. Just an item that's going to help you get to these next items.
Yeah, it's one of those things just like the Spirit Vessel, right? Where it might not necessarily be a good Spirit Vessel game despite how good it is in the patch. But on some heroes, it almost feels mandatory.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the situation Kanka's found himself in. He's not really been able to do much of it, and that might be why they've smoked up now. Team Zero, they've lost a bit of the tempo that they found for themselves in that last game. Trying to pick it back up. Ice Ice, who's the target now in this bot side. No Doom available, which means this chase will be a bit problematic. He lassos him up into the pit, gets bashed up by Roche though. That is unfortunate. Ice Ice will still continue to juke around, dodging out Undyne in the tree line now. They want to set up on the Doom though. Inkswell doesn't connect, but they will still try and finish off Irving. Doesn't have enough healing as 7E runs him down, and they take down Undyne as well. Deep footwork from Ice Ice to buy the team some space. They get 2 kills back the other way. That's a killing spree going the way of 7E as well. Now mid lane, back into the fray. Yeah, Phoenix. X-Mark's not up for another 4 seconds and they'll have to let him walk.
That was very close. Beyond was more than willing to roar there, but a beautiful terrorize from Dark Willow stops him in his tracks.
Yeah, still on to Dark Willow though. Looking at her inside the Shadow Realm, they have full vision of her. Just need to get in range for the X-Mark, 70. Walk around the perimeter of those brambles, find it there. Is in the area with a song though. Couldn't get the setup. Doom is available, and Irving, you know he's looking at 7E right now. Ice Ice inadvertently body blocks his foe and gets the Kunkka out of there. Beyond with a nice snipe on the axis, manages to finish off the Dark Willow, but now the fight has broken out. 7E, he can't escape the calling. It's too much slow, and now Beyond doesn't have a roar anymore and gonna get doomed up. Aghanim's complete. Like you said, it's still pumping. He's still healing. I mean, the healing is denied, but the damage is done. And Irving has to limp away. They have the song and evacuate. This team isn't very adept at team fighting at this early stage, especially without their supports. CTY is hunting. CTY smells him. This man has been so impressive so far, but Irving... No way! How does he know? How does he know?
I think he just barely saw the flames. The little scorched earth from Doom gave him away.
CTY. I was on him a little bit there. Waves him goodbye. Says, you know that Doom you put on me just now? You know, maybe like 10 minutes? Yeah. Let me give it back to you real quick.
You know, Sneeze, we couldn't be asking for a closer game number 3. There is no team that is currently, like, severely in the lead. This is a close one.
Yeah, it really still feels like it's anyone's game at this point. It's not a Team Zero situation where they've run away with aggression. Team Bright, they're building themselves up in big ways on both their cores now. Set up onto Undyne and he's gonna go down easily, but not even needed. They don't feel comfortable enough to go onto the Naga at this moment. It's a bit of a different story for him this game, right? He's been able to farm and still be a factor in these engagements. Does Crown up onto the Bat Rider, he'll just pull himself out of there. They know 7E's in the area, so they don't want to keep the push going. Back up, keep farming, Manta down for the Naga. A Lincoln Sphere coming out for her as... Oh, is that a Lincoln Sphere? No, that must be an Orchid.
Yes, it's gonna be an Orchid Naga.
Okay.
Looking
strong
for Phoenix
against the
mid, they want him.
It's so scary because if he double melts him, I think ZZQ just splats like a bug.
Yeah. You know, Sneeze, we've seen this TA build before. The Dragonlance into Crystallis. We are not new to this build. We were questioning it the first time around, but there's got to be some merits to it the second time around that we're seeing it.
No, I think it's very simple, right? It's a situation where he knows Team Zero will surge forward. That's what they do. That is their playstyle. But if you run into a TA who can just slam 2 melts straight into the back of your head and take you out, that's not damage you can run into. In a way, it's almost like a gyrocopter where if you run into the rocket barrage, flat cannon, and the call down, you're gonna die faster than you can run him down. And that's kind of what Phoenix is building up towards.
What a move from Zero. Into Roshan they go.
Oh, wow, they are just in there.
Yeah.
Making use of the Beastmaster Aura again, like we said. Not the most obvious minus armor or early Roche taking draft, but they'll just come through. Imitator is in the area though. Does he sniff this out? No way. They've already done it once before on Phoenix. Do they know? 7E's gonna reveal him by walking out the pit, but they're not on the high ground just yet. And they don't know the Dark Willow is there. She just gets out. I don't know where she went to. she just went to the twin gate. Yeah, she's like, okay.
She just backed out. She immediately left. Back to the safety of the Naga Siren. Who has finished the Orchid.
A bit more solo pickup potential, but with the Lincolns complete of the CTY and the Aegis, that's not really a viable target anymore. Now it's Team Zero's time to strike. Want to get the action going, maybe converge upon this mid lane that Bright are pushing towards right now. I have to imagine that they know there are going to be heroes in this area. Straight up the blink beyond. He's going to get silenced though by the trap. Yeah, actually picking up the shard for herself here. Just buys it. And it's going to be a very strong tool against these heroes. Already disjointing some of the initiations, being so annoying. They're holding 70 in place and he's just going to panic vote. Get the regen rune for himself, the rum buff. A degree of safety. Worried about maybe the Doom coming in and... The blink, you know, Irving could pop out from anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to respect this Doom because Irving has been on point so far. So you just gotta... It's one of those things where if you're winning and you get doomed all of a sudden, it could just turn around the fight, right? Much like the Chronosphere. You can be winning as much as you want, but if that hero with the most net worth on your team gets doomed, yikes.
It's over. 7E, trying for the setup, the double doom forward, the double blink forward, sorry. That should be an easy pick up on the 7E. Do they still want to fight without their Kunkka? Beyond, he's hungry for some action. still silenced up and controlled. Phoenix, he's putting out so much work with these trap shots, and now they've got him Atos up. Beyond's just gonna get cleaned up. And this TA is absolutely dominating them right now. Between the slows and the silencers, they can't really get the connection that they're looking for. And Ice blinks a bit late to the punch, though Irving gets out of there. Very, very tricky terrain for Team Zero to navigate right now, Aegis or not.
And all that while, was actually able to take the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah. It's further expanding their dominance on the map here. And we didn't even talk about the Naga Siren the whole game. He's just been occupying this area on the opposing side of the map. CTY does take down Undyne though. A little bit of a freebie, but honestly, Undyne, he's at 7 deaths. He's not really bothered, right? His job is to Atos, Deadshot, Calling, and that's it. If he can get Pierce of Veil kills, cool. If he can get anything else more, dope. But other than that, he's fine to just keep tanking his deaths here. I mean, Naga Siren, TA, and Irving, they are fine.
As long as your cores aren't dying, and even Imitator, right? Working on that Midas, can't really afford to die too many times if your build-up is a Midas.
Come out for Imitator here. Midas complete, flying out to him. Looks like we're a bit wrong on that guess though. Muerta doesn't have one.
Which is fair. Undyne's a little bit too far behind to purchase a Midas. It would be too detrimental.
And honestly speaking, we always say this, and I know we always say this, so everyone, cut us some slack here. But Ice and ZZQ, kind of quiet one from them. And they're not really making these zany plays. You can tell they're not feeling quite as comfortable because they're not contesting in areas they usually would. Now, he's still going to come through, find Irving, and without any sort of BKB, a Shadow Blade, he's going to get easily picked off. Now, the Aegis is running out in 1 minute 30 seconds. They could look to try and barrel down this lane, at least get the tier 1, maybe make them work for a tier 2 defense here.
I think you could. I think you could very well.
Aghanim Scepter complete for 70 now. The water park is open for business. Crash, you ever step into the shower and then suddenly you accidentally turn on the water and forget the shower head's just pointing directly at you?
Well, where else would you be pointing the shower? Hold on a minute, Sneeze. What?
Okay, well, ZZQ, hold that thought. Might be in some trouble. The drums isn't gonna get him out of here. The Torrent Storm pulling down Undyne though, and that should be an easy kill. No, Pierce the Veil. That's just gonna make the Torrents do even more damage. Gets cleaned up here. Yeah, but all I'm saying is that Team Zero, that must be what playing against them feels like. Just a splash of cold water right into your face in intermittent intervals, right? You got the Morphling diving in, you got the Bat Rider jumping forward, just catching you by surprise. You gotta be on your toes on Team Bright. But it seems like Team Bright are not even on their toes, they're levitating right now. They're just meeting Zero exactly where they want to fight.
Made a really good decision of showing his face that fight, that engagement. Just, you know, being there goes a long way. It defers any sort of aggression that Team Zero might want to do with Aegis running out like this.
Yeah.
70 mid.
Net, silence up, but not enough damage just for the Naga Siren himself. You can see the illusions barely tickle him. Actually gonna X-Marks one of them back.
Yeah.
Yeah, get him!
I mean, if that was the real one, you know what? You might as well throw it out. Who knows?
I mean, you saw the real one walk away. I mean, that was more of a sending a message.
No, what if it's a PL play, dude? What if it's one of those situations, right, where PL, you know, micros the illusion, but he
I don't know. Imagine M like dying like this, like he tried to be cute with it.
It would be very sad.
For absolutely no reason at all, too. I mean, he's done very well for himself this game, right? He's played it picture perfect. You couldn't get more textbook Naga than this. You're getting the farm up, you're keeping up in net worth, hard complete. Suddenly his illusions are getting very hard to kill as we saw. And then straight up to 70 again. No hesitation throwing out the Doom. Get his courier while you're at it too. How dare you touch our Naga illusions?
Right. Show him right back. And they're going to continue this aggression on to Beyond. They got vision of him.
Very nice deep ward catches him and the terrorize the traps. He has nowhere to run and nothing to say about it. Feared back. He has very good reason to be. This death squad on Bright is terrifying, and we talked about it in the draft already, right? Phoenix, if he's able to get an early advantage, he can be the one leading the charge, and he very much is doing so. He's packing such a huge punch that Team Zero just can't deal with right now.
And when you've got two cores such high on the net worth, right, TA does a lot more with her net worth than Beastmaster does. Just being able to blink in and then destroy a hero with Daedalus. These squishy heroes like Batrider and Grimstroke are food for the dataless TA.
Absolutely.
Speaking of food.
Batrider. I mean, this happens once or twice each game, right? It's
Yeah.
just Ice, you know, his aggressive positioning, he gets caught out. But, you know, they've they've come up with a very interesting solution, because how do you deal with loud music and loud drums? You turn down the volume. So many silencers out on Team Bright. The Shard, the Naga Orchid, you know, the Moeta calling. Beyond just hasn't shouted in a hot minute. He needs to let loose this stress, you know? He's in an elimination game in the lower bracket. He's trying to let him hear it, let him feel his fury, but they don't wanna, they're not listening.
And the drums haven't really felt like they've had much of an impact this game either.
Oh. It really
And
was
the
just
big
one of the
loser.
fights, right?
Not to call 7E a big loser, but the big loser right now
Damn.
is 7E.
Damn.
You know, looking at the net worth, Opunka, he's got the items to make the plays, but he's been the one that's been getting plays on. Oh, that was rough. He's the one who's been getting initiated on, and it's not necessarily what you want, 7E. He's love to be able to throw out his wombo combo, but you can't when you're doomed and silence and all the other possibilities.
Oh, high ground vision allows Imitator to get out of there. Still stun him up though with that Inkswell. That'll be an easy pick off. Tidal Wave as well. Maybe that is the additional factor that they were missing. Batrider has purchased the gem, so they want to start clearing out these traps, which I think is very important. But you need to make sure you're doing this coherently, right? If you start to walk out on your own on the bat, you get picked off, you lose the gem, things get so difficult for you. This is a sign that I'm seeing. Team Zero, they want to start grouping up. They want to make use of this Kanka. They want to make use of their stronger ball together and team fight. Take some positioning. Take some aggressive moves on the map. CTY will lead the charge.
hurts.
Yeah, he does. Silver Edge done.
That is, it's actually going to go a long way against Nagasine. She's not necessarily one of those heroes you think about breaking. A Riptide is a lot of Naga's damage, and disabling that is going to go, if you hit the real one, it's going to go a very long way.
I guess the question is, if you break the Naga, do her illusions still Riptide? Because I guess the Riptide counters don't proc on you, but your illusions will still let it rip, right?
I have no idea.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
If anyone in chat knows, feel free to let us know, Smile.
Smoke on smoke
Nice,
action.
nice. I'll get spotted out by a Naga illusion though. It's been the bane of 70's existence, let's be real. I mean, this Naga illusion's just chasing him down. I mean, even CTY is having some trouble dealing with it. They're so tanky at this point.
CTY doesn't have that level 20 yet. You know, we talked about CTY becoming really strong when he hits that level 20 in multiple other series in the past. It's the exact same thing with this one. That waveform attacks targets is one of Morphling's biggest power spikes.
Trying to bait them around the pit here. Clear out the vision. Ice with that gem.
Need to make
EKB
a
on the
song
Beastmaster as
initiation.
well. Yeah. Does he want to just commit himself like that? It's such a tender situation. I'm sure they would love for Team Zero to run into their field of traps here. Ice starting to clear them out, but this is a deadly game of Minesweeper. With the illusions running at you at any point in time, Irving could jump forward. And he's doing a bit of clearance of his own. Using those illusions as a front line. Spotting out the entire side of Team Zero. They should have an idea as to where they're positioned. I mean, right, they can just make a wrap around her. Make sure they're not in any sort of compromising spot.
Starting the wraparound. Here they go. Roshan's up in 3 seconds. They've got to make this move fast.
You've heard of a Mexican standoff. This is a Chinese standoff, and it ends almost instantaneously.
Oh, Roshan's moving. They're going bottom. They're setting up bottom bright. They're trying to take the initiative and get bottom first. Zero.
No. Straight to the twin
teleporter's
gates.
way
Way
faster.
faster. But they need to plant wards and vision. They need to control this area. Still very susceptible to being jumped on because suddenly they don't have the traps here. Team Zero could take this opportunity to fight. With the daytime vision, it's a lot easier for them to see Bright coming. But they're looking at Undyne now. Yule's up into the sky and the Terrorize away on the Batrider. That's your hero with the gem down. And suddenly things are looking really tough. They pull the Naga back in, but Doom comes in. BKB straight onto the 7E Kanka. No more water park for you. They're forced to buy back on the Batrider. But they've already killed off Irving. Haven't been able to deal with CTY just yet. They used the Doom already and haven't really found that target. Team Zero holding this position. They walk into the Roach Pit right now, but every passing second, you're just allowing Phoenix to set up more traps around the perimeter and slowly close you off. 70, he still has the full set of his spells here. Can catch them off guard. Ice looking for an angle. He's just gonna go down again. The Bat Rider bites up a bit more than he can chew here, forcing the use up from the Dark Willow again, but she's not gonna survive the Torrent Storm. Has a buyback available on all those 3 dead heroes. Right, they are losing carries here. Is looking to be next. The Torrents, the Tidal Waves, they're forced to buy back on both supports. They make the executive call. They need to win this fight. Phoenix laying in the damage from the sidelines, but they can't kill CTY on his Morphling. He's just strength morphing it up. He's unstoppable. Adaptive Strike, the Hawks, the Roars. Too much control, too much damage. And the Morphling stands supreme. 40% win rate, sub 40% win rate in this patch. Who cares? My name is CTY and I'm here to play.
These supports have to be so careful here. They cannot feed their lives away with dieback. Moving here too. You just reset 0. They've got the X mark TP. They can reset on as many heroes as they want. They just got a short cooldown on the X.
Look at that damage done by CTY in that fight. He's just standing his ground and delivering in the moments where they need him most. Yeah. Worried a bit about the Naga being too tanky, but he just works through her. She doesn't have the damage to cut through the Morphling, especially when he's just standing his ground in strength morphs. It almost feels like you need to doom the Morphling now, but if you do, suddenly beyond 7E, they're gonna be able to keep you controlled, and that factor is gone completely with that Aegis in his hands now.
What was once a 10k lead is now a 2k lead thanks to that fight and all those buybacks, and they might catch Dark Willow. Yule stuff into the air, in some trouble.
Back down into the ground, CTY finds Undyne on the sidelines, and that is 2 diebacks, like you said, Bright. And once again, look at that graph, just all the way up, back in the favor of Team Zero. CTY, what a showing here on this Morphling. I mean, he's just been playing these fights, but yeah, every CTY doubters where you at? I don't know, because you have 50 seconds without your supports now. You can just go on towards the mid lane. I mean, the lanes aren't looking too good in terms of the creep position. Maybe you'll get one tier 2. But you still have the entirety of the rest of this Aegis to work. Morphling, he's queuing up that butterfly now. And,
is a DD
you know,
bottled.
Oh, yikes. I mean, Phoenix, he doesn't want to get that MKB. The Naga doesn't either.
Instead, a Revenant's Brooch for the Templar Assassin. Little weird to me, if I'm being honest, but okay. You do you, boo-boo. Can you really think of a reason for this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty insane item because you basically have True Strike in your next 5 attacks, right?
It's true.
And it deals magic damage, so the main reason why they've been having trouble with this Morphling so far is because he has just so much natural armor. But if you're chunking him through the magic damage, I mean, that's always been Morphling's weakness. These high edgy cores, they need to be very careful, especially when you're morphing down to such low HP, right? CTY, he's gone full edgy, he's feeling invulnerable. With this Revenant's Brooch, you can really catch him off guard. And the TA's attack range is pretty far as well with that Dragon Lance. And poke him down from long range before he even expects it. Trails Undyne again. One Adaptive Strike takes up so much of his HP, and the Torrent Storm, they roar up onto Imitator. Beyond, he's just in there, he understands there's no response to be found. Now the Naga has cut the creep wave though. Take a look at where she is with her illusions. Outside, they're starting to push up and pressure that tower, but they still have a wave coming in from the bot. Sorry, the Naga's at top. They're coming in from the bot. Here comes CTY trying to pressure him back. Nets up the Naga. But he's X-Marks for now and he actually TP's out. Yeah, he's just gonna get out here. So the push, possibly stopped by this Naga split push. Nicely done. The rest of the side of Team Zero retreat.
I didn't know Song stopped X like that.
Same,
because
to be honest.
CTY was X'd. You know, there was every right for him to go back, but instead he stuck around.
Well, you learn something new. I'm sure maybe CTY just realized that as well. Maybe knew. That's why he did that.
Could be.
Keep him here. If he did know, that would be a pretty cool play, right? You just know that the Morphling can't join the fight. You know, classic split push into 4v5 situation there. We'll get the Tormentor for arguably the worst shot in the entire team, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I
wouldn't even say arguably. It is, dude.
I don't know. I didn't want to be so mean, but everybody else already has.
Everyone else, I was just about to say, everyone but Morphling has one.
Ah, but you'd love the Morphling shot. He just buys it himself.
Yeah, you really would.
Buys it himself. He's fine.
We got 2 important Aghanim Scepters that just got picked up. Well, ZZQ and Doom have their eggs, so
okay.
the Naga illusions are online. Illusion, singular, not plural.
Wait, what do you mean the Naga illusions are online? As in ZZQ?
Just one,
with
just the
egg?
one. Yeah.
Oh,
the
as in
illusion.
you will
The
you
illusion.
will get a dark portrait is what you're saying.
Yes, yes.
Okay, gotcha. I'm looking at Irving though. Irving's gonna turn the tides of this fight if he manages to get a Doom on himself and just run in, guns
Yeah.
blazing. That could be the foil to CTY's plans here.
I mean, the only foil to the Doom's plan is that they really have no way of keeping them in there unless they're slowed up or running into every single bramble.
Yeah. Well, Bright, it's just about the initiative, right? We've seen time and time again, this game, it's all about who can get the spot out on who first. When you're taking down these supports bright and early, when Irving's committing himself in and then dying, suddenly the fight doesn't look good for Bright. But if you catch him off guard, find the Doom on Beyond or 7E and take the fight from there, you're not the one being left, so... Oh man, they're everywhere. CTY has to watch himself for sure here. Deadshot, bring him back in. All the aggressive movement speed. Oh, wow, that scared me for a moment there. That was a big
That was a
melt
lucky
strike.
miss. Yeah.
Yeah. Butterfly coming into play. He has the Grove Bow to increase his range here, but Morphling isn't really known for his long attack range, right? He has to really get up in there to do the attack damage. That's going to help him a little bit. He has a couple of neutral item tokens. We'll see what he goes for here.
You know, bottom
item.
story of this game. Again.
And the thing with now is that he has Lincoln Sphere, so these X-Mark plays, these Lasso plays, they're not necessarily going to work on him. You need to bring a full squad to make sure you get this kill. Don't really seem interested in that at the moment. Quick item check across the board. Boots of Bearing for the Bat Rider. They want the auras. 7E. He has the Lincolns complete himself as well, so not going to be as susceptible to the single target Doom, but as we know, Aghanims already. Neutral items as well. The Ninja Gear for Naga is going to help her a lot. Doom as well. He's going to get the jump from seemingly out of nowhere. Pretty solid ones. It's just Phoenix who's sticking with the Specialist Array, which we've already seen to be so good.
Another really good one is the Timeless Relic on Kunkka.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that is scary. Mindbreaker as well. Morphling, he's going to be silencing them up with one strike. Need to watch themselves here. Especially since he has that level 20, right? If he wave storms through them and catches them silenced, they might not be expecting that.
Yeah. This Naga illusion from ZZQ pushing the tier 2 tower, but no creep, so we can't get it.
It's so annoying to play with
It
Naga at
is.
this stage of the game, especially when you don't really have to wait to catch her out. Has done a really good job in terms of preserving himself. He's always finding himself in safer areas on the map, you know, making sure he's not being singled out or hunted down, despite the very good pick-off potential coming out from this lineup.
Has always been on point, I think, about pickoffs throughout this entire series. There really hasn't been a time where I've been like, I can't believe is getting picked off again. You know, it's just been really solid performance from this position 1 player.
Sure. Must feel a little frustrated here from Team Zero because you'd love to get a push going, but you need to commit a bit of extra bodyguards to that creep wave to keep it alive. And even when you go up to high ground, it's just an easy clear for one dead shot. You know, the TA lays in one melt to it. It's curtains. Revenant's Brooch is completed for this TA, and that's what we'll have to watch for. The overwhelming amount of damage coming into this Morphling in an instant could spell his demise way sooner than he expected. How do you beat an old dog? You buy new items that he's unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
That's literally
Might
that
run
saying.
into, this is close. 70's TPing out. Ice found him, though.
Has he found Ice? That's the silence out. Bat Rider. No way of getting out of that one, and once again, that will be the gem carrier going down. Up on the ground, they don't seem...
No, they don't care.
Uh-oh.
Undyne
they-
might notice.
It's cause they have their own, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Undyne already has the gem, but yeah. Oh, there we go.
He's gonna...
So handy.
Oh,
he's
got
gonna
his
drop.
courier coming to. He's got his courier coming. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
That's
It's fine.
kind of based.
A little bit, yeah.
I thought the Bat Rider courier was gonna be able to come in and claim a free gem.
This Naga Siren is so annoying. I can't state it enough. Is playing so well on this Naga. Bloodthorn complete as well as buyback.
No, this game has transcended the individual plays, right? Earlier on in the team fights, a lot of these crucial, you know, team fighting coordination and all that, sure. But right now, it's about making a smart call. This is where the experience from Team Zero might have to come into play here. You're up against the wall, the Naga Siren's pushing you back. You can't really go high ground. What is your option? 40 seconds-ish until the Roche comes up. And that might be the play that you have to make, because right now, you don't stand a chance against the illusions. You can't out-split push them. It doesn't seem like you're able to catch them very much. Ice has purchased himself another gem, so they want to keep it going here. Roche isn't up just yet.
We also have a Dagon for Ice being queued up.
I mean, that's just an easy way of clearing the Naga illusions, right? You don't really have any other option. I mean, the Bat Rider not equipped to deal with these things.
And once again, though, so annoying. We're gonna smoke out.
Vision set up here.
Heroes.
They find the Dark Willow. Good target to start things off. Has a buyback though, and they'll keep things going. The Raw out. It's on to the Muerta. It's these two supports again taking a tumble. Will buy himself some time in the Euros, but more than likely gonna go down. Doesn't stand a chance here. In the mid lane, the Rat. Coming through. Easy song. Easy TP out. It's all just textbook for this Naga right now. And they're taking an advantageous fight here in this bot side. Left beyond behind. Buyback on the Muerta. You're looking for an Ice, nice flame break to create the distance. But this is exactly what Team Bright want to do. Over and over again. They'll split you up and pick you apart. Zero, they need to make a decisive move. They need to slam it home. The later this goes, you can't help but imagine that it's going to continue to flow in Team Bright's way. They can continue to make these red plays, keep split pushing, keep tearing at Team Zero. They're going to run out of buybacks eventually. That's why they're heading to the Roche pit.
Who gets the Aghanim Scepter this game?
You transform into
ones
the...
are already...
Nah, you get CTY Aghanims, you transform into the PA and suddenly you get Melt. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, okay. I
imagine?
mean, it's definitely the right call, right?
No, wait, don't you literally go into Dark Willow mode?
Yeah, you do.
I wonder whether it's enough though. I'm just looking at some building demolition squads right now. I don't know about you, like... Yeah, like
it's so
ZZQ's
annoying.
ZZQ's looking at his racks just go down.
Yeah, like an illusion of his own.
Okay, and
I got nothing, dude. That's all I got.
yeah, you need the full squad here. 70 can't even deal with them because he went for this spell damage / control teamfight build. Gone are the days of fish and crits. The fishers are now at your racks, and you can't really do anything about them.
You can buy mass Dagons.
Look, I'm not one for calling the game here, but doesn't this feel like one of those situations where as good as CTY is playing, he just gets completely smacked out of the game as we see an Undyne kill here. That's a dieback on the Muerta, that could be the opening, but it has that flavor, you know, it has that feeling that slowly but surely they're gonna pick you apart with these plays. The TA with these traps, catching the silence out. You can imagine how scary things will be if, you know, they don't really like the Aghanim Psionic projection. But if she's able to just TP around the map and move so freely, it's gonna be very, very scary for her to deal with. Now CTY, oh, this could be the pick off. He doesn't really have any way of controlling Naga Siren though. Silence up, immediate Manta, waveform forward, and Song. Nothing else to be said about that.
Unlucky. Can't really keep Naga Siren
It's
down.
not even unlucky. Right now, you know, we were applauding Team Zero for their creativity in the draft. Look, so much single target control is crazy. How do you deal with overwhelming single target control? Send illusions to their front door, back door, side door, garage, in the middle of their kitchen, in their room, right next to them in bed. I feel like every single time our observer is panning to another screen, there's just a Naga Siren illusion there. Now, they found the real Naga. They're trying to get the touch. Ice has the Ghost Scepter here, though. Lays down the vision, but taking so much damage. He might just go down.
Oh my god. The tomato might clap him down. Holy. Okay, no, he's fine. Ice. He's back to base. We got a roar
Rock in
coming
the
out.
mid lane, Beyond started to do damage on the Irving, but he still has to do force upon the BKB himself. That is a lot of damage coming out from CTY. He's Beyond godlike. You can't underestimate the Morphling still. This might be the opening. Buyback available on the Doom. You have to try and catch them by surprise here. Morphling, as the Aghanim's Morph can transform into the Dark Willow, if he catches sight of him or the TA. See what he chooses here. But now, they have to fortify just to keep their creep wave alive. Beyond will breach the high ground, straight up onto the Dark Willow, waiting for the Shadow Realm to end. Has to use herself, but can come straight down, back into a Morph. Doesn't stand a chance. CTY, he's done with these shenanigans. Calling for the Naga to come back to a base, calling for the buybacks. It's gonna be a 4v5 at best case scenario. Might not have that time. Boots are bearing the auras. Is coming out from the back line here. They need to stay together and not get picked off. No, he chooses to cut the creep wave instead. Taps them off at 2 racks max. We want to keep this going though. CTY.
This is your life. This is your life in the closed qualifiers.
Yeah, CTY is just going through. Get silence up, immediate manta. Easy setup. And Undying with these waves, with these torrent storms, will not look to survive here. On the sideline, raw dart control the Naga. They need to get him out. The Doom doesn't want to buy back. It's 7 more seconds. Immediate buyback from the Naga. They want to fight with the Doom, but they've already lost both their supports. Backs against the wall here. You've been able to put them to the dirt for a long time. Hold them back from this push. But now the backdoor regen comes in. The timing is close for Team Zero. CTY needs to get out. Has the Aegis, but doesn't want to expend it here. Doesn't want it to end. It's gonna be mega creeps for the lineup of Team Zero. And the Doom comes out. They want to walk onto 7E. Irving running forward, but the Inkswell able to get him out of there. There's the lasso. I don't think he got the right one though. That's an illusion. And Irving still chasing down the CTY, forcing him out to fight. But meanwhile, backline, they'll get it done. Straight onto the Naga. And the Phoenix TA, but the Song will keep them safe for now. Terrorized with the setup. Imitator catches them, but a nice blink out. Torrent Storm pulls them back into the fray. 7E still surviving. Starting to blow the punches out onto the Naga Siren. G needs to be fished out of here, but CTY loses his life. They're still on the chase here. It's Irving. He's gonna try and stand his ground here. Work down the Beastmaster. He has the buyback as well. He's gonna come back into it. But Phoenix is gonna go down to CTY. And he's not done. Imitator trying to come through with the setup. The buyback's coming out en masse. Can they work down this Morphling? The silence, the control, but he waveforms out of there in the midst of the Torrent Storm. 70 delivers him out. And Irving, that's his dieback. The Doom is out. And surely now Team Zero have done it. Surely they punched their way to the grand finals. They're trying to work down Undying. He has to pierce the veil. He's trying to make it work for them. But pulled back into the hands. 7E, so much control, and this Kunkka, they do lose the bat right on the sidelines, but he has a buyback. He's just waiting it out, but they might have to give this one up. The Beastmaster, that's a dieback for him. They're coming through with the X marks reset. But somehow, some way, all the buybacks, except for Dark Willow's used. But Team Bright hold.
What a crazy engagement. And even after all those buybacks, when the fight gets broken down, it's pretty darn close, Sneeze.
I don't even know if this 13k net worth lead means anything, Crash. This is still anyone's game. Bright, you have the ability to hold against these mega creeps. Naga and TA, they'll do that any day.
Even the Aghanims on Willow, it all adds up, right? These two supports can hold a lane all to themselves. Doom can push out a lane as well. They have ways of dealing with it.
Tricky business. CTY, he almost did it there. Imagine he's hungry to put this one to a close. Still could buy out the Aghanims for himself there. Didn't he get it already? Am I high? I don't see the
Aghanims buff on him? Yeah, I don't know where it is. I don't know what happened to it.
Surely he has it, right? Okay, I'm not sure. I'm looking at CTY right now and the
Did they give it to Bat? It looks like Ice got it.
Okay. I swapped it
Willow
around a little bit.
Phoenix.
Oh,
Start plotting. We have
CTY. He's feeling himself. This is the Morphling performance. Now it's a 4v5 situation. Ice, yeah, the double lasso. Our observer pointed out. I'm feeling a little silly there now. I was so sure he had the morph into, but that explains why he didn't.
Yeah.
Double lasso is so strong, especially up against the illusions. You're not really sure which one. You just grab one and hope for the best. That's all Ice can do at this stage in the game. We'll have the Beastmaster. Yeah, Beastmaster back with them in 10 seconds. Likely they're waiting for this, but they don't want to wait. Irving goes forward, double Doom, control onto the Morphling. Can they finish him off? He doesn't have the second life. He needs to get out of here. CTY, he's getting chased down. Irving finishes off CTY, but immediately buys back. They're able to get the Muerta, and there's the buyback from Undying. Grimstroke as well. They're starting to control the Irving, and there is Doom out of the picture. You might have got me once, but not again. The Raw gonna get broken up by the Lincolns, but there is the Song. We'll survive the fight another day, but the day is coming, the night is ending. And Team Zero want to march up to the high ground. They want to put this to a close. It's a 5v3 situation with no ifs or buts about it. The Dark Willow gonna come back in 10. Do they want to wait that amount of time? Here comes 7E. Can't act in time for the Swift Blink to come through. X-Mark's not gonna do a thing. Ice trying to come through as well. There's the Nullifier. They're laying into him, Undyne. Punching away on this Bat Rider. Ice gonna get finished off. No buyback for this Bat Rider. Things are looking hairy now. It's not over just yet. They can't. They just can't. They can't fight into this CA. Phoenix is a bit too strong.
CTY has a Divine Rapier. You cannot lose this Divine under any circumstances.
They see him here. He doesn't seem to know. They're straight at the Phoenix. They're trying to finish him off. CTY, he's under the threat. CCQ though, they finish off Phoenix, and that is no TA. Your big damage dealer. It's all just because they didn't have vision. Invisibility wins again. And here comes 7E. Mobs up Undyne. They're onto Imitator. And CTY is the big winner of it all. Surely at the GG call now. Triple kill for this man. And GG is called. Team Bright will lose this series as Zero secure their spot for a match against IG for the spot in KL alongside LGD and Azure Ray. A climb back to his former glory here, CTY. What a performance from this man. Even against the Doom, where we argued, look, you know, Irving can just hunt you down. That's exactly what he did, but that was what the buyback was for. Came in clutch, bought the Divine Rapier, put the squad on his back amidst all the pressure, amidst the Naga illusions. Of all Naga illusions, looked like the rumbling there with how many were just charging them down and stampeding their base. Didn't care. He knew exactly what he needed to do and delivered. Screw your Revenant's Bruges. Screw your Naga Illusion. Screw your silly split push. I know how to end the game and I'm gonna show you how.
Backpacks the BOTs, picks up the Divine Rapier. CTY, it's just proven again and again why you cannot give this guy Morphling.
No, absolutely not. And I mean, what a way to end our series. And it's got to sting for Team Bright. This group of young upstarts, it's felt like they came up with a better formula with in the driver's seat, but the second time round with the Naga couldn't get it done. A much better game for him, all things considered, and really props where props are due. I think the entirety of Team Bright played very well, but they just got out-muscled. They got handled by that Morphling. They weren't ready, and CTY took full advantage of that. And with that, we have our grand finalists decided, Crash. We have IG, who've probably been watching this game, maybe sweating a bit, adding Morphling to their banned list of heroes, up against Team Zero for the spot in KL. And I do have to ask, before we go for a short break, before we get into that juicy grand finals, Crash, you gotta tell me, is it still Team Zero all the way for you, or do you think the Malaysian-Chinese Union can take them down?
I mean, it's one of those, my head and my heart are telling me different things. Everything kind of screams to me IG have more experience, but Ice, CTY, you know, they've got this group of not quite new talent, but newish talent.
Yeah.
They could definitely go all the way. It's already been proven that IG aren't looking the strongest right now. Maybe through these close qualifiers, they've kind of found their footing, but Team Zero have definitely found their footing. More matches just means that these teams can gel together more. And Team Zero, they've had a long time to gel together. They have found their meta, found their stride here in these close qualifiers. And IG have to think of something to combat this Bat Rider Morphling.
Yeah, that is just crazy. With the amount of bans you need to expand on their fringe heroes, it can't feel comfortable. That game, they tried to ban out Beyond all the way, and it still didn't work. Delivered on his Beastmaster. Now for me, you know me, I'm from Singapore. I gotta support my Malaysian pals here. I'm IG all the way. But with that being said, I think that Team Zero have a very good shot if one of the factors steps up. Throughout this entire qualifier, before we close here, one final factor, Team Zero, 7E, right? In the games where he's performed, some of these dazzle performances, even the earlier Pugnas, he's really relied on his team to strike first for him. He's not this standout mid laner. We're not saying, oh my god, 7E, you know, he blinked out of a chrono once, that was crazy. But apart from that, very, very quiet performance. He is going to have to step up if he wants to outmuscle the nothing to say. That is going to be the matchup for me to watch. And if he's able to do that, then I think everybody watching can unanimously agree that Team Zero have earned their spot. We'll see whether they're able to do that though. We still have Chinese qualifiers, grand finals to decide who will take that one spot. And that's going to be in just about 52 minutes. So 4 p.m. if you're in Singapore time, much like myself, or China Standard Time. For everybody else, UTC. Let me just double check so that I'm not messing you guys up on the schedule here. I believe that's going to be UTC 8 a.m. So I know people are watching from around the world, tuning in to find out who's going to be in KL. We're just as excited as you are. Any final words, Crash, before we set it for a break?
I'm ready for a barn burner, dude. I'm ready for 5
Let's go.
games.
Give it to
I
me.
want Team Zero to take us all the way.
Yeah, with these creative drafts, with this amount of inspiring play, maybe they can do it. IG will try and put a stop to that. We'll find out in just less than an hour, so be sure you're back here for the grand finals of ESL KL Chinese Close Qualifiers. Whether it's IG or whether it's Team Zero, we'll find out in a bit.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin, you're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. That you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discuss last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. That you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
Grand finals time, baby. Crash and Sneeze here. We've been at the start, now we're at the end. Started with 8 teams fighting for 1 slot, and now we have 2, and it's a tale as old as time. Can the Chinese veterans on Team Zero keep the Malaysians on IG off their own home turf? The players couldn't wait. They wanted to find out who would win and were straight into the draft for this ESL 1KL close qualifiers China. It's gonna be a thrilling conclusion. We've had so many insane games up till this point, Crash, and it's only gonna get better.
I love the start from both of these two teams. IG grabbing the Weaver that they've been so dominant on, and Zero have been quite dominant on too. It's a great deny pick as well. Zero, they bounce back with the Brewmaster.
Yeah, this is a beyond special. We saw him go God mode just yesterday on this hero. Even when CTY and 7E were trailing a bit behind, he was just carrying these games with those Primal Split Brewlings. And Weaver snatched away by IG. I'm sure they were watching that previous game. They didn't really get a chance to fall into the hands of Team Zero, but we know, we already talked about this. Team Zero coming off of a bit of a win, right? They should be in their second win at this point. Coming out of that series 2-1, it was a hard-fought victory, but CTY's got to be feeling himself. So the last thing you want to do is let him have his way on the Weaver. Take that away not only from him, but Ice Ice and ZZQ as well.
Yeah, I almost think you need to respect ban this Morphling at this point from CTY, but then you're banning Morphling. It feels really weird. It's definitely a conflicting point. Right, where IG, maybe they think they can just beat it. Maybe they have Spirit Vessel builders. Maybe they're thinking like AA. Maybe they're ready for it. Who knows?
Well, the Prophet and the Grimstroke are banned out. Those are 2 of the stronger heroes for ZZQ. Apart from that, we've seen him pick up the Pugna as well. That might be something they choose to go for. But we talk about the Team Zero supports over and over. And we've talked about them quite a bit. Let's talk a bit about IG, right? This is the team that has found themselves in the grand finals, waiting for their opponent here. It will be none other than Team Zero. But when this roster was first announced, one of the first few in China to be basically set in stone, everyone was saying, "Oh, this is gonna be hype. This is gonna be the next top team in China." And then they started out with a bit of a head scratcher, losing 2-0 in open qualifiers to go along. And everyone's like, "Is this team really good?" Started tuning into their games. Had a bit of mismatches here and there, right? People are starting to wonder, oh, is Bobaka kind of washed without XSS? X-Nova, he was most recently on Boom, trying to make it work. Didn't really look the best. Has he sort of gone by the wayside as well? I don't remember the last time we saw JT fight on an IG that was strong. But they're very much here now. It's taken them a little bit of time. It's a slow come up here, but the close qualifiers has allowed them to mold themselves into a more solid product. What do you think about this team, Crash? Do you think they found their footing just yet?
I sure hope so, Sneeze. IG, like you said, they were looking rough at the beginning of these open qualifiers. But they've had some time to start gelling as a team, some time to scrim, some time to play pubs, whatever it is that they're doing. It's starting to work. IG are looking super strong. They are one of the teams with pretty low timings when it comes to finishing out games. Anywhere between the 30 and 35 minute mark on average is when they're closing out their games. And that's pretty good for this patch when, they've had shorter games like 22, 23 minutes. Had actually a couple like 20 sub 25 minute games, so they're gonna have to be very careful, Team Zero, at not getting run over by IG.
Well, I mean, Team Zero know a thing or two about running you over. Their early games have all been very dominant, so it's gonna be a clash of butting heads within the first maybe 10 to 15 minutes here. Whoever wins these skirmishes feels like they'll get the edge over each other. Aggressive players on both sides here. Clockwork and Phoenix snatched up already for Invictus Gaming. That's likely going to be their support duo. I'm not going to hear anything else about it. That's going to lock the Weaver into the pause one. Yeah. I really, maybe JT could pick it up. The off-lane Weaver is something we see from some other regions as well. But there it is. CTY morphling. He's not feeling threatened at all. He can even morph into the Weaver and just Shikuchi around the fight. Nothing really to stop him at the moment other than the hook shot. And that spells disaster. You get 7E. They just snap up all 3 cores in the first 3 picks. Team Zero are feeling themselves right now.
Yeah, it just goes to show how strong, drafting your cores are early on.
Bat Rider, yeah, I was gonna say
this is like Clockwork, not the hero from IG, but Zero. How many times have they run this exact draft?
They're doing it again, Crash. They've done it again. That's crazy. But I mean, it's worked. Why fix it? Why change it up? Beyond Brewmaster has been magnificent. 7E. We talked about him needing to step up to the plate. Against nothing to say, right? This is the hero he might be able to do it on too.
He's been performing quite well on this Dazzle. A few missteps every now and then, but overall 7E is really good on this Dazzle. And there's not too many heroes that NTS can pick up that's going to feel too good into this mid Dazzle. Especially when Puck has already been banned out.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, Dazzle already proving to put Earth Spirit in the paint here in Victor's Gaming. But, if anyone can come up with an interesting solution, it might just be nothing to say. They've banned out one of his signature Kankas here. Now, here's a crazy thought. Okay. Every time I see nothing to say, I just think about the Tinker angle. You know what I mean? It'll be the Queen of Pain for now. We've seen how well it can do. I mean, it was in the hands of 7E. Once you get the Aghanim Scepter, these heroes just blow up. It might be something the Morphling is not equipped to deal with because there's a lot of magic damage on the side of IG.
And the silence from Quap 2 can go quite a long way against Morphling. Dazzle as well, to a lesser extent the Brewmaster. They don't have the most burst potential on the side of IG. Some long fights with the Egg, with the Weaver doing hits. Clockwork as well. They don't scream burst outside of the Quap. But other than that, IG are setting themselves up to a really good draft. They've got the supports that have been consistently strong for them. The Clockwork and the Phoenix. And, now that they've drafted this Clockwork, it kind of puts into a position where you don't want to grab any heroes like the Primal Beast. Obviously, we're not going to see Primal, but you don't want to grab any of these, jump in, get in heroes. And that's kind of what Ice Ice and ZZQ really like.
Yeah, well, the Bat Rider, I don't think he's too bothered by the Clockwork. The main thing for me is I'm hoping that IG have a little bit more in the barrel in terms of what they're planning to do against this Bat Rider. You gotta know Ice Ice is gonna pick it. And it's really just the story of this Team Zero draft. You got to know they're gonna pick these heroes, and what is your solution so far? I'm seeing a large chunk of magic damage, some nice team fight here, but nothing really to get rid of the lasso, nothing really to stop you. You're gonna have to basically wait for the Lincoln's timing on both Weaver and Queen of Pain before you're comfortable fighting. And that is a lot of time for Morphling to farm. That is a lot of time for Brewmaster to roam the map. That's a lot of time for the Dazzle to just get his eggs and become like a tinker himself.
Looking for another support for Team Zero and an off lane for IG. Is there any hero that really speaks to you here, Sneeze, for either of these two teams?
For an off-laner, I mean, a lot of these have been banned out already.
There's one hero that really speaks to me for Team Zero.
Don't say
I hope
Dawnbreaker.
IG ban it out. Treant Protector. Where's the Treant Protector ban?
As in, you mean for
Zero.
Team Zero?
Yeah.
Is this a ZZQ? I mean, I'm sure ZZQ can play it, but I feel like we just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, we've seen a few times ZZQ play the Treant Protector.
10 seconds.
Okay. I mean, it's something that IG can play as well, but clearly they're not too scared about it. The Treant Protector is going to help them a bit against the Weaver, but they have more magic damage than anything, right? I'm not very sure. The only thing it would do is protect this Morphling, but we already know where Ice Ice is going, so really it's just what is going to enable a kill with the Brew. I'm not sure whether the Treant Protector can do it against the Weaver here. It's a bit too scuttly for me. I'm looking at some Silence with Grimstrokes already taken out. They're going to take out the remaining ZZQ hero and Pugna. Going to leave him a bit out of sorts here. Silencer taken out as well. So a lot of precautionary measures to make sure that their mobile heroes can stay mobile. What other options do you have here?
Not many. I think we're going to be seeing a new hero from ZZQ.
I mean, we might just have to.
10
There's...
seconds
Look,
remaining.
the Dark Willow's still in the pool, man.
It's true.
But Team Zero just don't play it. That's kind of what we've seen. And the Tidehunter is going to be a very solid, stable offlaner. They picked the Disruptor for themselves instead.
On the battlefield.
This snap pick that they knew what was coming. This Disruptor is going to say no to this Tidehunter throughout every stage of the game. It's the one disable, it's the one mass silence that Tidehunter just can't shrug off. You could buy a Lotus, you could buy a Greaves, you're still going to be stuck in there. You're going to need a BKB on this Tide, and that's not going to feel good against Bat.
And it's great into Weaver, too. Absolutely fantastic. Ice Ice is going to be getting the vision all game long. And if Ice Ice gets a nice early gem, which we've seen before, being able to Firefly on top of this Weaver, get the vision for Glim, set it up into the Static Storm, Monet might have a very hard game. And like you already said, goes great into the Tidehunter as well.
I mean, apart from that, even if you're in the Shikuchi, you're weaving around, that Thunderstrike's still gonna pop on your head. They know exactly where you are, and they can keep on chasing you. They have the facilities to do so as well. The Brewmaster, we've seen Beyond be very aggressive with his Primal Split Brewlings. He's just gonna go into the back line, toss JT up into the sky, no Ravage for you, maybe even toss Queen of Pain, no damage for you. And that is a lot of teamfight control that they're gonna get. I can't help but feel like Invictus Gaming, they have a bit of a shorter fuse here. They need to hit this timing because they have that Roach potential, right?
Yeah.
Tidehunter and the Weaver can make quick work of that. That's what I'll be looking for them to do. You talked about IG being able to end their games bright and early. It kind of feels like a similar tempo with this situation. If not, they might have to find themselves at a bit of a 50-50 near the end of the game and gamble it all on the Queen of Pain Aghanims to do enough to the Morphling. CTY, he's already shown though. He is so comfortable on this hero. I don't know whether it's possible for you to catch him off guard. They have the disables to do so and the teamfight control, but we'll see whether that comes to fruition here as we are into the grand finals. Crash, can you believe this? 3 days of just non-stop Chinese Dota 2 action. I mean, I've been following the scene for quite a while now, and people always complain, oh, you know, Chinese Dota. So, but absolutely no, you have no idea what you're talking about. You haven't watched Team Zero yet. These guys are insane.
It's been excitement every single day. I've been staying up. I live in the good old Great White North of Canada. I've been staying up all night for these games, Sneeze. I couldn't be happier, and I have not felt a lick of tired at all. These games have been so exciting. Barn burners the entire way through. 3-game series, back and forth. Absolutely everything you could want in Dota 2. It's been here.
Yeah. Crazy team fights in the Roche. The boss up carry plays from CTY. A Legend of Old, we'll see I mean, at the end of the day, this is a lot of prestige. This is a lot of pride, right? You have all these veterans coming back in on Team Zero, trying to show that they still belong in this scene, that they still have a spot, that they can show these young'uns how it's done. And IG, can you imagine if they get denied a chance to play in front of their home crowd? That'd be heartbreak for JT and X-Nova.
It's not going to be the start they expected.
Absolutely not. I mean, Gunting was already such an amazing event. I got the privilege of being there myself, and man, that was one to experience, and I don't think anyone wants to miss out on another ESL Malaysia event, especially not these Malaysian players. This is just about as good as you'll get for a almost full Malaysian stack. I'll start things out, yeah. Make sure they secure that range creep.
Totally fair, right? Between Phoenix and Tidehunter, unless you level Gush level 1, there's no real way of securing the range creep. And even if you level Gush level 1, what's Phoenix gonna do? Hit them? Oh no. I don't know. Phoenix isn't the strongest right clicker, even with the Gush.
Yeah. They'll just flap their wings at each other on the side of the lane. Need to put out some pressure onto CTY to make sure he doesn't have a free game, because I keep saying this time and time again, I know it's sounding like parrots, we're sounding like a broken record here, but this man, he's looking like how he was in his prime.
Yeah.
That's just how it is. Like, CTY, this legendary name, you know, you think he's dropped off a little. Absolutely not. He is back to play. He's looking like a beast. Some Yatoro-esque performances, putting the team on his back and just making all the key itemization decisions. Selecting these fights very, very carefully and well. Making the plays his team needs for him to succeed. We already talked about it as well. The mid lane matchup is the one that I want to watch, right? 7E. This Dazzle has been his pick of power, but you're up against nothing to say. The nothing to say.
Yeah.
From LGD, 2 years, you know, under the guidance of Director 8. I'm sure he's learned a lot from those veteran players on his team. And bear in mind, he was teammates with some of the rest of Wings Gaming, Faith Beyond and Y. Now he's facing up against the other two. Maybe a bit of a flavor for understanding how they like to play and probably getting some wisdom from them about that successful run as well. He's definitely going to have some insider information. Maybe to his advantage here.
I hope they're to his advantage. I hope they don't give him misinformation. Could you imagine?
Yeah. Fabian just
teammate. Oh, I don't know.
Fabian just lies to him. Lies to him. His allegiances are clear. We want TI together, okay? We got close, but not that close. That's a Fabian right there. You know, not wanting to trade his team secrets away. It's always going to be an easy situation for nothing to say to get out of, though. That's why they picked up Between the Pain, right? One of the only laners that can really stand their ground against the very oppressive Dazzle. As soon as the Poison Touch comes out, you just blink away, and there really isn't any follow-up from there.
You gets Monet's career from behind the tower. Very cheeky play by the Disruptor. Holding that level 2, they might make a move with that Thunderstrike. X-Nova up top, in some trouble. They can close
Only
the
level
gap
1 on the clock, well, yeah.
wide.
You gotta try and go on him here. Should be an easy kill, saving the Glimpse for last, just to do that damage. And honestly, that was such a nice touch. Shout out Ice Frog for putting Glimpse with some damage. Right, okay, so many times in the past, you glimpse them back and they just blink out. It was the lamest thing ever. It was the lamest thing ever. All Disruptor players unanimously shouted, yippee, when Ice Frog did that for sure.
I have about 500 games on Disruptor. I love this hero, and I'm so excited to see him here in the Grand Finals. He's been untouched this entire close qualifiers, I'm pretty sure. And ZZQ, position 4 Disruptor, in a role that you don't necessarily see the Disruptor on too much, but it's a great combo with the Brewmaster. It's a way to trigger the Cinder Brew and keep them in place with the kinetic field.
If we're being for real here, let's be honest.
Okay.
We know ZZQ is the pos 5. It's just that Ice is doing the bodyguarding thing. You know what I mean? Like ZZQ, he's this is a pos 5 disruptor. It's just that, you know, he's helping out beyond. This is really the lane orientation that they found to enjoy a lot more. Ice looking to force a dive out from Bobaka. He's taking quite a bit of damage himself. I don't think he wins this trade. Ice, he's gonna get burned up in his own flame. Bobaka outduels him.
That's a little bit of more monetary damage too. He popped the Salve.
Outside. Going on to Beyond now. And he has the Lotus, still trying to survive under the tower, trying to get rid of this bug. It won't be able to finish him off. The tower HP and the armor regen, it's gonna help them up against X-Nova. They pick off the kill, and that's X-Nova's ticket for tower dive out of the picture. ZZQ We've seen him over the past few days. Yesterday against Asta as well. Very quick hands on the tips. And let's X-Nova know he messed up.
Love the tipping games. Right, all that mental games, ZZQ's been on point with it.
Come through. I mean, CTY, he should still be doing pretty well here. Morphing down to pretty low HP. But fat one, right?
Yeah.
Humongous one. CTY, realistically, he's not under any threat here. The only kill that they could try and make happen is JT. Oh, I mean, Ice, sorry. They'll actually try to chase him down, but very similar situation to last game where we saw Ice struggle a little bit. When they have the blood grenade slows or anything else for that matter, like the Tide Hunter, gosh, you can't keep on them with the Firefly. And he doesn't really build Napalm in lane. He goes max Firefly first. So if you're not on top of these heroes, you're not actually doing any damage.
Yeah, Batrider is one of those weird heroes where you kind of need boots early to stay on a lot of these other heroes. It is relatively fast, but like you said, it just takes one slow to completely foil any attempt.
A relatively quiet early game here, all things considered. I expect a bit more action from the Brewmaster, but getting up the stacks. As we know, we say this time and time again, one of the highest stacking teams, Team 0. They're going on to 7E, converging in the mid lane. CTY, oh, a little bit of color going on here. Classic stuff. As 7E just gonna look his death in the face here. I think that Sonic Wave only kind of half landed there. It's a bit off the mark. I think, you know, he's still gonna die for sure, right? I mean, nobody else can really TP in. ZZQ's coming in like 1.5, 1.3 seconds. I don't know if he'll be able to get out of this, yeah. Even with the Bracer, it shouldn't be enough. The infused raindrops was already that's a problem. So, I mean, it's a good rotation onto 7E, right? You need to slow down this Dazzle. We see what happens when you leave him in the mid lane. We'll see whether he's able to get his way out of here. He doesn't have a level in the grave. But, oh, the heal. That is so much healing. And he glimpses back the clockwork. It's a play from ZZQ. Keeps 7E alive. And you see that Dazzle makes very careful to not get procced by that clockwork Cox. He actually ends up surviving. Ice. Oh, that is so annoying. Tosses out the Flame Blade, cancels out the regen rune for nothing to say. And both mid laners going to be very low on resources.
Right, this mid lane is getting spicy with these rotations from the supports. A little bit of a lull falls into the mid lane now. TY accumulating and accumulating that gold. Fighting for top of the network slot with the Weaver.
And this Weaver, we talked about this hero on the position 1, right? It's someone who's gonna get that Falcon Blade or maybe even that Dragon Lance, get these early stat items, and Monet, his timing is gonna be a lot earlier than CTY's. He's gonna want to get involved. Every Ravage, he's gonna be there. Every hook shot, he's gonna try and be there as well if it's near his vicinity. He can definitely rack up some of these early kills and get his net worth advantage that way. Maybe stroll into the Roche if they get a couple of key pickoffs, or maybe Primal Split is used all willy-nilly as well. He's doing very well for himself.
Weaver's notoriously one of those heroes that wants to fight early, right? Picks up a nice, potentially picks up a Deso. It doesn't have to, but it always feels good when you do.
Dive out into Ice. This Batrider has very much been neutered in the bot lane by Bobakar on the Phoenix. And it didn't really seem like a big counter, but maybe this is their recipe for dealing with the Batrider in the safe lane. They haven't been able to touch CTY just yet, but I mean, Batrider, look at his net worth.
It's not looking hot.
He's down in the dumps right now. He's gonna have to farm some of these stacks. X-Nova is spotting them out though in the triangle, already putting down a sentry, so to prevent any more of those from being built up. They don't really have the best stack farmer until Dazzle gets Aghanim's, huh? I mean, unless they bring like a bunch of heroes to JT going down the bot lane. Uh-oh, they bring a bunch of heroes to the mid. That's where they're looking. ZZQ and Ice. They're showing up, but Disruptor already falls. They would love to have a glimpse back onto nothing to say there, but able to blink out. 7E can't keep the chase going.
A bit of miss micro from the courier from nothing to say, kind of walked in.
Yeah.
But that's the only casualty other than JT Bottom, who dies solo to the Morphling, just not expecting the amount of damage coming out from CTY.
Yeah, I don't actually know what happened there. And like JT just, you know, he's getting out level, he's getting out lane for sure. But at the end of the day, you're still a watermelon. Like, were you just walking around at like 200 HP or something?
I don't know. I'm trying to think, Sneeze, but I got nothing, dude. I don't know how the Tide dies solo to morph like that.
I mean, CTY, we've already shown that he's not scared about just throwing out these adaptive strikes for fun, just to harass you. Trying to interfere with the stacks here, Ice. Knows that JT will retreat back to the triangle to get these farmed. Claim up most of it, though. Nice bit of recovery gold for the Tide. It's a long way to go. I think it's almost mandatory now, right? The Tide Hunters building the Meteor Hammers. You know, it's really just become this nice incremental item for him. You go for the blink first, you're not as tanky as you want to be. You're not really getting as much done on the map if you go any other item. It's just so useful for pressuring out the tower for when the carry is trying to farm the jungle.
Exactly, that's exactly what it is it gives you some nice tower pressure with. No one really on the side of IG has.
My goodness, JT.
Again.
He's taking so much damage. I don't know. You know, you're cowering in your tree line against the Morphling who's 2 levels above you. Somebody bail him out, please. I mean, he doesn't even have the Ravage level.
I'm gonna pop that split in the river.
Yeah, going onto the clockwork now. What started out as an aggressive maneuver from X-Nova very quickly end up in his own death there. More than enough damage amidst these Brewlings to finish the job. And good first split use. Not ideal. You just get a position 5, but still. Preserve your life, waste some time, and now bot side. Uh-oh, JT again. This Tide Hunter just not having the time of day. Don't have another Flame Break though. Adaptive Strike finds him even through that infused raindrops. Nothing to say. Does claim ZZQ in the mid lane though. But losing your Tide Hunter over and over like that has got to sting. That is not part of the game plan. This is a last pick Tide Hunter too.
JT is slowly falling lower and lower in the old net worth. 1,000 above the Phoenix, who is going a Midas. But yeah, he's fallen behind, almost 1,000 behind the Brewmaster. And beyond, we've seen how good he is on this Brewmaster.
Yeah, building up the Midas now, but still losing out the top side to Monet. Gets a cheeky deny as Monet was trying to push that down. And one thing to mention is that the fact that Monet has gotten this tower so early does unlock that juicy triangle. I mean, it's 1 stack for now, but they can come in and claim it a lot easier than anyone on the side of Team Zero can. Something they have to keep an eye out for. Like we said, Monet, he wants to get involved, and just taking these towers expands his area of influence by a long shot.
Monet can be as aggressive as he wants against Beyond, as long as there's no heroes to back him up. Knowing the split's on cooldown, Weaver's free to move around. And he is going to be going for that Desolator. Ramp up potential is very high on this Weaver. That's going to leave him a little squishy. Dragonlance isn't the tank item that it used to be. I mean, it's still good, mind you. But we see Monet, right? He's got the Bracer, the Raindrop. He's ready for the spell damage to come out from Team Zero.
The Spark of Courage too, right? A nice bit of armor potentially against some of the physical bursts that the Dazzle can put out. You need to keep an eye on that. Yeah, well, I think people always forget that Shadow Wave actually is physical damage, and if you don't have good enough armor, you just get ripped to shreds. 2 components off the Aghanim Scepter for 70 in the mid lane here. He's just, after surviving that gank, you know, not really interacting with anyone, just continuing to push out the wave, rotate back to the jungle, get that farm out, Tumbler's Toy up the high ground, extra efficiency, love to see it. Beyond has a split again though, and with this level 6 on ZZQ, they'd love to get nothing to say here. Have false sense of security because of this ward, but need to make sure don't get caught out by that observer line of vision.
They know something's up.
Something's up.
They scan the other side of the river. They gotta know. Wards get dropped.
I can say it doesn't seem to know that this is coming at the moment though. ZZQ coming forward, immediate static storm. That's the connection that they wanted. Ice has the lasso if need be, and they're not even gonna use it. Not the split as well. Able to get that kill, start pressuring out on the tower, but JT is here with a Ravage. This is the team fight that IG could be looking for. I see it happening in slow motion. He's gonna pump fake it, pop it onto Beyond, and they finish off Ice in one fell swoop. In comes Bobuka, huge check on the high ground as well. No longer something they can fight. They glimpse back Monet, but not before he gets the bounce out onto ZZQ. Able to survive though. X-Nova in with the hook shot, but Beyond just a bit too tanky for now. CTY comes in and swoops up a freebie. This Morphling, you heard that the Weaver wanted to get involved. He just joins him right there. It's no longer something Monet can participate in. The control from the Disruptor a bit too strong. And you use the Ravage in that fight. They can keep the push going here with the Dazzle.
Now there's now a big window for Team Zero to start pushing tier 1 towers. They haven't even claimed the one top, and you know, Sneeze, like I always say, when you're near that 15-minute mark, these tier 1 towers, at least the important ones like the mid and the top one, really have no right of standing anymore.
And for what it's worth, Team Zero don't actually have the best tower push, right?
No, they don't.
Brewmaster, you know, not gonna build that Meteor Hammer, not like a Tide, you know. And CTY, he's done a good job peppering into this bot side, but he really needs to focus on his farm. And that's exactly what he's doing. I think this is absolutely the right call here. It's just something you're gonna have to contend with as a byproduct of your lineup. Now, this is very much not a morphling at Lincoln's game, because honestly, what are you blocking, right? So he's actually opted to go for what seems like the Manta Rush. There is another smoke here. Yeah, oh, Sanjay and Yasha, not even the Manta. Just that status resistance. They're trying to set up onto JT. No mana, no Ravage, no way out of here. They're never TPing out against an Adaptive Strike, but this might be a slow burn of a chase. JT, gonna make them work for it. Yeah, he is looking pretty tough to bring down. JT,
so
Def,
funny.
waiting room. Yeah, I mean, he's... Turn around and Meteor Hammer them, come on, man. You know?
Right. Or go back to the tower and
Yeah, just go back to the tower, Meteor Hammer, force another Adaptive Strike out. They get the Tide Hunter again, though. I mean, JT really has just not been having the time of day this game. Think about the Brewmaster, who isn't doing too well net worth-wise, but he has the Midas.
Yeah.
What's your acceleration sort of plan on the Tide Hunter? It's gonna be ways away from the Blink Dagger, and Dead in the Water can be very good against Morphling. So the X onto X Nova here. Ooh, that is the Aghanim's reveal. Flame Break, not even needed. Just a little firework to celebrate the death of the Clockwork there on top of his head.
A little bit of a sleeper from Ice Ice this time around, though. Usually one of the standout players from Team Zero. He's very far away from his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, had a rough early game, was very much answered by the Boboka Phoenix, who always let him know, but nothing to say. Once again, ZZQ sets it up nicely. They have the vision just from him showing in the lane, and when you can't even show in the lane, that's rough. Voice lines out, Boboka. The Poison Touch slowing him down. They can keep the chase going beyond. Taking that Cinder Brew. That should be fine here. The magic damage is just slipping away. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. He was completely fine. There was nothing to worry about. Smile.
Ooh, ZZQ. That's big damage from the Weaver. That was just 3 shots from the Weaver.
Yeah, that's a later completer. That's what it does to you.
That's kind of the problem with Disruptor right now, is he is super squishy and doesn't necessarily build any big survival items. Obviously the Force Staff, but Weaver don't care about no Force Staff. He's just gonna Shikuchi follow you, dude.
And right now they're following CTY in this top side. This is the big ticket kill. Highest net worth in the game, Team Zero. Their hero at this point in time. Retreating back to the safety of that Ancients. And on the side, but... Nova. Not available. Gonna commit. It's gonna clear out the vision. Very convenient sentry ward here. Here comes 7E. No fear whatsoever. He's in the midst of 4 enemy heroes. They can just ravage him right here. Needs to pop the grave onto himself. Doesn't manage to do so in time. They'll full commit 4 ultimates onto his head. And they get the dazzle, but they already lose X Nova. Here comes Beyond, just playing around with them. Has that split, but no static storm means that nothing's to say. Able to blink out of there, and now Beyond might be in some trouble. I'll be just forced to pop the split to survive. Diving forward. I'm faking it a little bit, has to use it. Now it's just a question about whether IG can get out. That Tide Hunter, we already saw what a difficult target he is. That Glimpse is going to do quite a bit of damage, but is it going to be enough? They're on to CTY, chasing out the JT, but he's surviving for now. He's just completely fine, shrugs him off. CTY has to morph into nothing to say and blink away, but Beyond. That's his killing spree down. In one fell swoop, IG storm the mid lane, take the Dazzle down, and without their key survivability spells, like the Grave and the heal bomb, they just lose hero after hero. Team Zero, they need to back up.
70 just too important when it comes to damage and survivability. Sneeze, surprise, surprise, taking a look at the net worth, Tide Hunter is on top of the Dazzle.
Oh no. What? How has that happened then? I mean, must have been some of the kills he was involved in, because man, it's 7E. Here we were thinking that he's having a good game. I mean, they're neck and neck now, but the fact that both Weaver and Queen of Pain are having such excellent games themselves. 12-9 right now, just a 2k gold lead. It's not too far away, and IG, they've shown their prowess in the team fight. One fat Ravage is all it takes. JT it's not hard for him to land it too, right? All these Team Zero heroes are gonna be in the fight.
He's gonna forego Blink Dagger. He does not need it. JT can just walk in.
Straight onto Beyond. JT is gonna walk right over the Brewmaster's corpse there. They keep the push going. Monet, this is his moment of power with the Deso 2 charges now and the Specialist Array. We already saw how nasty this can be on heroes like the Luna and the TA. They're just going high ground.
Okay. Yeah, no, they're gonna get the fort. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. I was a little scared for a second there. We've seen a lot of teams lose the game going high ground without Aegis, and with Aegis too, so that was very scary. But IG, they're better than that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, nothing actually stopping them from just strolling into the Roche pit, but maybe they're waiting for a little something here. Nothing to say, queuing up that Aghanim Scepter. We've seen how much damage that can do, and JT working on the pipe. So wants to resist quite a bit of the magic damage coming out from Brewmaster and the bat. Now, one thing I am concerned a bit about, Crash. Yeah. Look, 7E is always going to be a prime target, right? You get the Ravage on him, you're trying to focus him down as much as possible. Say he dies. CTY has the world on his back yet again. Now, I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm not silly enough to doubt this man. But it still puts him in a very, very rough position. You imagine the pipe completed by JT. These three supporting cast members on Beyond, Bat Rider, and ZZQ, they can't really do much to their opponents here.
Yeah.
For enemies.
Right, I think you're right, Sneeze. Into the Roshan pit they go with the bugs, with the Deso. The tank from JT, more than enough. Bring down this first Roshan.
No contest in sight, even though they have the split here. It's just not their fight to take right now, right? They need to wait for CTY to continue to ramp up. As that Shadow Blade already completed, so a bit more evasiveness for him. This Aegis will very easily go the way of Monet. We haven't really talked about this Weaver throughout the entire game so far, right? He's been doing very well for himself in the top side, bullying out Beyond, getting his Deso up, and now working on that BKB. In the meantime, has that Aegis as an insurance. I wonder whether they'll start the push towards the tier 2 or whether this is just going to be a farming Aegis for them for now.
I think it's going to be a clean up tier 2 Aegis, and then they could possibly try to push high ground with it if they're feeling strong.
Is under attack.
But going high ground could be a complete throw against Disruptor, against Ice Lasso. It might just be too much for them if they try to go high ground too early.
Oh, this is pretty interesting. Did you see that from Monet?
Time
So
lapse
he
on the
puts-
Tormentor.
No. So he puts the Swarm out, and
Yeah.
the way the Swarm works is the longer it's on you, the more armor it reduces, right? So he just waits.
Oh,
Just waits for the bug to really whittle down that armor, and then 3 shots, all it takes. It's a play here from the Weaver to clean that up himself. Rest of the team can just swarm all over. They know that Team Zero have no interest in fighting them at this point.
Sneeze.
Middle tower
We
is
haven't really talked about the Baboka Phoenix, but it's slowly but surely working its way up to a sheepstick.
Oh my goodness.
This
I
could
think
be
it
the
was-
game changer.
Yeah, I think it was Kaori on PSG Quest there who really popularized just going mega greed on the Phoenix. You pop out with a dive and all of a sudden you're hexed. Very, very scary business, especially for the Morphling who didn't go Linken's this game, right? Has status resist, but it might just be that short momentary surprise that ends up doing you in there. And if CTY's out of the fight, I really don't see the way they can win any engagement.
No,
That's kind of the
I
tricky
don't
thing with their lineup, right?
Ice, we've seen a lot of different builds from this Bat Rider. Blink Dagger into Aghanim Scepter this time around.
Ooh. Double lasso. Gonna be very juicy stuff. You don't have the you don't have the soul bar, you just do it yourself.
Yeah, yeah.
You
exactly.
literally he's like, okay, you know, you couldn't get a big green stroke, unlucky. What can you do? I just
Yeah, unlucky,
straight up
dude. Yeah.
I'll do it, mate. You know what? I can. Just let me farm real quick. Let me cook. You can imagine that they're looking for a fight here, right? They have the Aegis, they want to put it to work. But
There's
Team
three-man
Zero have
smoke.
done a pretty good job at dodging them out so far. And they are smoking up looking for someone here, but they've already evacuated. Take a look at the map positioning on everyone on Team Zero. Just scattering out to the winds, taking out little outcrops on the map.
Okay, Ice, he didn't like what he was cooking. He's changed it for a 4-staff.
Yeah, a bit too deranged. A bit
Yeah,
too
yeah.
deranged. I'll be honest. I mean, I respect Ice because he's the only Bat Rider player in this day and age. But at the same time, that Aghanim Smash might be a bit too off the curve. here.
Yeah.
Need some of these
Has a
defensive
Silver's
items.
Edge. JT broken. A lot easier to kill now. Still hard to kill, but a little bit easier.
Top tower is no more. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Why looking for an opening? A bit of damage onto JT, why not?
Oh, nothing to say, no fear. I mean, sure, he has the Kaya Sanj and the status resistance, but CCTY and they want to go straight onto him. And just morph out and blink out though, that's the thing. But they found the hook shot, cut him off. JT trying to get into position for the Ravage, but all they found is ZZQ for now. Not the prime target. Hook shot expended, but that's just about all that you've used so far.
Is under attack.
You can continue to take this fight on the side of Team Zero. You just have to forfeit that space on the map. The triangle is IG's right now.
X-Nova is so annoying with these rocket flares. These are single-handedly giving them the vision advantage. That's letting this Quap play so aggressive.
Absolutely. I mean, I got a little, I'll be honest, I panicked a little bit when Nothing to Say just blinked in there, but reality is he was completely fine, right? He had full vision of exactly what's going on. And without the Disruptor, suddenly the biggest threat of the Queen of Pain is out of the picture. Can just keep this push going with the DD on Monet. Very comfortable.
Bottom tower is under
Yon just finished
Now-
up his Radiance, okay.
Yeah?
I'm coping, Sneeze.
CTY, split pushing here. They are trying to...
Don't do it.
Oh no, CTY.
Don't do it, okay.
CTY, baby, what does you do? Okay, no, he's just trying to tuck himself into an area of the map where they won't find him, right? He just wants to keep putting on this pressure, maybe cut a wave or two, force some more TP backs. That's really all they can do at the moment while Weaver has this Aegis. Now, it is expiring in 15 seconds here, so IG, I have to decide whether they still want to keep the pressure going here. CTY, man.
Don't. CTY, man.
Why? CTY, are you kidding me? Oh, they know! Ice Ice! They catch him immediately, he just gets burnt to a crisp! The Bad Rider doesn't stand a chance! They can't chase down onto the Morphling anymore. No dust on him, and Monet pops that BKB. Very, very heads-up play. Monet didn't need to do that. Didn't even know CTY was in the area. But he's just
CTY.
preemptively... Yeah, he gets found. There's a Ravage, but he's got to stop him from TPing out. JT plays with him a little bit there. Can he get out of here? Got to try and waveform back to the safety of his team, but where are they? All over the other side of the map. Hookshot on his backside, and CTY goes down. A bit too sneaky for his own good. And very, very heads-up play from IG to catch him off guard like that.
They've got 60 seconds without the Morphling and a wave pushing in. I wonder if IG go high ground here because I think they do.
Gonna try it. No Ravage, no problem. They use all the teamfight spells, but the big problem for them is out of the picture. CTY doesn't have a buyback, and even if he did, I don't know if he want to commit it here. Trying to get the pick off of the X-Nova. A lot of damage coming out from 7E. And without the Ravage, they know they can just play around like this. It's back. But you're glimpsing back JT. That's the Watermelon. He's not going to be bothered at all. Now here comes Beyond, hexed up by Phoenix. Caught off guard. It's not going to result in anything. They're actually managing to hold for now. Nothing to Say has the Aghanim Scepter, so it's a lot of Shadow Strikes coming their way. They need to be wary of that magical burst damage. IG,
Yeah, you
they'll
just
back
gotta
off.
respect Dazzle. You gotta respect the 70 Dazzle. Dare I say as annoying as a Tinker high ground? Dare I say?
Almost?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, Dazzle is occupying the same space Tinker is in my mind at this point, right? The annoying Blink Dagger hero can refresh Blink Dagger.
Yeah, they kind of have this on both sides, right? Between the Dazzle as well as the Queen of Pain.
Yeah.
Like, you try and go high ground, you're just gonna eat, like, 18 poison touches that gets you hexed. Because he has the shard now. It's so scary to run up into, especially when you don't have vision. I think that's kind of why they prioritize X-Nova, right? Because if you see the Dazzle, you know where he's coming from, you can just jump him immediately.
Yeah.
It's very hard for him to save himself.
X-Nova, like I said earlier, it's been so annoying with these rocket players. Throwing them out every second they're off cooldown.
We've seen some Clockworks actually opt to go for Aghanim's Rush just to get those out consistently in the team fights. X-Nova trying for the hook shot, guesses wrongly though. Ice Ice jukes him. And that's not even X-Nova's fault, right? It's like you just kind of swing and you miss there.
It's a 50-50, right? Yeah.
You miss all the hook shots you don't take, or whatever Confucius said.
That's a Sing Sing quote, isn't it? You miss every arrow you don't throw, right?
Yeah.
That?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey. I mean, right now, IG, you can definitely feel... I don't think frustration is the right word. Neither is desperation. But they are feeling... Yeah, it's just pressure, right? You kind of feel like now's your time to strike. You should be strong here. You're more than able to kill their heroes. But Team Zero aren't really giving you the connections you're looking for. They're splitting up on the map, they're dragging you away, they're wasting a lot of time. And all this time is just more for C7E now. A bit off from his BKB, he's going to be a lot stronger in these fights. And CTY, he's working on that Lincoln Sphere. So even though you don't have a lot of single target disable, he's wary about that sheep stick coming out. And he doesn't want to get caught off guard by it.
And very slowly but surely, ZZQ making his way towards an Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. You can get it, it'll be big.
Best way to deal with annoying individuals is to mute them. Both in-game and in comms. That's exactly what this Disruptor's going for. You gotta love the cojones on CTY. You know, even though he gets caught one time, you know, some carry players, they're like, you know, I lost the fight, I'm not gonna take part anymore. He's in here. He's just in here. He's waiting for a pick-off. I mean, he built for it, right? Silver Edge, just Morphling, hunting around. He needs to be careful though, because IG, I mean, IG, they've just been... Claw, you know, maybe you can get the Phoenix.
I don't think you do at all.
I mean, you can force the egg out.
I guess. He just dives, doesn't he? I don't know.
I mean, I'm not sure. Crash. The Q spell on Morphling.
But dive is a lot longer than Morphling
Yeah, you may.
waveform.
I don't know. You do the. That's the beauty of the Morphling. They dive, you dive. You morph into the Phoenix.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. Now we're talking. Now we're talking.
We are, in
got
fact,
me.
talking.
You got
That's
me,
what
Steve.
casting is about.
What? What do you mean?
Okay,
What?
no,
That's
man.
crazy.
Okay. Tormentor picked up for Disruptor. I maintain my position that this is the most worthless shot in the game. Okay?
I'm gonna
Thunderstrike.
counter you. No. Not the worst. Bat Riders is the worst.
Okay. Fair. A lot of bad shots this game between the supports.
Yeah.
Disruptors you'd love to get it.
Incredibly niche. And this game, I really like it.
Okay, I'm gonna hold your thought on the Disruptor shot because they just got the Aegis. No contest there. It kind of seemed like Team Zero were looking for something with that smoke, but realistically, they were too far away to get anything done. So it's gonna be a second Aegis over to Monet's hands. You're gonna try and push again, right? If you can't find them on the map, if you can't force them to fight you, bring it to their high ground, see what they do. Force a response. You have these teamfight tools with nothing to say as well as JT. And the Phoenix, of course, how can we forget?
And look how farmed this Phoenix is. Baboka is a farming machine on this Phoenix. Almost as
Midas
much net worth
Gaming.
as the Tide Hunter.
That's why it's the Midas patch.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. In this corner. If a rocket flew over his head, he would be deceased instantaneously.
Yeah.
He's thanking his lucky stars that they didn't catch that angle. TP's coming out. Looks like they want to make a move onto 7E. Immediately blinks out already. And close the distance on him. He's sticking around. 7E. Uh-oh. And it's just to blink out TP out of there. Oh,
I'm
JT.
Ravage JT. No, okay.
Oh, no, JT had no idea he was there. If
No,
he even
no.
was a fraction of a pixel to the right, I think he would have seen him through the trees because of daytime vision. Or maybe a rocket, you know, rocket, smile.
Yeah. CTY Lincoln's complete. Protection from the Phoenix, just a little bit. It's really the only thing other than the Shadow Strike. I guess Gush, too.
And Dion actually has a gem picked up. We didn't really talk about this.
Yeah,
Hey,
Ice
IG
grabbed it about 3-4 minutes ago.
Okay, look. We were talking about all these individual items, all these individual heroes, but doesn't it feel kind of annoying? It's starting to get annoying. I mean, IG, they are in this really good position with nothing they can do about it. They've just been pulled from bot to top to mid, running around like headless donkeys because they can't find a single individual to connect on. Sure, you kill, you know, ZZQ or the Bat Rider here and there, but nothing to say. He's just been busy TPing. Powers try to catch him off. You know, blink past beyond, but nothing stopping him from just splitting and getting out of here. You don't actually have a way of cancelling his TP as well. He's just gonna get out, yeah. Like, yeah, more space being bought. You run away. I mean, they're trying to converge here. Try and trace him. But he actually, I mean, he has the shot, so he can end it preemptively if he likes. Yeah, that might just be his death. Hook shot, yeah, everything and sync. Nothing to say. Pick that up to cancel some of these pesky TPs. You know, like we said, you get a kill. It's the primal split. Hooray! You still have the Aegis. Down for another 2 minutes. You have everything, actually, on the side of IG,
window.
right? You have... Yeah, it is. And you're gonna have to take it. If not, it's just continuing to slip away from you here. Morphling. Lincoln Sphere completed. CTY. Oh, grabbing that Arcanes. He's onto nothing to say. He's just chasing him down.
Wow.
Being a bit careful. Yeah, I mean, I think nothing to say kind of juked him out with that blink a little. CTY, he keeps doing this, man. It's so tense for no reason because CTY just feels the need to try and backstab them every single time. They all, look at them, they're all in their own triangle, dude.
CTY finds Monet.
Gonna blink out of there, waveform away. Land a killer hook shot if you want to connect on him. X-Nova, he's just gonna settle for the D-Ward there. They're buying so much time. This is so annoying. IG just can't push.
And it's super important time, right?
Yeah. Okay, look, we were already talking about how CTY has the world on his shoulders on this morphing this game, right? But if you give enough time to Beyond, we've seen what happens with late game Brewmaster. These Brewlings are very difficult to deal with, especially for these two supports. They're not equipped to manage these 1.2k HP plus armor, magic immune, smacking your buildings. They can't do anything about it. Same situation for the Dazzle. He's just gonna get more and more annoying. Octarine Core completed already. The BKB, he's just dancing around. He's gonna cause so much trouble for them. Now JT dead in the water, has a shot. Ice, unfortunately. That's the every 5 minutes Ice special. Yep. You know, he has the, you leave Ice out too long, it's gonna melt. That's kind of how it works. So just laws of nature here. Nothing you can do about that.
CTY saw the courier, almost sniped the Weaver Scotty. That would have been huge.
Yikes. There's Weaver Scotty.
Sneeze, the time has been bought. Disruptor has an Aghanim Scepter now.
And they don't have Aegis anymore. It's timing out. Monet's lost it. Right? So yeah, you have Deso on your Weaver. Yeah, you have amazing itemization, Scotty, whatnot. Yeah, you haven't hit a tower. Haven't hit a tower in the past 10 minutes. All of the towers being taken out, but you haven't reached the tier 3s just yet. But it seems like Team Zero, for once, they are looking for some action. They're ready to fight with this Disruptor Aghanims, but so are IG, right? IG have been waiting for this for ages.
Smoke out from IG. They're pinging both the Disruptor and CTY. They kind of know where he's farming, CTY.
Yeah, spotted them out with a lane ward. They're gonna cut him off here.
Oh no.
Oh no, CTY runs straight into it, dodges, but the Ravage still catches him and he goes down. No chance for a grave from 70. Tried his best, but they're pulling in that Queen of Pain into the Static Storm, but off the sidelines. Beautiful egg and the Sunray keeping her alive. It's not gonna be enough. The Meteor Hammer comes down a bit too late, and now Monet hangs up on the front line, forced the time lapse as well. Glimpse back, has to pop the BKB. Realistically speaking, there was nothing else that could have caught him other than 7E's Poison Touch there. But they managed to turn it back around in a very dire situation. They're still going 7E. It's become a very big problem for them. Evacuation. The signal to retreat is called and he can't find them. The TP's right in the nick of time there as Monet slides out of trouble. And 7E is online. This man is a problem with a capital P.
Dude, Sneeze, it's not looking good for IG. They get the biggest possible kill they could get, and they still can't go high ground. Stopped way before they even get a chance to start hitting the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, CTY, you can imagine, it was so difficult. He was so fast too. The waveform immediately dodging out most of the initial initiation. But still gets clipped and the team can't come in time. You can imagine if the Dazzle was just half a second earlier, how different things would be. But they still want to keep things going, IG. Want to catch them off guard. They see Ice.
Not again. Not again, Ice.
Classic. He manages to get out though. JT, yeah, can't find him. Has to wait to the tree line.
Slippery Manta Ray. What can you do? He's kind of leading them into Beyond, but okay. TPing out is Beyond.
Yeah. Beyond's like, yo, what are you doing, man? You're trying to get out of here. Like, for real. And it's kind of crazy that at this stage of the game, CTY, that's the dead in the water, has to turn around. Aesthetics Cat is gonna guard him against that Hex. He's not surviving against this damage from Monet. It's a lot coming out from the Weaver. And Bobokar couldn't tag the Sunray on.
They finally got rid of this ward. That's actually so important. That ward was giving them so much vision.
Yeah. Every single time Team Zero tried to step out to farm that outskirt of the map, that's how IG immediately converge.
Is under attack.
Look where 7E is though. From the top side, just split pushing this wave over and over every time it passes him by. Healing it up. Because of that, X-Nova forced to respawn in the top side. This game has just been a situation of buying time. Team Zero, they've already played 3 games. They don't, we can take it in 5 games, we don't care. But IG, coming into this grand finals, guns blazing, they took down Team Bright just yesterday 2-0, right? The momentum's flowing. And okay, we got a bit of chill time, we can assess our opponent. They gotta pick the Bat Rider, they gotta pick all their signature heroes. We got just the plan to counter it. We're gonna end things early. IG, one of the teams with the shortest game times in this close qualifier in China so far. Look at the clock. 40 minutes. They're just being dragged all around the map. I mean, they picked the Bat Rider just to lasso them, but very figuratively and literally as well. They're being lassoed all around the map, and this doesn't seem like there's anything they can do about it. Team Zero, suddenly, with this Roshan, they've set up vision here, and they're going into the pit.
Are scanning for enemies.
The Aghanim's Rosh, IG, they've got to defend this. They know Roshan's up too. They just rocket flared it. They don't see anyone from the side of Team Zero in the area.
They know that Watcher just got taken, so JT, he's gonna be the front runner here. Here are 4 items on all of them. The Trickster Cloak gonna keep JT safe and guarded. Quick check on the items as well. Shiva's guard for nothing to say. Queen of Pain gonna be able to scout out a lot of what's going on. As a cheese in the back pocket for any potential situation. But if you get caught in the Disruptor, Aghanim, Static Storm, that doesn't even matter.
Disruptor has a Trickster's Cloak. Or not a Trickster's Cloak, a Ninja Gear. It's
Oh,
so
he's gonna
hard
be
to
so
get the vision to lock down the Disruptor. It's near
Monet,
impossible.
Monet's gonna have to breach into the back line by some
Yeah.
off angle. If not, these, the Dazzle and the Disruptor, they're just gonna have free reign of the fight. Smoke breaks onto Beyond. Don't see him just yet. They're trying for a wraparound. Look at the line drawn. X-Nova makes the call. They know they need to squash the backliners for any chance of a fight here. The pings come out. Clockwork leading the charge. Like you said, the vision gathered by the Rocket Flare has been so instrumental so far, but the ring around the road, the CTY, will be the one to show himself on the wave here, cleared out. I'm back around. Spot this vision on the high ground there. The Tide Hunter has a gem, so he knows they're being spotted. Immediately onto the high ground, Ice Ice, lasso onto the Weaver, but is it going to be enough? The Screamer onto Beyond, he needs to pop that Primal Split. Finds it, but they finish off the Bat Rider to start the fight. 4v5 situation now, but the egg already used. Refresh for Boboka. And here comes the Primal Split Blue Rings, but what can they find? But standing the ground, Beyond needs to be careful. He's taking quite a bit of damage. And suddenly, this initiation for Team Zero has gone awry. I don't know whether the Disruptor can find this Static Storm that he's looking for. They're just gonna start the roast with JT standing in the pit as a bodyguard. They have a second egg available. They still have the hook shot and the Ravage. This is proving to be too much for Team Zero to deal with, and they're just gonna do what they've been doing all game. Split the map, go push the waves, and refuse to engage IG. A third Aegis now onto Monet, as the Aghanims, picked up by X-Nova, even more rocket flares coming out from the overclock. They'll start blasting those out just to spot them out.
Getting close to that rocket flare's granting true sight, which is going to be so important. What a hook shot!
What? How did he find him? CTY, silence him, no way, this is the way the game ends. They'll hex him up with the Ravage. They've caught one, not just 2. Beyond as well, with C being there, led him to his death, and CTY gets hammered. X-Nova, how have you found that one? The hero Clockwork turns them absolutely flat. What a hook shot.
I can't... Between that Sentry Ward and those rocket flares, dude, the rocket flares from X-Nova have been insane. It's like, it's such a weird ability to be hyping up, but oh man, dude.
My goodness, had they just done it here, there's a buyback on the Morphling, but he would hate to use it. You don't have your Brewmaster in the fray. No space making for you. Might just be a tier 3 and Rags that you have to give up. They're gonna go for onto the Dazzle. Hex again, using the second egg and the hook shot. X-Nova keeps on finding them. He just can't miss. Gets the Dazzle, might just force the buyback. The Rags are in jeopardy. The full squad of IG converging on the towers. They want to end things. And 7E forced to push that button, use the cash. And immediately the respect is shown, retreating, even though they have the Aegis, even though they have the cheese, they'll opt for the safe play. Onto the Rex instead. Lasso up, Monet. He might just lose his first life. Too much magic damage coming out. 70 finishes him off. There isn't a second egg available and things might get hairy, but oh no. 3 attacks, Monet. He is a stone cold killer. No glimpse Monet back though. Static Storm still available, but just one on Monet isn't gonna be enough. You need more. Lost your 2 racks already, but you bought time for the Morphling to come back. And that series of events, it was all X-Nova.
Yeah. Getting the Morphling and the Dazzle, I mean... What a performance so far from X-Nova. This is just game 1.
You talk about the Clawwell being a bit of a clunky hero coming out. I mean, if you're playing like that,
Yeah.
I'm picking for him every game. That's insane.
Absolutely.
He gets the Aghanims granted to him. You know, they're discussing, okay, who should get the privilege of the Aghanims. Okay, you know what, X-Nova, we'll give it to you. You've been doing well. Immediately almost wins them the game with it. Are you kidding me? That's insane. And he has the jetpack too, so he's gonna get an even greater vantage point to continue to make these plays. Oh, this Phoenix. Rich. Bobaka. Hex, refresh, and the Yules now, just to get himself out of some silenced trouble. The tricks
Iron
are
Networth and Tide and Brewmaster.
Yikes. Now, the
Speaking of
one
this
caveat
Tide.
to that, is that they didn't use the CTY buyback. So they
Yeah.
still have that in the back pocket. But as they're pinging out here, there is vision in the base. We might not have time. Dead in the water. Ice in some trouble. Have they nullified the bat? Absolutely. He just disappears. That was 2 attacks from Monet, and they're just scrambling up to the high ground. Team Zero, they just need to TP back to base. They can't even afford to reposition. So many times in the past, we see Team Zero immediately try and split the waves, but they don't even have the time for that. Monet's knocking on your high ground. He's ready to take this to a game number 2 here.
He's so
And
careful.
this-
There's double refresher on JT. There's one of them.
Oh, goes straight in. Has the second Ravage. Doesn't have the mana for it. They're trying to finish off Monet. But Brewmaster finally gets split off. They're actually taking down the Weaver. And they find him. The refresher coming out. The second egg. And the buyback from Monet. He timeless us back into the fray. CTY is dead. Without buyback. And 70, he has the wall on his shoulders. But he has the wall against him as well. They pull him back into the fountain here. Kill off Bobaka. But 4 members still standing strong on IG. They're healing up 70. He's keeping them alive. The Hexes, are they going to be enough? A second Ravage. Finally got the mana for it. Controlling all of them. They're all dropping low, but they finish the game. Monet, he's done with this. And IG, what a way to end game number 1 here. The team fight to end all team fights. You can try and stand strong against them, but they're coming for you. They are absolutely coming for you. Monet, bloodthirsty, time lapses post buyback. And that's just too much to fight through. You lose CTY. You turn from quite literally 0 to 0 there. IG are gonna go 1 up in this grand finals.
Am I crazy, Sneeze? What happened to CTY's buyback?
I don't know. He must have bought out something. He immediately lost it. In the past game, where he kind of came up big for the team, he ended up buying the Divine Rapier. I'm not too sure what happened in that last moment there. Maybe he purchased an item, but he just lost it, right? He didn't have it.
Yeah. And I dare say it, Sneeze. The CTY Morphling's been answered.
Right. I think, and this is my humble opinion, it's not so. This game was not CTY Morphling. This game was ZZQ and Ice. This Bat Rider was a non-factor. Not even close. There were 1 or 2 lassos, but we're used to this guy stealing stacks, getting solo kills, setting up for the team. None of that. They just completely smacked Ice down, says, sit down, old man, you don't know a thing about this meta. You can't play Bat Rider here, that's not allowed. And they just do it to him. IG, they are the favorites for a reason, I dare say. Right? They're coming in, they're looking hot. We were worried about their shakiness in the earlier parts of this close qualifiers, but none of that here. None of that, Monet, he's playing clean on this Weaver. I mean, he just absolutely demolished them.
And like you said, ZZQ, once again on the Disruptor, looked good for a little bit, getting key glimpses early on, but as the game got later and later, once he got that Aghanim Scepter, we thought it was going to be huge, but did really nothing with any Static Storms. 1,500 total damage with the Static Storms. That's like 2 or 3 Static Storms, dude.
I mean, it's just also tough because as the Disruptor, you're facing up against this Weaver and this Queen of Pain, and they're so mobile. And if you blink, if you get like something like a blink or you set up, one static storm on one hero isn't gonna cut it. We saw so many times when they caught them out, even near their base, right? Bobacar just swoops into the side, dives, and almost single-handedly saves Nothing to Say just with the power of the Sunray alone.
Yeah.
I think this is a situation where we're used to seeing the Team Zero supports pop off, but this game, it felt like it was all the IG supports. The hook shots, the rocket flares, and those supernovas. Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming out from IG. And they are looking very poised to just continue their dominance here. They've beat down all their opposition so far. Some a little bit more shakily, but more recent times looking very, very formidable. We'll see whether they can go back to their hometown. We'll see whether they can make it there. Whether they'll make this a quick 3-0 or whether Team Zero have something to say about that. We'll be back with Game 2 of this Grand Finals for the Chinese qualifiers for ESL KL after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
A very warm welcome back to the ESL 1 KL close qualifiers for China. Here, Crash and Sneeze bring you the action of this grand finals that we have. IG up against Team Zero, some of the veterans of the scene. Some names that have taken a bit of a break, coming back to show how the young ones, how it's done, but it didn't really pan out that way. Some creative moves from them going wrong, and it didn't really feel like the Team Zero lineup ever came together, right? IG answered the Bat Rider pick from Ice Ice perfectly and just sent them packing. And Monet, very stable performance, very steady performance. Nothing to say. That was just flawless Queen of Game gameplay. I literally didn't see anything wrong with that. And yeah, I mean, the big superstars for me, those supports, right? The vision,
Absolutely.
as well as the team fight, they got enabled so hard that game.
Dude, Bulbacle was so rich that game. Like, more farmed than the Brewmaster and the Tidehunter. That was a really good showing on the Phoenix.
Yeah.
And, you know, you talked about at the beginning of this draft, or the beginning of the series, how you wanted 7E to step up.
Yeah.
I think 7E stepped up, and I think CTY and Ice Ice kind of took a back seat because he did that. I don't know what kind of went wrong there. CTY, it was not a great showing on the Morphling. There were moves that you were making that were correct, but it just felt like a few times maybe the build wasn't right, maybe, I don't know. It just felt like there were a few missteps from both CTY and Ice Ice.
I think the tricky thing about that game is that you're essentially expected to 1v5, right? But ZZQ and Ice Ice, when you're used to your supports setting up for you so well, and it doesn't happen that way, sometimes you might be at a bit of a loss. That's kind of what it felt like for CTY that game. He was trying to make these solo plays, get cute, get crazy with it himself, but it just wasn't enough, right? In reality, the team fights were so impossible for them to take. You jump in the Bat Rider, you immediately get blown up. You buy back, you immediately get blown up. Ice Ice couldn't get a single lasso off without compromising his own life and putting his team in a 4v5 situation. And that's not really his fault. That's just a byproduct of the Bat Rider. So as we get the second game ready, I'm a little bit worried because now we go into the draft. They didn't need to ban the Bat Rider. They dealt with it. Team Zero, what else do you have in the back pocket? What other strategies are you ready to bring to the table? This Bat Rider has brought them so far, and now it's faltering. It's happened already in the previous series for Team Zero against Team Bright. They beat it once. But Ice Ice, do you have the adaptability? Do you have the sort of courage to pull that out again and somehow find a way to make it work against this IG lineup that seems very comfortable dealing with it?
Yeah, the last time these two teams faced off, IG did beat them 2-1. Team Zero, they did win off the backs of a Bat Rider, Brewmaster, Brimstroke, and that position 1 Nature's Prophet. But this game, this time around, the Prophet's gone. That, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. IG not going to let the Prophet come through this time around, and that's going to hamper both ZZQ and CTY. And then you got to respect ban the Morphling, right? CTY, a little missteps, but overall played very well, right? Had to 1v5, very hard to, almost nigh impossible.
You know what's crazy? Maybe I'm just too like I've become such a admirer of CTY now after his performance, but I don't know what else he could have done that game. I really don't.
I think you're right.
It's such a difficult game, and it's just a byproduct of the draft. We're finally feeling the effects of what happens when you pick a little bit off meta, right?
Oh no,
and
Sneeze.
IG, they get their hands on the CK, but the Moeta is still open. Team Zero might be able to grab this for CTY. I'm very sure they will, in fact. Just Prophet Weaver already taken out. Grimstroke available as well. So is Primal Beast.
Yeah.
Beyond can grab that. I mean, there's kind of spot for choice here, right? They have one pick before they move on to the next phase. But how are you planning to deal with this CK? They banned out the Brewmaster, so there's no, you know, Storm Panda, dispel the CK illusion shenanigans going on, which I think is a very heads-up play. I mean, Beyond is comfortable on that, even though it wasn't the best from him last game. It's something he can most definitely pilot to success.
Stare your
There it is.
death in the face.
Right to the Moeta.
Yep.
That Rider didn't work out so much, so maybe you put this on Ice Ice, maybe you pass it to ZZQ. Another off-the-wall pause 4 pick here. And the Dark Willow is still available, right? This is something that
Very
Bobuka
true.
really likes. But I can't imagine that they leave the Grimstroke in the pool for
I
Team
would
Zero to just
assume it
pick
gets
up.
banned out.
Right? Because if not, ZZQ and Ice Ice are back onto their comfort, it feels like.
Yeah.
And Moeta and Grimstroke are very much meta heroes that are meta for a good reason.
And there are two heroes that can set up kills around the map very easily with a +1. And that could be almost anybody, I think. Okay, maybe not anybody. Most heroes that are meta right now.
You're doing the math in your head, like
yeah. I checked it out. I ran through the Rolodex of heroes. I picked out a few that really wouldn't have worked, but almost any hero that's meta right now, you throw the Muerta Grimstroke with a +1, they're getting kills.
The Kanka is taken out though, and the Dazzle's still in the pool, but I'm not sure how confident 7E will be back on that again. He took a while to ramp up, finally sort of came alive in certain moments at the end of the game, but it once again felt like these two calls, CTY and, the Dazzle, they couldn't do it without their supports.
Yeah.
Maybe this time it'll be a bit of a different story with the Muerta. Ban out the Grimstroke though, so there's none of that. There's still the Primal Beast available, and they actually respect ban the bat.
Wow.
I like that. I like that so much because you're basically confirming that, okay, you can't go back to your comfort. Maybe Ice Ice, he knows about Bat Rider more than anyone in this entire lobby right now, right? So if there's an angle for him to bring out Bat Rider and still make it work and counter whatever IG's initial plans were against him, he could be the one to do it. But they take out the Phoenix, no more comfort for Bobaka. He did way too much work on that hero for sure.
Dire's turn to
Grand Protector still in the pool. Yep, there we go. Team Zero snatch up that lean, mean green machine.
Yeah. It's something that ZZQ hasn't really preferred the most. He's not going to double back for the Pugna, instead picking this tree end. And the Living Armor is going to go a very long way against whoever the CK chooses to target. That's the Dark Willow, Bobaka special.
Nothing
Like
too
we
surprising
mentioned
here.
Yeah, we keep saying this about Team Zero, but it cannot be understated that amongst every other team, this Dark Willow is contested amongst both position 4s. It's just Team Zero that doesn't play it. Ice Ice, it's not in his repertoire of heroes, and because of that, Bobaka can pick that up any day of the week without much contest. They grabbed the AA for X Nova as well, and you're already seeing some of the... I don't know, I'm feeling a little scared if I CK AA lane. I don't know how you survive that. You're gonna have to pick a really robust and strong off-laner with this Muerta.
I think either way, the IG lane this Chaos Knight, right? It's been played as a 3. I don't think IG have ever played it as a 3. Well, I'll double check, but it does have the flex potential, and it lanes great into Dark Willow too. So either way, this Chaos Knight lane is gonna be trouble for Team Zero.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what, the first CK that we've seen in a hot minute. I'm sure it was picked up by both of these teams earlier in the close qualifiers, but for the most part, it's just eaten ban after ban. And that's kind of what I really like about Grand Finals, right? Because Grand Finals, they always say this, regardless whether it's TI, small tournament, qualifiers, whatever, 5 matches is enough for you to develop your own internal meta, and sometimes these comfort bans, like the Morphling, like the Brewmaster, take precedence over what the meta is favoring, right? So they're going to test the waters here, allow Invictus Gaming to try out the CK, and maybe Team Zero have their own recipe for how to beat it here. Recipe sitting a bit long in the oven though, I'll be honest. They're taking quite a lot of reserve time to consider what they want.
I'm cooking in my own mind too.
I'm trying to figure out, right? Like, because so far in these games, they've been very confident on picking CTY's hero in the second or third pick. Every single time. They don't need to leave it for last. CTY just grabs it. The only one was the Gyrocopter. And I don't know what your answer is against CK, right? He's just able to collapse upon any carry.
Okay.
They'll go back for the Beyond Primal Beast, so back to what's comfortable for them.
And
good deal of aggression as well.
Sneeze, keep in mind, I want to remind you again, they can still put this Muerta on a position 1 and put the Primal position 4.
Correct.
Right,
That is the flex potential that Team Zero have. It is, but Primal Beast against CKAA though. I guess you can run down the AA without much contest.
Yeah.
I mean, if you put Ice Ice on this Primal Beast position 4, he can most definitely square up against the AA 1v1.
And you don't necessarily care about losing your life against the Ancient Apparition, or like losing your life to kill the Ancient Apparition. Because I think AA is going to be a pretty key hero in these fights.
For sure. You need people who can get into that backline, take out Bobaka on the Dark Willow, and X Nova on the AA. There you have it, Queen of Pain. So nothing to say, pick it up. 7E is going to grab that for himself. Fond memories of blowing up a Wraith King and his entire squad.
Yeah.
And nothing to say, will select the puck for himself. So a nice bit of control to go along with the already tons of magic damage that Invictus Gaming can put out. The Ice Vortex just going to amplify everything Puck does. The Dream Coil going to hold Primal Beast, Queen of Pain in place. And you have more than enough burst damage to work through the Muerta, even through Pierce the Veil. Love this pickup a lot.
It's another Bedlam target too. Chaos Knight is a great one, but if you're not fighting with the Chaos Knight, and you don't have a hero to put it on, Puck is great.
Absolutely. Nothing to say, Puck. That is a...
It's a classic, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at this point, nothing to say has so many classics. It's a reason why he's one of the good, just the god tier mid laners in China. There's a reason why Xiao hung on to him for so long.
Yeah.
Right? Through a couple of iterations of LGD. Even in the newest one as well at TI, where they really showed up to play. I mean, I was really hoping for that lineup to stick together. I think a lot of LGD fans are probably heartbroken that Nothing to Say has taken his departure. He leaves very big shoes to fill for the next incoming mid laner. I can't even think about who would come in like that.
I don't know. IG, speaking of coming in, they're going to be looking for an off laner here, or a safe laner. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, let's say they're looking for an off lane.
Sure.
There's a key hero I'm thinking about that's still in the pool.
Radiant's
Yeah.
Bristleback.
Oh my god, no. What? No,
They've
I
last
mean,
picked it before.
you talking about
For
IG?
For IG.
Okay, I mean, it's not so bad, but we've seen what happens when you put a Treant Protector against a Bristleback. A lot of the aggressive potential is just nullified.
10
You're running forward with the Bristleback as well into Moeta, who's just gonna
Yeah.
deadshot you back. Primal Beast, who can onslaught away. You don't really have a way of stopping that. Queen of Pain's just gonna blink.
turn.
Right? I feel like this Bristleback, I mean, they ban it out of
I think
respect.
they have to. I think he's a little bit too strong of a hero. Now, I'm going to throw a wrench. Ready?
I'm
Now,
hearing
I
it.
think this is a really bad hero that IG lost on. So I don't think they're going to ever pick it up again, but Legion Command.
Kinda ass versus Treant Protector, though.
Isn't it kind of
Seems-
good versus Tree and Protector at the same time? Because you can purge out the overgrowth? Purge off the Shadow Strike? The dead shot?
Sure. The duel, you don't really have a clean target other than Queen of Pain, and I mean, you already
Muerta's
have
a
more
good
than
one,
lockdown.
too.
I guess so. I mean, that's if it's a CTY Muerta. We don't know just yet.
Yeah.
They
Yeah, we have
seem
no
to
idea.
think that it's gonna be a pos for Ice Muerta though at the moment, and they're banning out some carry heroes, taking out the CTY Terrorblade that he was somewhat successful with. He did very well in the series, but ultimately lost the game. But still, some respect on his name there. What else do you got here that could go up against the CK? The Luna being taken out.
Yeah. That was actually the hero I was about to say. Wraithing is another possibility for Team Zero.
Do you just get kited around too much though?
Yeah, and that's the only problem with it. I'm just trying to think of heroes that Team Zero have played before.
10
Gyrocopter and Ricky.
Do they go back for the Ricky? I was just about to say, do they go back? Do they dare go back for the Ricky?
And that's a favorite of yours, Crash. Dawnbreaker being picked up. A lot of sustain and a lot of laning prowess alongside Boboka on the Dark Willow. They are going to be putting a lot of pressure on this Treant Protector. That's for sure. And whoever ends up being picked up, you need to muscle through this overwhelming damage that can come through just at the level 2, level 3. Brambles, level 2, into just the hammer swings.
Yeah, level 2 is going to be a big power spike for this IG off lane. Even the safe lane between Chaos Knight AA, the Reality Rift, and the Chaos Bolt, the Cold Feet, not electric vortex, ice vortex. There it is.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, dude, I called it, dude.
Oh,
Got the
CTY.
puck, right? You just pick the CTY Ricky. It's fine against Chaos Knight, right? Because you Reality Rift, you can dodge the Chaos Bolt.
This
Just
was the
tricks
same
of
thing they
traitor
did
blink
the...
away.
This was the last time they played Ricky as well, right? Basically, they had a Queen of Pain, they held a crazy high ground, and then they went on and won the game. But
Yep.
I have to admit that that was not really CTY winning the game on the Ricky. That was more of 7E of the Aghanims, which they didn't really respect with the Wraith King going high ground.
Yeah.
They get blown up and they lose their timing. Right? The CTY Ricky has yet to impress me. We see some of the reasons why, though, right? Ricky is a hero that's really reliant on the tempo that you set in the game. Getting involved with these kills with the Diffusal Blade. I don't know whether he's gonna go for Battle Fury. That'd be kind of crazy just to farm the stacks a
It would
little
be
faster.
crazy.
Oh yeah, I don't know whether you have time for that. But yeah, Ricky is a very difficult hero to make work. But if there's anyone who can do it, it's probably gonna be CTY. We'll have to see what he manages to do. Bear in mind, even though it's a good matchup against the Puck, if you tag him in the Dream Coil, it's very hard for him to operate as well in these fights.
Sure. Absolutely. And Dawnbreaker, natural Deso builder, paired up with the Chaos Knight minus armor as well. Ricky, he may be an agi hero that builds up a little bit of armor, but between the Deso and the Reality Rift, your armor's going down, 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 baby.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether the Ricky is going to be a good matchup along the Treant, right? Whether you have enough damage to actually outmuscle this Dark Willow and the Dawnbreaker. because they can just
I'm
stand their ground
worried
and
for this safe lane.
yeah, so am I. I mean, you have the smoke screen to break that up. Hopefully, you get it down before she swings the final hammer stun onto you. We'll see how things go here as our game is going to be ready for us very shortly. This is game number 2 of the grand finals in case you missed the first one. The games today have just been excellent, right?
Oh, they've been so good.
Of course,
Games this whole week have been great.
yeah, and you expect nothing less, right? After all, these teams are fighting for a chance to play at this tournament that is the first post-DPC. I think this is something we were talking about in the earlier stages of the close qualifiers as well. But apart from being part of a LAN, obviously, in a post-DPC world, we're kind of in a situation where the future of these competitive circuits is a bit uncertain, right? And with the roster mania going on, everyone swapping hands, everyone changing stacks, whole teams moving regions and organizations changing stripes. You want to make sure you're in a good position, at least in the vantage point of the general pro scene, so that you're still an attractive agent, right? You're still an attractive piece that, can continue to find a place on teams, get yourself on rosters, find success at these events, and let the results speak for themselves. To fall in these close qualifiers would be, I don't want to say it, but pretty embarrassing for IG.
Yeah. No, I think you're absolutely right. And I don't want to say Team Zero or this team full of no names, because they're not by any means. Right?
Oh,
Every
no.
single one of them is a name that hopefully is a name that you remember between CTY and Ice Ice. Right? Even players like ZZQ now, hopefully they're in your mind. CTY been absolutely dominating recently. May taking a break, but he's back, ready for a vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, he's not just in my mind, he is on my screen right now.
Yeah, he
and
is.
I'm really hoping for him to be able to do great things on this Ricky. The first showing that they had, yes, they won the game. Wasn't really on his back though. Didn't really feel like, that Ricky performance was a couple of key smoke screens. Apart from that, nothing too crazy. Yeah, his work cut out for him in this bot side. Same for Ice Ice. Beat back JT and make sure this Dawnbreaker can't exist in this stage. Now, already, Ice Ice is just dead.
Yeah.
First blood. Thanks and have
This
fun.
Starbreaker level 1 from JT was so smart. It's rare that you see Dawnbreakers level up the Starbreaker first. A lot of the times, I'd say a good 80% of the time, it's a Celestial Hammer. But the overwhelming damage from Starbreaker cannot be understated, especially on a hero like Muerta, who doesn't have the most armor. Under tower, it's a little different, but only 3 starting armor on the Muerta isn't too much. These right clicks really hurt from both of these heroes.
Elaine, nothing to say, taking a little low, but he knows his limits. He'll be fine. And one thing to mention as well, the Muerta actually TP'd to that lane, so it's a walk of shame all the way through. Already thought that this bot lane was going to be difficult for the side of Team Zero. It will continue to get worse as Bobaka and JT gain levels here.
Seeing a little bit of aggression onto the Ricky again immediately. This is going to get really troublesome as Baboka and JT get levels. It's only going to get stronger. And Ricky doesn't necessarily hit a peak until he's level 6.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I'm trying to figure out what the recipe is for Ice Ice and CTY to come out of the gate swinging against Baboka. And I'm coming up a bit empty. Maybe it has to come through the Team Zero Classic, right? The rotation from the Train Protector, come down to this bot side, out-muscle JT with that leech seed. Perhaps that's the angle they can look for. Maybe Ice Ice will just give up on this lane and go to the top side. One thing's for sure though, looks like he's going down to the grave. Last touch, a second kill onto Ice Ice. Feels like it's the same recipe for success for IG here. Get Ice Ice out of the picture, neutralize his ability to make anything happen on the map throughout the mid game, and suddenly, your road to success is real smooth.
Yeah. Lane. A little bit of shenanigans, nothing too flashy happening. Bop is doing quite well for herself. 13-6 to Puck's 10-1.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is... We talked about this before because this is not the first time we've seen this matchup. But it's a situation where this is the tale as all the time. This is a skill matchup through and through. Right? The Quad versus Puck Classic alongside the Invoker and the SF. Just keep beating into each other here. 7E. Maxing out that Scream of Pain because that's the only thing you can do.
Love it.
The Shadow
Yeah.
Strike is never gonna land.
Absolutely love it.
Bot side, they actually get the aggressive move onto JT. Trying to jump onto him here. The body blocks from CTY has to clear the way because the hammer's coming through. Still has the one in the back pocket, and one more blink strike dead shot finds him. JT getting caught with his pants down. Meanwhile, top side, ZZQ. That's the AACK lane coming into play. Too much magic damage for the Treant Protector to stand against, but beyond. Gonna finish off X-Nova. No point in the uproar, so X-Nova will be able to walk out of that one. And CTY
What?
walks into a bramble? Is that what went on there?
Got lost in the maze, got lost in the sauce a little bit. CTY.
Yeah. Observers drawing for us there. I think he just got caught in that exact area. Probably planted a very nice bramble for Obaka. This is the Dark Willow player that we've been talking about, right? I mean, it's a relative freebie for him to grab in the draft, and he's shown to do so much work. So much so that other teams playing up against IG always try and focus him down first. And when they aren't successful in doing so, that's an easy team fight for IG.
And Dark Willow is definitely one of those heroes that if you don't focus down in these fights, first crowns is only a 12-second cooldown, right? You can get multiples of those off in fights. Shadow Realm's laying waste to you as well.
Dead shot just to clear the way. Ice Ice needs to tuck himself behind that tree line. This is very uncomfortable territory for CTY and him. Used to just kind of bouncing back the opposing off-lane duo, but here they are, towering under their own tower. Can't be familiar territory for them. Obaka has done so much work. And you can imagine it only gets harder as... Uh-oh. I mean, Dark Willow, Shadow Realm. She have a TP out. And throw it out, but use her last bit of mana on the brambles just to buy herself a bit more time in.
Just
Yeah. You think she's fine here?
Oh,
But she's getting spotted out by... Yeah. Spotted out by what? Ice Ice. Looking for one more dead shot. Just needs to chain it up. Goes wide. And... Yeah, he's just gonna... He's just walking it off. Ice Ice, he's missed 2 dead shots already. And Bobaka's just gonna fly his way out of here. He's gonna get mana for a TP in a short bit. Can't just get a reset into base. Whew, nothing to say. That phase shift. Oh, Bobaka actually gets found there. So, not really sure. Yeah, probably just suicides himself. Doesn't want to waste the TP. Comes back into the lane. 10 seconds time, not too bad. But 7E, against nothing to say, seems to have been able to edge out an advantage here. Starting to push with the catapult creep into the tower.
This is really good for 7E. Level 6 now. Potentially willing to make an aggressive move. Just got the Arcane Rune. Here we go.
Yeah, he gets the initiative with the rune because the puck just isn't there to contest. Meanwhile, top side, beyond target of aggression, Bobaka comes through with those brambles. So hard for the Primal Beast to do anything. Interrupt, nicely timed by Monet. Nowhere for him to go. This is maybe why they hesitated so much before picking that Primal Beast. It's not the best matchup into the Chaos Knight lane. He has 2 ways of interrupting your onslaught and more than enough damage to work you down in the early stage of the game.
Now we've got 3 heroes converging mid. Checking for stacks. Obaka and X-Nova. Oh no, they're gonna steal the Wisdom Rune. It's Wisdom time.
ZZQ is on a similar endeavor here, blocked out by that giant skeleton. He can't tree walk his way past that. JT, get the stack, get the wisdom. Now they do scan out IG's support presence here. Ice Ice. Let's get him back. Beyond grabbing that Wisdom Rune, so securing the EXP for the supports. And here comes ZZQ ready to contest as well. Meanwhile, JT able to finish off 7E. That's probably a Solar Guardian coming through in the mid lane. They want to work down Bobaka and they will be successful in doing so, but AA TP's out of there. So they bring the full forces, Team 0, to the top side, secure their Wisdom Rune, break even on that front. But JT just soars into the mid lane, crushes the Queen of Pain, and gets nothing to say back in an advantageous position.
JT having a good game is going to be great for IG. Dawnbreaker, a fed Dawnbreaker? Oh, baby. Alright, able to get that Blade Mail faster, the Deso if he so chooses, right? It could also be, you know, just general stat items for the Dawnbreaker.
UI trying to juke things out here, but they've used that Fortify to keep the creeps under tower. Doesn't seem like they'll have enough damage to work him down, and all cores come through. 7E ready to respond, but X-Nova's there as well, chilling up Beyond, and he's dropping low. Runs around with the Pulverize, no way out of that one. Last touch, but Beyond gets worked down by both supports. The Scream actually going completely wide. It'll be enough for them to finish off the AA, but now CTY, the original target, in trouble. Beautiful Brambles landed once again by Boboka as his parting wish. A trade out 3 for 2, all things considered, pretty good for the side of Team Team Zero here, but losing 2 cores as opposed to 2 supports and an offlaner, can't help but feel like IG, they're not too sad about that situation.
Yeah, IG are very, very happy with that. All the while, too, nothing to say. Just slowly ramping up a little bit of recovery for this puck. Very nice.
Uh-oh. Korean Protector left up high and dry in this top side. JT, it's easy kills for him. This is a sign of scariness. Dawnbreaker is a hero you know very well yourself, Crash. And when it gets off to such a good start, whew.
And JT, he's off to a good enough start that he's actually going to go for the Echo Saber. Blade Mail into Echo Saber, the Dawnbreaker. One of the, it was strong for a while, and then it fell out of favor because of the Desolator. I still think that there's a spot for it, right? You can disassemble the Echo Saber into both Ags and BKB. 2 items that are going to be very good this game.
A lot of uncontrollable damage coming out from the way of Team Zero as well, right? The Queen of Pain and the Primal Beast, the main offenders of that front.
Yeah.
They're going to reflect some of that. They're going to go down a lot sooner than they expect. Now, Coil off the mark, 70 able to get out of there. And they won't succeed a second time to be able to preserve his life.
So hard to gank this puck. I don't think you have the damage even if you, like, pulverize. Maybe if you commit the overgrowth too, actually.
You would need the Sonic Wave, for sure.
Yeah.
And 70 has it up now, but not a lot of mana to work with. Gets lucky with the Shield Rune guess, though. And this should be enough for them to keep the pressure on to this mid tower. Converging on this area is nothing to say, grabbing the creep wave, and no one else on the horizon trying to defend. They're actually making a move in the bot onto Ice. One's down here as well, but he's created just enough space. Now, Boboka is still gonna try and hunt him down, right? 1 Brambles is all it takes. He chooses to throw it out. A bit preemptive. First crown on its head. Should be an easy finish for JT. Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker. Trying to do it with as little mana as possible, but yeah, JT is just gonna commit it. Doesn't want to waste any more time, and they'll get that freebie. Team Zero, when they've looked the weakest, it's when Ice has been nullified, and I think it's a very similar situation in this game. He's on the Moeta, so there's a lot more potential to scale into a core that can do a bit of damage. But I can't help but feel like this game is going to be rough for him from start to finish. You're up against a CK Puck Dawnbreaker. They're just going to muscle you down.
Even if you use your ultimate, you're not safe, right, against the puck. You're safe for the Chaos Knight. That's about it. I'm the Dawnbreaker too, but Dawnbreaker has magical damage as well, so.
Dire's top tower is in danger.
It feels like this early game, curiously, has been lacking that signature Team Zero aggression, right? It might be part and parcel because of the ZZQ Train Protector. We've already noted that that's a bit more of a defensive hero for him. But beyond not really feeling the most comfortable to just run it down with the Moeta's busy just trying to soak whatever EXP she can on the map. And very, very quiet game from them so far.
And we've already talked about how those games don't usually go well for Team Zero.
Here comes CTY, smoke screen off the mark. They call and they Solar Guardian as well. Like we said, not nearly enough damage. There's nothing to say. Able to jaunt his way out of there. Not even going to complete it because it might be into the waiting arms of the Ricky. Great decision making there from the Puck to keep himself alive. And the whole squad shows up to preserve nothing to say and this tower.
Invisibility.
JT's still like the strongest, one of the strongest heroes on the map right now. CTY, he has to be careful.
Yeah. He just can't get anything going for himself here. Working on the Diffusal Blade, but it's just now gonna get it. It's not the worst timing, all things considered, but you do feel a bit of pressure to set up kills or start things going. Starting with the Fear out onto JT. The Terrorize and the Ice Blast over their heads, so can't feel comfortable fighting into this. Just give it up. 4 members of Team Zero here in the mid lane. No smell, no sign, not a single inch of that signature Team Zero aggression that we've come to know and love. They'll give it an attempt here. No level 6s on the support so you're missing that overgrowth. All you really have is that smoke screen, but they'll try and connect with the Primal Beast up in this top side, or maybe just nothing to say. Smoke screen up. He didn't complete the jaunt before coming out, but he'll be fine still. Placement on that smoke screen a little bit off. Nothing to say, making them feel that one.
Yeah. Questioning their mistakes every single time. Nothing to say has been on point with these voice lines.
Yeah. Gonna try and finally work down this tier 1 tower. Similar problem to last game where Team Zero don't really have the best tower push, but they commit the heroes for it, and it doesn't seem like IG are that interested in defending. Through it all, Monet has just maintained complete dominance in terms of the net worth charts. 7.5k net worth on the CK right now. Armlet completed. Looks like an Echo Saber's flying out to him. Yep, there's the Ogre Axe. And he can just disassemble that into a BKB and he'll be ready to go.
Sneeze, it's looking very scary. I'm scared of Monet, my man.
I am, and I'm not even in this game.
Yeah.
I'm like looking behind my shoulder for a stray like Phantasm Illusion to beat me to a pulp right now. If they even catch an eye on this Ricky, it's an easy reality rift into death.
I'm gonna say DD rune.
Try and come up here. They know that Team Zero are occupying this area, but CTY, this is your pos 1 running around with the squad right now, getting absolutely nothing done. I don't know, Team Zero. They're struggling to find these openings that they've been so adept at searching for this entire close qualifiers. That's really what has made them shine. Not this trying to farm style, not this desperate. It's not a good look on them. But they don't really have any options. All they can do is try and smoke and go again. Maybe the AA. It's the easy target, but it's the one you might have to settle for. Straight onto X-Nova. An easy kill here. Deadshot will finish it off, but with the dust, they call up the Ricky. What else do you have? Monet might be in some trouble. This could be the start of something good here. Solar Guardian coming through and the silence immediately onto Beyond. Monet pops that Phantasm, but stopped by ZZQ. Huge overgrowth and the Sonic Wave comes through as well. Monet, he's falling low. This CK kill could be huge, but they're gonna settle for JT for now. Beyond starting to stomp up onto them. They've lost ZZQ on the sidelines. Nothing to say. Finished off by CTY though. And Beyond on the last slip of HP stands his ground and fights. So does Monet. He's not gonna be out-muscled in this engagement. Toggles the armlet and smacks them down to size. You come for the king, you better go for the neck. They weren't able to finish it off, and 4 deaths here. Close to a 2k swing for them here. For IG.
Boca might find CTY. CTY's gonna get out. He's under a sentry and observer. Just escaping on the wiki.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was kind of crazy, right? They started out on the AA, no Ice Blast. Looked good. They were onto Monet too. But they just didn't have the damage to finish the job. Able to get his way back towards the tower, heal up a bit, come back in with a toggle, and just works down that Queen of Pain.
Yeah, between Solar Guardian and Chaos Strike, it's just way too much healing on the side of Invictus.
Yeah.
You.
Easy pick off for Boboka and nothing to say there. Tag team duo up, like you said, the Bedlam. On Ice as well. Immediately gonna ping out some vision, but don't think he's gonna be able to juke his way out of this one. I say that. Limping away, clutching the gun close to his chest there. They'll let him live. Mercy shown from IG.
Yeah.
And not onto Beyond though. Forced to pop the Blade Mail. Nothing to say coming through.
An interesting coil.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Maybe he thought people were nearby enough. Like maybe the AA was
so.
gonna come. Like the AA could blast, right? Technically from long range.
Yeah.
And Monet's still hunting for.
I love this.
I know. Right? He's not.
Those
so
X-Nova and Boboka, they're looking.
Yeah, it's like Ice could still be down here, guys. You know, like but why not? And it's just actually an excuse for him not to push the tier 2 and go back to the Ancients. Classic carry player mentality.
Yeah.
Holding control of this bot side area. There's the Ice Blast, and there is another kill onto ZZQ. It's just been easy for them to fell this Treant Protector over and over.
I think last
Not
time
even
ZZQ played this Treant Protector, they were going up against an AA as well, and it just looked really, really bad.
Maybe not the counter, or maybe not the solution that they're quite expecting there. It really feels that way, right? Team Zero, last picking the Ricky, felt like they had an idea about how they were going to deal with the CK or whatever IG had posted up in front of them. Haven't really felt it so far, right? The Monet CK, completely unbothered, 402, nothing to say in the mid lane as well. You almost sniffed him out with 1 or 2 of these smoke screens, but he's very much been able to keep up. His net worth isn't looking the hottest, but he's very much got the job done with these supports, right? The coils, the waning rifts, they've been on point. He's actually going to build himself the 4-staff, so a very old school build against the Ricky. Yeah, it's basically mandatory, right?
you know, the winner, once again, out of all the supports, Bulbaca's found himself incredibly rich. Even without the Midas. Is working on it, mind you. But even without the Midas, quite rich on this support Archillo.
Yeah, once again, gonna gear up for another high-value game. He's ready to go into carry mode, you know? He had a bit of taste of that just now. He's more than happy to put the team on his back. Yeah, you know, I'll win this team fight for us, no big deal. And this is a player that we talked a bit about, right? Had a return to Aster. He's been playing with XSS for so long, but there was some, you know, there was some word coming out from post-Bali Aster that they weren't really feeling like playing with Bulbaca anymore. That Sakura Bros duo just fell apart. And there were arguments with the team, you know, Bulbaca felt very uninterested in continuing to contribute in the drafts. He was just silent, he wasn't very interactive with his teammates. And, you know, the future looked a bit bleak for him, right? He went on to boom with X-Nova, and they didn't really find much success there. The team got released, and now it feels like he needs to prove himself a little bit, right? He wants to go back to that former glory. Gone are the days where he was once regarded as the top few position force in the world. He wants to climb back to that level. And he's starting here in these close qualifiers. Straight on to Moeta again and Ice. He's just been fooled this game. He really hasn't had any sort of a performance. Or beyond out as well, and the Ice Blast, it should be an easy setup. IG, they just keep sweeping through the Team Zero jungle and leaving no space for them to work.
And to be fair, CTY, it's not like CTY is going to be jungling, right? the Ricky, it's not going to be farming his jungle, but the rest of the team will be. CTY. Hanging them.
Last game, he was basically cosplaying the same thing he's doing right now, right? He got the Silver's Edge, ran around in this particular section of the map. Maybe thinks he can get a high-value pick off here, but really, he hasn't been able to find anything just yet. They're being spotted out by ZZ.
Don't do it, CTY. Oh no. Okay.
Around. I don't think he has enough damage to
Another
just
one?
work down. Okay. I mean, there's nothing of value on those couriers, but it's about sending a message.
Yeah. It's the little things.
Nothing to say. I mean, he is well aware that ZZQ is just on his bum right now, but he's not bothered in the slightest. He knows they can't actually work him down. And the last he saw the Queen of Pain didn't really have a lot of mana, so he knows he's safe up here. And IG, they're just happy to keep ramping up. Monet, BKB complete, working towards the heart right now. He's gonna reach unkillable territories, and his illusions are just gonna rip you apart.
Yeah, Dawnbreaker's also finished the BKB, so 2 BKBs from IG. This is their potential go time. Aegis is up. Right, so they can maybe get a pick off, work their way into Roshan. It's a little scary if you don't pick off someone like the Primal Beast or the Quap. That's a small little area to be running into.
Look at this. This is tough. Like, Ricky, sure enough, he's keeping up decently with his other cores, but you want to be matching the opponent carry. That's just not something you have, right? CK has that natural farming mechanism in the using the Phantasm during downtime. Even the Echo Saber and the Chaos Strike, it helps him out a ton. But on the flip side, Ricky, your farming speed isn't that great. That's why we see Ricky's even at some point go for the Battle Fury tricks of the trade as a farming mechanism. You really need these kills, and Team Zero haven't been able to find anything.
You know, last game this Ricky was played came off the back of the 7E Quap. I'm holding out hope that 7E, when it comes to high ground, can hold again. And this Quap Ags is very hard to deal with.
As it completed already, prioritized it over finishing the Kaya Sanj. I think that is most definitely the correct decision as IG on the prowl. Like you said, might be gearing up for a pick-off straight into the Roche and straight into these tier 2s. Ready for a clash here. Both smokes get broken straight onto Baboka into the Shadow Realm. BKB immediately pop on Monet onto the Moeta. Works her down and doesn't stand a chance. Terrorized now onto Beyond, controlling him, but he has the BKB. They finish off X-Nova though, CTY getting the support on IG. But they've lost both of theirs and they need to retreat. Found CTY on the back line. That's what they were waiting for. The coil, the pull-in. He doesn't stand a chance, and that's a killing spree going the way of nothing to say. They will stroll right into the Roche pit and grab that Aegis for themselves.
That felt personal for JT, dropping the Solar Guardian when he 1,000,000% did not need to. That was personal. That was about sending a message. How dare you kill off my support?
Yeah. X-Nova, he's gonna be pleased about that situation. Still was able to release the Ice Blast. Force the side of Team Zero back. Now, with this Aegis, they'll be geared up to go towards the tier 2s. So much damage coming out from Monet, he just basically 100-0 that Moeta by himself. And that's never gonna get better for you. That's not a situation you ever work your way out of. You need to press Pierce the Veil like on time, but
I mean, you
he
don't
doesn't even have it leveled.
Yeah. Going for the very greedy play on the Muerta. We see some position 4 Muertas do this, where they just completely bypass Pierce the Veil. This was a great Pierce the Veil game. I don't know.
I don't
between
know about
CK
that.
and Dawnbreaker, like
Yeah,
these
but
heroes
the other
that jump
three
on
heroes
top
kind
of
of
you.
just
the
other three heroes kind of just destroy you. So maybe that's why. Maybe that's what he's thinking. Probably in an ideal world, Ice Ice never gets caught out by the CK or the Dawnbreaker because they're busy dealing with his front line. But you know, the Ice Ice story for this game has just been routinely being found, being killed. 9-21 now with a 9k gold lead. Just continues to build for IG here. Doesn't seem like something that Team Zero can find an angle for. You take a look at the graph of not just win probability, but gold and EXP as well. It is just flowing down to the favor of IG.
Well, yeah, definitely don't look at the win probability graph. It's broken.
Yeah. Gaben seems to think that this Ricky doesn't stand a chance.
Since minute 0, Gaben's like, this position 1 Ricky has no chance.
We have an opportunity here for the same thing to happen, right? We're in the grand final, so maybe some of you guys tuning in didn't watch some of the open close qualifier games. That's rough for you, but we'll update you on the process, okay? So Team Zero, they previously won a game with this Ricky and the Queen of Pain, and how they did so was they were under the same exact circumstances. They were very far behind, didn't really stand a chance on the map. They were trying desperately to find an opening, but it was this Queen of Pain Aghanim's hopping onto many Wraith King skeletons and blowing up all of their opposition all in one fell swoop. From there, CTY gets smoke screens onto nothing to say, but right now, different story. Beyond being picked off, you can't really hide as that Primal Beast. The model's a bit too big, your bum's sticking out. Monet will just clean him up, but like I was saying, the Primal Beast isn't important in this story. What's important is this Queen of Pain Agony. When you go up to the high ground, these CK illusions could very well have the same effect of hopping to the magic damage. And IG, they're gonna have to be very wary about that.
Yeah, last time it was the Wraith King skeletons that were causing a problem. This time, it might be the CK illusions. CZQ.
Yeah, I mean, these two supports, I mean, the Trian's queuing up a Midas. The Trian's queuing up a Midas. That should tell you everything you need to know about the state of this game. They don't see it ending anytime soon in a case where they win. I mean, Ice Ice will, his life will flash before his eyes. He'll just die immediately. X-Nova, Solar Guardian coming down. They managed to work through the AA, but now CTY harpoon back into the range of the dust. They're in the smoke screen, but it's not even gonna matter. Magic damage abound for all this puck. Ricky just being picked off here.
So again, you're willing to take that trade. The only thing that Ricky can ever get this game is X-Nova. X-Nova's more than happy with that, especially if the Ricky trades off his life every time.
Look, we have seen time and time again that, these close qualifier games, they're not stomps, right? We've had exciting best of threes, we've had killer series, teams punching back and forth, absolute slugfest. This is a very different story. We were talking about an IG that ends games early. This is an IG that is suffocating their opponents here, punishing them for their gaps in the draft, not allowing a single outcrop on the map to be taken advantage of by Team Zero. This is clinical, methodical. These guys are here for business. And they aren't letting Team Zero get away with anything right now.
And they're just looking to close out this game.
Yeah, you might not like it, but this is what peak Chinese Dota is looking like right now. IG, whether it's early or whether it's late, they will meet you right where you stand and crush you underfoot. You're gonna give this Monet player CK, he's gonna say thank you very much. Thank you for the free game. That's kind of what it's feeling like right now.
Between the AC on Dawnbreaker and the heart on the CK being built up, this game is looking pretty much over. 14k, 15k lead for IG. It almost feels like you just have to start hoping for pickoffs. Hoping for mistakes.
Monet has yet to make one this series so far. Straight onto the high ground, it's gonna be nothing to say. This is a very, very questionable jump onto the high ground. I think he was so used to killing the Mueta, he forgot what the Mueta could do back to him. Gets caught by a calling and they lose the gem, actually.
Yeah. It's pretty big. And that's one mistake you can count on. Oh, Monet got an illusion rune.
Big wrong though. Get baited out by the CK illusion to the sidelines. Just trample it down, nothing else to be found here. But this gem is doubly important because you have two Invis heroes on your side, right? Between the Train Protector and the Ricky. Being able to spot them out is now a luxury only afforded to you if you're carrying a dust on your core.
Yeah. Which is not possible. Puck has space. Puck has dust. But Dawnbreaker and CK. Actually, no. CK, you should buy one. Okay, no longer. But no, you're right? There's only limited dust slots right now. AA's not holding one. It's only Dark Willow and Puck.
Yeah, that's kind of the pain factor of just being so strong right now. Oh, might get a pick off onto JT. Dead shot gonna go wide, which allows that BKB to come out. He's standing his ground, just beating back. The overgrowth comes through as well. Do they have the damage? They're trying to work her down, but the luminosity, it's working out. Not enough though. On to Beyond now. Last Chaos Strike makes him work for it. Still finishes him off. Now nothing to say. Coiling up 70, forcing the BKB out. Tries the double back for the haste rune. Just TP's out to safety. They lose the Dawnbreaker, which is honestly not too bad. You take that any day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you do like Team Zero. They're looking for any sort of possible.
Top side.
No.
CTY. He's just getting walked down by Monet. What in? He just did. Nothing to say. Just kills him. That was just Monet walking out with Silver's Edge, catching CTY by surprise, and that chick carry gone. Yeah, any advantage that you were getting from that Dawnbreaker kill, nope, gone now. 14k gold lead again. IG assert their dominance.
See about this Roshan spawning in 50 seconds. We'll see if it's a long one or a short one. IG, they don't need the Aegis to clean up this last tier 2 tower. They should take it before they go high ground. They definitely don't need it for this tower.
I mean, realistically speaking, you just let Monet siege with the illusions, right? And
yeah,
maybe, you know, you eat a couple of Shadow Strikes. But yeah, the Aegis basically mandatory in this situation just because of the circumstances. If IG did their research and they're backed up by a stellar coaching staff of Super and Dogfight, so I'm sure they did, they will know how exactly Team Zero came back with this exact lineup. They will know to not fall into the same trap. And, you know, you might not have Wraith King, but as we already mentioned, it's the CK Illusions that could put you in that rough spot. They don't mind just continuing to gear up here, build their advantage, and pick off anyone who dares to show their face on the map. And as compared to last game where Team Zero felt like they had a lot of options to try and play on the outskirts, you know, drag them around, IG a lot more decisive this game and a lot more just crushing, right? They aren't allowing any maneuvers. Take a look at where the heroes are on Team Zero. There's a certain parameter being drawn. The only one who's broken that so far is that Queen of Pain.
A prize.
Monet even looking top, potentially find CTY, but not showing his face in the lane. CTY is A-OK.
Heals up, Beyond. Drop back down, force to pop the BKB, has the TP out. Very, very sad state of affairs when your Primal Beast can't even kill an AA. What does it take, Crash? He has an Ogre Seal Totem and a Ghost Scepter. But they just walk into this Roche Pit. Just like you said, that additional insurance needed. They'll just pick it up. Aegis and Cheese available now.
Sneeze. ZZQ has finished his Midas. It's over, dude.
Hawk crazy.
Working on a sheep stick. I mean, if ZZQ can get to this sheep stick, it'll be huge, but it is a ways away.
Damn, you are coping hard right now. I mean, the sheep stick, the sheep stick might kill the park.
But not the CK.
That's about, yeah, that's about it. I mean, nothing to say. He's built himself up very well. Ayasanj, Witchblade, and the Blink Dagger. Very, very elusive. Now, CTY had the Aghanim's complete for a while now, working his way towards the BKB because realistically, how do you even fight into a Willow Pup as a Riki if you don't have that? but you might not have the time. They are knocking on your high ground right now. 70, he's got to get back here and start tossing these Shadow Strikes out. Living Armor's going to buy some time for them. And it's not the easiest push to make, right? CK, decent tower damage. Nothing crazy though. Nothing to say, oh, he's found a coil onto CTY. They just found the Ricky, and he's just dead because of the Ice Blast. Are you kidding me? Nothing to say with that gem. Now they're pulverizing JT. Little bit of trouble now, screamed out, but he's so tanky on the Dawnbreaker. Forced to buy back on Ricky, but Monet already cleaning up ZZQ on the sidelines. That's the Treant Protector out of the picture, which means no more Living Armor for you. Nothing to say, he's just playing with them right now. Monet pulls them into his clutches, kills them off, and beyond, you're looking to go down as well. Might be tanky, but you can't survive. 70. Oh, Harpoon, where are you blinking to, buddy? JT drags him straight back to his grave, and GG's called. CTY understands they don't stand a chance without the Queen of Pain. He's gone for a minute, and so are Team Zero. 2-0 up now in this series. IG 1 game away from making it to Kuala Lumpur.
IG are looking to slap down Zero. This game number 2 was a lot closer to what IG expected to be going into this series, right? Fast games, 30 to 35 minutes. Second Aegis, go high ground. Domination from IG all the way through.
It didn't really feel like a fast game with how dragged out it got. Compared, like, you see these two games, you can see that Team Zero, there's that fighting spirit, right? They're trying to find any angle that they can, but nope, shut down, clinical. It kind of reminds me of Tundra from the past TI that they won, right? It's just closing out the map. They're in no rush. You know, the one mistake that nothing to say made, blink up the high ground, lose the gem. He's like, yeah, that's not happening again. You get a freebie for waiting it out and making it to 30 minutes. Nope. We get the gem back, we kill you off, and he was on point with that initiation. Hiding in the tree lines, catching CTY, leaving him with no chance to play. By the time he respawned, the rest of his team already dead here. And in a very stark contrast to a lot of the other games we've had in this close qualifier so far. I mean, it was hype building up to this point, right? These teams fought tooth and nail to make it crawl through the lower bracket. Team Zero especially, they had a long one, right? They went through so many games, so many teams to climb back up to this spot with some of their creative picks. It's not working out for them. These off-meta disruptors, the Bat Riders, even when they get their hands on the Muertas, they're getting out-muscled. That signature flair, that zaniness coming out, it's just not working against this disciplined, structured team. They know exactly what they need to do. Monet plays to his timings. He's not getting caught out in silly little situations. He's just hitting every right spot here on the CK. You dare to give it to him, you're basically asking for a loss here.
You can't do that again.
That's the thing though, right? There's so many things they can't do. There's
true.
so many things they can't do. Nothing to say. It feels like his Rolodex of strong mid heroes just doesn't end. Same thing for Monet. He's brought out the Weaver, the CK. I mean, you gave it to him because you're in favor of banning out other heroes on the draft. You're going to pay for it. And IG, just dominance being shown here in this grand finals. They are 1 game away from making their way to KL this December up against Team Zero. I know a bunch of people watching would have loved to see CTY show up again on the big stage, but he's going to have to pull off a superstar performance. Him and Team Zero, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, work something out. Because their crazy strategies with the Bat Rider, Disruptor, these off-meta picks, not working. Go back a bit to the meta, the Treant Protector, the Muerta. You're not executing at the same level of these strong, disciplined teams. What else do you have? You got to find that gray area, and hopefully they can bring it back in this game number 3. If not, it's just going to be IG domination through and through. We'll be right back with game number 3 after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
Am I wasting time? Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? Cause you're the thing I want. I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity.
Keep saying it again and again. Crash started with 8. Now we're down to 2. And by the end of this game, we might have ourselves a winner here. IG have dominated this grand finals for the ESL 1 KL Chinese qualifier so far. Team Zero, they were looking hot coming into this series, but haven't really been able to reignite the same flame.
Yeah, they started out strong. They picked their tried and true Bat Rider. They picked the Morphling. Everything was looking potentially Team Zero. They were splitting the map very well. IG were kind of scrambling in game number 1, but I mean game number 2. Oh man, it was IG all the way, and I feel like part of it really came down to the draft from Team Zero, like you said right before we took the break. These off-meta, off-brand, really weird position 1s, position 5s just aren't working out anymore. IG, they just don't care.
Yeah, maybe a bit of don't care, maybe a bit of good preparation, right? We mentioned a little bit about how IG are supported by very, very solid coaching staff, and that definitely plays a big part. Now, Team Zero, on their side, they have a TI winning coach as well in Blink, but IG, they had the luxury of sitting back, enjoying the first series, and the whole time you can bet your bottom dollar that Super as well as Dogfights are just scrambling, taking down notes, coming up with ideas on how to deal with some of these painful picks that Team Zero have come up with. And the thing is, they haven't come up with anything new yet. The Disruptor, it's a very hard hero to make work. We saw some of the struggles that ZZQ was facing in that game number 1. Everything other than that, they've brought up before, right? The Bat Rider, nothing new in the Team Zero playbook. The Ricky Quad, they've done this before. IG, they have their homework done here. It's very, very clear that they're prepared for Team Zero. And this is the question, right? If you want to make it to these lands and succeed, as I'm sure Ice Ice and the gang will know, you need to be able to adapt. Team Zero, this is the true question. This is the true test. Backs up against the wall, down 2 in the best of 5 series. Are you able to come up with something new? Are you able to put your own spin on the meta that's developed here in this grand finals and come up with a way to win? Because it didn't feel like they had a way to win last game.
Yeah, it was it was IG the entire game. Ricky never had any feet to stand on. And maybe it's time for Zero to go back to, maybe if you want to go unorthodox, something like the Night Stalker.
Yeah, Beyond's really good on that hero. I mean, that basically makes the entire game very telegraphed, right? Because you know exactly when the Night Stalker wants to play. You know exactly what he wants to do at what time. I mean, you have a clock literally mapping out when he's active and when he's not. So it can't get any clearer than that. But now they're gonna stick with their guns here, Invictus Gaming. They ban out the same 3 heroes. It's the same orientation for them here on the Dire side. Starting off with the Moeta this time round. Primal Beast, Grimstroke, still in the pool if they'd like to have it. They choose to take out the CK themselves on Team 0.
10 seconds.
What are we thinking here for first pick?
5.
I don't know if you go back for the Primal Beast.
It doesn't feel too good, doesn't it? Beyond.
Especially with X Nova's Clockwork. You can't.
Yeah, that's still in the pool. I mean, if you pick it here, you're gonna have to immediately ban it in your final and only ban in the next phase, which has gotta feel very uncomfortable.
It is Dire's back.
It's like banning Batrider, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so they go back for the
I like
Grimstroke.
this.
That's a ZZQ special right there. They still haven't picked up the Ice hero though. Batrider in the pool. They respect ban that in the phase 2 IG. Might just do it again to force Ice into a world of discomfort. I mean, this is a far cry from the Ice that we saw from the previous games.
Yeah. We could see Ice go back to a hero like Pugna. Lesser heroes like the Shadow Demon. Those heroes didn't look too good necessarily from Ice.
There is one hero that he's brought out that hasn't been relevant at all so far. And that is the Elder Titan.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah,
That's
we're on the
really
same
just the
page.
only one that he has done well with, that he's played this close qualifiers. That's not deep inside the hero pool that he hasn't brought out just yet. They take out the Earth Spirit, which has been, in some moments, really, really strong in 70's hands. Maybe that's what they want to just deny, right? They want to put 70 on a farming, quiet hero, you know, take any playmaking potential out of his hands, because he could be the X factor, like we said. Big sort of a very big opponent to go up against, and he's yet to really best his opposition.
We'll see if 70, he was the one for us to watch to potentially step up in this best of 5 series, and it's been relatively quiet from 70. It's also been relatively quiet from CTY. The only thing that we really gave CTY credit for in game number 1 was that he was splitting the map.
Yeah?
Which is fine, but
Yeah.
you expect a lot more from CTY.
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking about the hero of this Team 0 lineup. Delivered them in moments where it didn't seem like there was any hope left. CTY, once again, a lot of pressure on his shoulders for potential reverse sweep here. Pick up the AA, so this might be a very different situation here. ZZQ might be the one picking that up, and it's going to be Ice on the Grimstroke.
Could be, yeah.
I don't mind this
Although-
too much, because even though Ice hasn't exactly played it, the Grimstroke, you gotta know, the Grimstroke isn't hard to pull off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you can play an amazing Grimstroke, sure, but for the way that Team 0 like to play, it's very spelled out for you. They like to pick heroes that work well with it anyway, and if you're already familiar with how the strategy is run with a Grimstroke in your team, you should be able to just inkswell the right target.
Exactly. Invictus, they're gonna grab the Primal Beast themselves. Very highly contested hero between these two teams. They're gonna grab the Phoenix too. I wonder if this is leaning now towards a Monet Muerta.
It still could be. I mean, Primal Beast Moeta's still pretty good because you just dead shot them back into the trample. But I guess where you're coming from is that Bobokar was the one playing the Phoenix, and you're thinking that, okay, maybe Bobokar goes to Primal, then where does that leave the Moeta, right?
Well, Muerta can position 5. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
So, look, position 5 and position 4 aside, one thing I want to point out is that IG have only picked this Primal Beast once, and they lost in this game. I think this was a nothing to say Primal Beast. And I think when Primal Beast first came out, this was one of nothing to say's big heroes, right? He was the one making a big splash on it in the mid lane. He was the one pioneering a lot of the moves, those avenues that you find to gank them at level 3, level 4. That was all him. He was leading the charge on PSG LGD at the time. But they didn't really... that was the match they lost to go along to. That was their opening series.
Yeah.
Smashed by them, even. And they haven't picked it since. So it kind of feels like they feel pressured to grab it just because it's available. It might have set them up for a bit of disaster here, but for what it's worth, does very well against what it's looking at for now.
5 seconds remain.
Yeah, it's even one of those heroes that it's weird into Face's Void because there is like a slight possibility you can interrupt his Chronos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. And even with Muerta as well, Sunray into the Chronosphere, Deadshot into the Chronosphere, this Void could potentially have a hard game.
Yeah, we might have to wait and see here. We've seen Voids have hard games, but we've also seen them absolutely succeed. CTY will be the big hero for his squad here in Team Zero. They're going for the crazy team fight, but Spectre, this is a hero we need to talk about. Across the entire open qualifiers, all the regions, this Spectre is contested in all regions 63% of the time, but
10 seconds.
only picked 3 times in open qualifiers. Now, throughout the past few days in the close qualifiers, we've seen this hero here and there, but it didn't really look the most phenomenal, right? You think about VP at TI, they paired with the Grimstroke. What do you think the Spectre is for? Yeah.
It's just one of those times where you're playing up against an AA and a Grimstroke. Spectre is so good. And you can mirror the global potential with the Dawnbreaker as well. Right, so Spectre can be farming the offside of the map, Dawnbreaker farming the offside of the map.
Right.
And they can both join in from absolutely wherever. And being able to do that on multiple heroes, like one from each team, it can really change the state of the game if someone gets, if you get the jump on Dawnbreaker, kill her off, all of a sudden you're the team with global presence.
10 seconds.
And it gets
remain.
scary for Zero at that point.
That is fair. I mean, to combo out with that, I'd love to see an extremely active mid laner. Now, that could be nothing to say on the Primal Beast. I mean, they pick a different off laner for JT. But it seems like Team Zero are of the same sort of thought as I am, right? They believe that nothing to say will get the last pick, ban out the Queen of Pain and the Puck. 2 heroes that like to get moving, like to control the Faceless Void and dump damage into his back. And the Spectre, it'll be very easy follow-up with the Shadow Step. So, somebody with low cooldowns to take advantage of the Shadow Step. Gone are the days of waiting 2 entire minutes just to haunt. This Spectre likes to get mega active.
10 seconds.
Oh, do you think, Sneeze, there's any world that we see a mid-coddle from 7E?
Oh, we could. That was the hero that really turned things around for them, right? He looked great on it too. Controlled the early game. Finally crushed his opposition. They're gonna ban the Tiny out. And yeah, I think there might be an opening here. I mean, IG, they have the priority, so they're gonna have to pick the Nothing to Say or JT hero blind into whatever Team Zero choose the last pick. Koto into
Dazzle's
the
still in the
Chronosphere. Dazzle, but do you want to grab that?
Remain.
It's kind of tricky against the Spectre, right? If you pick it up for 70.
That's my only caveat, right? Is it's a little weird into Spectre and Primal, but you do have a save in the form of Dawnbreaker. And if everyone gangs up on the Coddle, just chrono them. Like, who cares if you chrono your Coddle? If you save his life, sure, why not?
Yeah, I guess similar problems for both Koto and Dazzle, right? Very easy, susceptible targets for the Spectre.
Yeah.
Answered by the rest of the draft if they can get there in time. The AA this time in the hands of Team Zero, so they don't need to worry about Ice Blast shattering him before they can come through. But I mean, with the way Boboka played that Phoenix the previous game, like, you get this crazy team fight. If you don't chrono the Phoenix, he's just gonna be sunraying you from afar. Last pick
IG.
of Shaker. Come on, is this gonna be a mid lane? For Nothing to Say?
It was on the tip of my tongue, Sneeze. I was just about to say it.
You always say that. You always. How can I?
I don't
believe
always
you?
say that. I don't always say
Okay.
that, Sneeze. I'm looking
Then
right
tell
now,
me why.
right?
Tell me why it's a good. Tell me why it's good.
Okay. IG, in the past, paired this Earthshaker up with their Phoenix.
Remain.
They dominated against Team Bright. Absolutely dominated.
The ultimate
Okay.
choice.
We're going to see a new hero from 7E.
The Necrophos. I mean, Phoenix had an excellent performance on it just the other day.
Yeah.
See how terrifying it can be against these high HP heroes like the Spectre, like the Earthshaker. And I think Quinn was the one who showcased it at TI in the mid lane. Against these melee mid laners, you are just gonna run them down. By the 5-6 minute mark, you're behind their tier 1, tier 2s, you're forcing them off the wave, they just can't walk up and get EXP. It gets so oppressive. And it was also Quinn who was playing with this Grimstroke, running around the map, setting up kills, easy Inkswell run forward on the Necro, Deathseeker forward as well. I think 7E could show us something here. And this possibly last game for them in the close qualifiers.
Is this the step up you're looking for from 7E? Is this it
I
right
ho-
here, Sneeze?
I don't know. I sure hope so because I think, Necrophos, it's a very hard hero to make work, right? It's
Yeah.
very susceptible to these ganks. Once you start falling behind, you need to go on this long journey of recovery by farming. Not the easiest, but 7E, if he can pull this off, I think I'm going to start feeling a bit of a glimmer of hope for Team Zero. It's been very snuffed out for me by the way IG have been playing. Right, we were coming into this, we're all fired up. We're like, Team Zero, they might stand a chance. Wouldn't it be cool to see CTY at a major event? Ice, these players who achieve so much honor and glory. And that thought's just out the window. Right now, I'm thinking IG have just got this in the bag. I've lost faith.
Yeah.
I want to get some of that back, and then this Necro pick might be able to do it. Stack up a couple of Reaper Scythes. You just need to get them low enough below that certain percentage. Get the ball rolling. Get your Necro unkillable. The Agonyms. It does so much damage. If you get to that point, it's going to be a real problem for them.
You just gotta hope and pray that CTY can use the space that he's going to be given this game.
Mm-hmm.
As we've seen Voids go very poorly in the past. We've seen Voids go great before too, so we'll see what side of the coin CTY wants to sit on.
It's not so much wants to sit on, right? I mean, even
Yeah,
with
it's
the
not your
waffling
choice to
performance,
play bad.
yeah, I don't think he necessarily thought about, okay, I'm
really gonna miss these Chronos.
I'ma just mess this game up right now. That'll be hilarious. Not the case, but still. Not an easy team to just land a killer chrono onto. I guess it does help that the cores are all melee, so they're all gonna be up there, trying to get things done.
If you find the Spectre, that is. Right? If Spectre's even there at the beginning of the fight.
Mm-hmm. We already saw a pretty decent Void earlier today, right? Played by maybe
Yeah.
CTY, a bit inspired by his counterpart. Gonna try and bring it back on the brink of defeat here. One game is all that stands between IG and a free trip to KL, or maybe just, round the neighborhood for some of these IG boys. Just visiting a couple of friends while they're at it.
I'm gonna say he's leveled up Fissure. That's not where the aggression is going. It might be some action in this bottom lane. And find ZZQ. CTY is not the target.
They'll snatch it. It'll be Monet who's the target of pressure beyond throwing out that hammer with Ice Ice. Looks like they got the Inkswell Starbreaker combo going off here. We'll see how they make this work, because Team Zero, we haven't actually seen Ice Ice bring this Grimstroke out. It's always been ZZQ playing it. Team Zero, they've been putting him on the Bat Rider, him on some other heroes that, have just been completely answered. Beyond as well, this Stormbreaker is a bit of a new one for him, right? We've seen him on the Bruise. I mean, can't be that hard, right? With the way that they're slamming down Monet already. Taking a page out of Baboka, as well as JT's book from last game. Sheer amount of damage that can come out.
A little bit awkward of a level 1. I mean, it's really good. Not awkward, sorry, that's not the right word. It's a great level 1. But you don't have any way to secure your range creep. They're really hoping for their level 2. The early aggression is very strong, especially with X Nova getting Fire Spirits level 1. Ice Ice could lay on the harassment with this Inkswell.
He's gonna try and do so. A little tussle for the sentry here, just blocking out the camps. Ice Ice actually coming very low. More Fire Spirit. Turn his sights towards Beyond instead. Has a decent amount of resources, so Ice Ice will be able to delve his way up. I mean, what they're really looking for is this level 3 timing, right? The 2 levels in Inkswell,
So
and 1 stroke of fate. Yeah, you're just gonna be slowed to a crawl.
That's going to be up to Beyond to level correctly. Some Dawnbreakers, they just instinctively level Luminosity level 3. Level 4 as well. It could be Beyond goes like a 2-2-0 build this game.
Are you speaking from experience, Crash? I know you're a
I'm
big
speaking from a
Dawnbreaker.
little bit of experience. Not from myself, but from my puppies.
Okay. 7E in this mid lane, we expected a bit more dominance from him. Maybe just the early levels, a bit tough on this Necrophos to contest the Earthshaker. But he is getting out CS'd in a big way. Nothing to say.
Yeah.
12 last hits. I guess you can include the ward, but still, 7E trailing behind by quite a bit.
Going to be getting close to that breaking point here in the top lane as the level 2s come out, but also in the bottom lane. There's potential for kills onto ZZQ when these levels come out from Maboka and JT. Between the calling and the dead shot, ZZQ is going to be stuck between a primal and a hard place.
CTY, same the other way, right? The cold feet, if you're committed in, it's more than likely gonna proc. And
Yeah.
if you get a nice time dilation after they throw out all their spells, it'll be troublesome. Now, that's kind of why they need to just keep JT down, right? Just keep beating into him, pepper him with these tiny little auto attacks on ZZQ.
We've seen Muertas in the past get a Blightstone early on. And we've also seen AAs in the past get Blightstone early on. It's been it's just very easy ways to trade on these two heroes.
Upside, Inkswell out onto X-Nova. Doesn't have any way of getting out of that one. Turns around for a Blood Grenade onto Ice Ice, though Monet still might be able to claim that one. I don't think they're sad about that at all. Sure, you give the Grimstroke the first blood, but the fact that your Spectre gets an early kill, perfect stuff for you.
Yeah, putting money into Monet's pocket, you're very happy with that. One of those players you have a lot of trust in. You have to at this point.
I mean, how can you not? The way he's
Exactly.
been performing the past few games, I don't know what game you're watching, Crash, but this guy he has all my trust.
Yeah,
In
no,
fact, he
I
has a
totally
bit-
agree with you.
In fact, he has so much trust that I even with this crazy teamfight wombo combo lineup on Team Zero, it feels like with how disciplined IG are playing, I'm not sure whether they'll be able to connect. Kind of feel like this Nothing to Say Shaker is going to really break up what they're trying to put down.
I think it's gonna make or break this game. Right? If Nothing to Say has like a doo-doo game, it could be quite sad. If 7E gets off the ball rolling, it'll be pretty good. That being said, there are ways of dealing with Necro. There's a natural nullifier.
Now, I mean, that natural nullifier builder is being pressured quite a bit. Apart from that early kill, still Monet not doing the hardest in terms of the CS,
No.
and that's just kind of par for the course, right? You don't really have a lot of laning prowess on this Spectre. You're relying on your team to make space once you hit that level 6 Shadow Step. Then you start to get active, and that's how you start to get your net worth. I'd see an earn come out from him as well when that does happen.
Phoenix gets a lot stronger come level 3. Level 1 and 2 are kind of Phoenix's weak points. X-Nova is gonna want to soak some XP for a little bit, get that level 3. It doubles the damage of Fire Spirits. It'd be great for trading. It's not gonna get a level 3 like this.
Outside again, dive away just in the nick of time, but Monet, right into the hammer. Gets pushed onto the safe side of that crevice there. It's Boboka coming up to this top side. X-Nova, oh wow, he is low. One last auto attack, they finish it off, but Ice Ice getting wrapped around upon. There's the Moeta, should be an easy kill. Looking for the hammer pullback, but with that Spectral Dagger, might be able to work down beyond. Take advantage of the high HP, and Armor will TP out of there. Very heads-up play from that Dawnbreaker.
This is usually the rotation that we see from Team Zero, but they don't necessarily have the heroes that want to do that kind of gank.
Coming through 7E. Straight onto Nothing to Say. They have the level 6, but he's silenced up with nowhere to run. He might have the level advantage, but they just knock him down to size. Net worth-wise, that puts 7E even, if only slightly, ahead of the Earthshaker. Exactly where he wants to be. Hasn't really been the show of dominance for him so far, but once he gets at level 6, he can keep this train going here.
BOTs for 7E, that'll be the build-up. We saw 7E get like a sub 10-minute BOTs last time on Kuala.
Oh, yeah.
That was beautiful. It's not going to be as fast this game. Still 1,000 gold away.
On top side, the aggression feels like it doesn't end up here, but Boboka might be the target instead. Going down with the Stroke of Fate, Beyond would like to catch up, but the calling slow is just so annoying. 7E's TP'd up here, but I don't think there's anything to be found. They've already used most of their spells up here. Yeah, all they can do is take a look at him, right?
Yeah. As long as Monet doesn't overextend, he's totally fine. X-Nova's going to have to be careful. Gets a nice little ward out, sees the movements from Ice Ice.
Oh, damn. IG,
Actually-
they steal away with a Wisdom Rune.
Nothing to say is coming up top too.
Yeah, they're converging. Starting to set the trap, the TP in the tree line for JT. And they've already found the Grimstroke on the back line. Charging through straight up to 7E. The crossfire set up perfectly for the side of IG. They don't stand a chance. Power fly straight into the ground. The three heroes just get dismantled. A dive from one side and an onslaught from the other. You don't stand a chance there.
Sneeze, I can't help but think that was a big misstep from 7E. He's working towards his BOTs, but
I don't know what that was.
he just kind of walked in and then stayed there when there was no chance of getting a kill on Monet. That's the whole reason you chose to go up there, is try to kill the Spectre. And all IG need to do are TP one hero in, JT, and they win the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of feels like he lost the plot a little bit, started going on a bit of a side quest, right? He went up top initially, wanted to get Monet, then he saw the catapult creep, he's like, oh, guys, this is our timing, let's push. Like you said, one TP is all it takes, and JT very gladly takes that trip up there and claims that kill. Straight out onto Ice here, this Grimstroke hasn't been having the best of times, but Bobaka can't land that dead shot and he'll be able to walk this one off. Bit of extra move speed from the Inkswell is what makes the difference there for him to get out.
I feel like I say this every game, but these level 6 are going to be super important for all these supports in the game. Less so Muerta, but you know, definitely for the AA, definitely for the Grimstroke and Phoenix. Supernova is going to be a great addition to these fights.
Yeah. I mean, we already saw Bobaka just put on an absolute performance on it. Now X-Nova is like, you know, I can do that too. Hey, if I'm plus 5 Phoenix, I can make a difference, and he most certainly has, right? Even though there has been some aggression onto Monet here on this top side, he can just tag team up with the rest of his squad and get things going.
You know, we talk about 3 heroes that want to roam around the map, or maybe 4, that want to roam around the map and get kills. Team Zero have drafted themselves once again into a position where they don't necessarily have that. AA Grimstroke need a +1 to be able to roam around the map. They can do it, but they need a +1. Necrophos working on BOTs means he's not really a hero that wants to be roaming. Dawnbreaker level 6, Dawn's not going to be roaming with you. Dawn wants a Solar Guardian in on top of your gang.
Yeah, I mean, it'll have to be 7E to lead the charge into this triangle right now. Smoked up, finding Baboka. This could be the kill that they're looking for. He's going to send a dead shot flying his way, and that's because, I mean, just get rid of the Inkswell in its entirety. They can't even connect that. I can't lie, that's if you're walking up there feeling all silly there, the Necrophos has yet to find a proper connection. But I do agree with what you're... Yeah, he is. But I do agree with what you're saying, right? I think 7E, he is the only person who can get things going. We've seen this duo succeed in the past. 7E, you know, Necrophos and Grimstroke, that's exactly what Gaming Gladiators use on Tofu and Quinn. It's just that, oh, Echo Slam in, easy pick off, nothing to say. Leaves him just completely smashed. Easy Q. You dare show your face in the mid lane, you're gonna pay for it. Perfect blink
All
reveal
5
on the
heroes.
target. You could not have asked for a better jump.
Oh man, it is not looking good. 7E once again has not really been able to find his footing, and CTY, you gotta start making the moves, I think, with this Chronosphere. But you don't have the AA ult. It's very hard without AA ult. I feel like that's a lot of your early game damage. And that's weird to say. Like, it's true. You have no real damage into Chronosphere outside of Dawnbreaker layering her ulti on top of it. Necro can't really get in there to throw out death pulses, so he's just a scythe. Grimstroke's Inkswell is fine. It's just, it's at a point where Team Zero are kind of at a point where they don't have too much damage. And they're forced to make moves around the map that aren't ideal either. 7E just with the BOTs looking to lead the charge. He's failed 3 ganks now. 0 Reaper Scythe kills, and that just does not feel good.
I mean, once again, he's just gonna TP to this bot side and get absolutely nothing done as JT just charges away. He's working his way towards the Blink Dagger, Vanguard complete, and he's just out of there. 7E choosing to stay here instead. Gets the Arcane Rune. Trying to put down a lot more pressure, but it's in this top side. Has to get chased down and beyond. They know he wants to play on the outcrop of the map. JT comes through the twin gates and finishes him off. Very easy pickup for Xnova there, who's hit that level 6. And a lot of the hindrance from these supports comes from the fact that Bobokar was able to sneak back there and get that Wisdom Rune, right?
Yeah.
So much of it is slowed down now, and you have a 4k gold lead at the 12-minute mark. That is a scary affair against a team with a Spectre. He doesn't stand a chance. He's gonna get melted down. That's just easy. They will TP in 7E now. But like you said, don't know where the damage is. They're gonna try and find it with Beyond, but another Echo Slam. He set that up perfectly straight into the egg, and Necrophos just gets burned to a crisp. If a Friar goes alive, that's exactly what just happened. CTY forced the time walk out of there. No mana on JT means that there's no follow-up. Just throw a stray hammer to try and send a message, but really, you're the one cowering in fear in between your own tier 1 and tier 2. That was disastrous. Another perfect setup for nothing to say on the Shaker.
Picture perfect for IG, nothing to say. Now, where 7E have been missing every single rotation, nothing to say, it's been hitting every single rotation. IG are just kind of reading them like a book, and that's the big problem with heroes like Dawnbreaker. It is very apparent where Dawnbreaker is going to be playing throughout the entire game. Beyond is going to spend all of his time in the lanes that his team is not. Second you see a hero in a lane, you can probably safely assume that Beyond's in the opposite one.
Yeah. Smoke out. Feeling a bit desperate. Feeling like the game's slipping out of their hands at 3 and 11. Sure enough, 6k. They want to put this chrono to use. And you mentioned they're lacking a bit of damage, but they have the level 6s now on their supports. There's a lot of magic damage that can be amplified by that maxed out Ice Vortex. CTY, he's leading the charge. But like you said, how IG? They seem to know something's coming. Monet will be a bit late on the retreat, jumping forward, Ice Blast on his head. Is it going to be enough damage? The Ink Swap forward, but Monet, he's so tanky, turning around the Blade Mail now, and nothing to say is back on. They get the Spectre to start the fight, but Beyond, he's here as well. They don't have the egg, but Xnova will melt down the Faceless Void. It's a 1-for-1 carry trade at the moment, as the Team Zero supports just have to scatter to the wind. But Boka's trying to hunt them down. All you need is one dead shot, finding the AA. Finish him off with the Aftershock. The Pierce the Veil, the shots will come through. Try and TP out, but a charge through, and it's a costly rotation. You use the Solar Guardian, you use the Chrono, you use basically all your ultimates, except for the Necro Reaper Scythe, and you just get a Spectre, but you lose 4.
I think one of the biggest losses for Team Zero that fight is they don't use the Reaper Scythe. It's another failed rotation from 7E. He's got these BOTs to start making rotations, but nothing's come of it.
I don't know where he's rotating to. I didn't even see him there. I'll be honest with you. I was waiting for at any point in time maybe the Necro to come chop. No. Finish up the Faceless. Oh no. Yeah, he's gonna get chopped down into half here. Just split apart in his own triangle.
Let's get a shard finished. But shard for what? You know?
Yeah. You gotta love the plays coming out from Nothing to Say, right? He's been just instant on these jumps.
Yeah.
No hesitation, not even thinking. The second he catches wind of you, bam, in, stun, you're dead.
And you cannot hesitate on Earthshake. It's one of
not.
those heroes that even if you hesitate for a second, you can miss the opportunity for the big Echo Slam.
Yeah, especially against the AA, right? The Ice Vortex now doing damage. If you just misstep a little bit and he plants one at your feet, your blink is gonna be cancelled. We've seen what happens when that occurs. We've seen Irving just, you know, had that happen to him, unfortunately, with the RP on the Magnus. But
yeah.
AA, that's why he's so annoying now.
This aggressive posture from IG. Routing Team Zero out of their own jungle.
Hey,
7E, not
goalie.
like this.
Come on, not again. Might not need an Echo Slam to get it done. They just spot him out, but they know their supports in the back. Walking towards the sentry though, immediate blink out, nothing to say. Seems to have an idea that they spot him there. Just erratic movement from the supports. Gives him an idea. He's just out of there. No risk.
Xnova, he's not going to go for the flashy Midas build that we see a lot of Phoenixes go for. Instead, more of the humble Spirit Vessel.
Okay.
Which, you know, very good this game. It's so good.
Yeah, you need it against the Dawnbreaker and the Necrophos, the amount of healing that comes through. Just nullifies the Solar Guardian as well. There's not much you can do about that. It's just such a huge fraction of the healing.
7E?
Is he okay?
No, he's not okay.
It doesn't look like it. He just kind of splats down.
He got lost in
Yeah.
the sauce farming a stack a little.
Oh, 7E, what are you doing there?
I don't know, man. 7E have really misstepped this series. Every single
Isn't-
rotation from 7E has fallen like more than flat. I was falling 2D. Like,
We literally needed 7E to step up. Or the team needed 7E to step up. Instead, he took one step, sprained his ankle, and has been hurting from it ever since.
Should look.
This guy, you know, the Necrophos was supposed to crush the lane against the the Earth Shaker, sorry. Wasn't the case. Nothing to say. It's still perfect game for him on this last pick. That they had full counter pick potential on. This was their counter pick against Earth Shaker. Nothing to say mid.
Top tower is no
And it's not hitting. It's not. What? At this point, he still hasn't gotten a Reaper Scythe stack.
yeah. And this isn't what you pick the Necrophos for. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah, I don't really know what you can do. 7E, he's gonna try and find his way around to a heart. As the Death Seeker completed.
It's gonna be a long climb. Beyond is taking this game into his own hands, though. No Blade Mail, straight into the Desolator for this Dawnbreaker. Big damage possibilities.
Uh-oh.
courier has
I'm
been
gonna say, they're still looking around with their haste rune. Straight away, Pulverize in, and Monet. Quick jump there, breaks it up with the Ink Swell, nicely done. And CTY, there's the
Here it
chrono
is.
and the team fight. That's what they're looking for. The chop, the first one of the game, they make it count, and they wipe out 470.
Quite well.
That wasn't really him, but CTY, once again, the hero of this game. When they needed him the most, maybe overstepping their welcome a bit, IG got too comfortable under the tier 2s, and they make them pay 4k gold exchange. That's a way to come back alive here for Team Zero.
That was spicy, Sneeze. That was absolutely fantastic. Picture perfect from Team Zero. Now, you're gonna have to do that 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 more times, mind you. But they've done it once, and that's the important part. And not only did they get 1 Reaper Scythe, they got 2.
Yeah, that's the Soulbind Reaper Scythe. They've been making use of it on ZZQ. Kind of just skipped my mind there that was one of the combos coming through. A lot of damage. I mean, even if you Death Seeker, you double it up. You just blast that sickly Death Pulse everywhere. Ends up being excellent. Uh-oh, 70. Might have praised him a bit too soon. Trying to make his escape now with no help on the horizon. He will just very quickly go down to the Desolate damage. Meanwhile, on this side of the fight, an AA Ice Blast finishes off Beyond. Oh, sorry, it's actually JT who rushes him down. They commit the egg. That must have been a situation where Beyond was trying to finish off X-Nova.
We praise them for one step, and then they misstep the other way, Sneeze. Is the
I mean-
caster curse real? I don't know.
Look, I mean, for what it's worth, IG, this is their time to strike, right? Without those
Yeah.
Wombo combo ultimates, you have to imagine they're trying to find their openings to get these Shadow Steps, get these engagements. Echo Slam available as well for nothing to say. You know he's looking for action. EKB complete for this Earthshaker and double damage already.
We mentioned Bobica's Phoenix build. Bobica's not even building 1 support item on the Muerta. It's Midas and Maelstrom.
Yeah, he's
That's the Maelstrom complete.
he's like, this Spectre isn't really doing a lot of damage. I got this. Don't worry about it. But Monet, you know, I've seen you on Esther. Wasn't too hot. I got this. Yeah, you don't worry about it. Just do your thing. Build the Radiance. Go utility. Magic damage for the Necro. I'll take it from here.
That's funny.
I don't mind this
That's
build
what
too
you like to
much
see.
because I think it's.
I don't think
you
it's
know-
too bad either.
No, as in not the Muerta build, but the Spectre Radiance, right? The
Okay,
mischance on
yeah.
the Void.
Yeah, it's
Gonna
great.
be very annoying. Damage over time. It's worst enemy.
Yep. And it adds up with the Phoenix Sunray as well. We talked about the Sunray into Chronosphere. It's very easy as long as you're not chronoed yourself. It's a no-brainer to throw the Sunray into Chrono. Paired up with the Radiance, a lot of not just DOT, but healing and mischance as well.
Oh, perfect. Nothing to say. Gets that shot. Love to see it on the Earthshaker, allowing him to just initiate from range without really committing himself there.
Invisibility.
He's yet to find the need to. Sending himself into the fray has always worked out for him up to this point.
Dire's middle tower is
But
under
maybe you're thinking twice after that Chronosphere landed so nicely from CTY.
Yeah, and they have all of the ultimates back up again. So you just have to respect the cooldowns from Team Zero.
It's looking really dire for them. But CTY, you know, maybe he can deliver them on wings. And I don't really... It's really just gotta be this wombo combo again and again.
Yeah.
You've gotta find it. There's no margin for error here. There's no way you can just mess up or not catch a single target. You need to get X Nova, you need to kill off the Phoenix and stop Nothing to Say in his tracks. It's just so much. Team Zero, if they want to be contenders here in KL, they're gonna have to put on their best showing here.
Roshan might be the objective here for IG. Laying around the portals, but look who's on the other side of it.
Uh-oh. We've seen this happen in slow motion before, but ZZQ, he wasn't on the high ground, he's just gonna die. So what could have been a nice trap for Team Zero, they weren't ready for the IG crew to just follow them through.
Ice left to hide in the trees.
Dire's middle tower.
The best he can to play Tree and Protector cosplay.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't he's never played the Treant Protector. He's like, man, my team never picks this hero for me. This sucks. Where I play, just throws a tantrum in the tree line and whatnot. Straight into the Roche pit they go. Bobakar just gonna pop that, pierce the veil. They don't have the best Roche taking potential, but with the slows attacks coming from X Nova or the Fire Spirits, it's not really doing much damage to them either, right? Oh, Ice Blast. Oh, Ice could set up for the Solar Guardian here if they're not careful. He could come through, has the Glimmer Cape, trying to contest, but okay.
That wasn't it.
I know,
That wasn't
no.
it.
Not at all. I was so sure that the Dawnbreaker was going to come through as well, but nobody on Team Zero has any interest in that situation. They just let him go down.
No, I think the best case scenario there for Ice is that he was looking for an Aegis steal.
Yeah. Came a bit too soon, though.
Yeah,
Maybe gave a bit too much
IG
respect to the damage they could do.
Yeah, IG played that really well because they kind of dealt a split as soon as Ice showed up.
Everybody knew where they were supposed to go.
Right, I think a less disciplined team would have just finished off Roshan and then tried to tank the Inkswell or maybe kill him off before, but IG ain't no spring chicken.
Okay, well, 7E has the heart completed. That is a very, very crucial bit of bump up in his own HP and regeneration towards the fight. BKB for Void as well, CTY can make it happen, and the Deso for Beyond. So they're getting some of their key items here. The supports are struggling a bit, but ZZQ has a Midas, right? So you aren't necessarily feeling the best about this state of the game, but you're getting to the point where you might be a bit more comfortable to fight. And that's what's important, because if you're not even feeling good enough to do this wombo combo that you drafted for, the game's just over. You
might
don't
as well
stand a
call
chance.
it. Yeah.
You might as well call it, right?
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I think these items and being able to make their way towards them, it's a painful sacrifice to make to give over the Aegis all willy-nilly like this. But it's one that's necessary.
I mean, keep in mind, it's only the first Aegis. Games don't usually end during the first Aegis push. Right? And you have to respect the high ground from Team Zero. So I highly doubt we're going to be seeing this game closed out in this next 8 minutes.
Crash, I like the sound of that. Are you saying we're in for a long one?
I don't know if we're in for a super long one, but we're in for a treat, that's for sure. IG are giving us this treat.
Less more of a treat to us and more of a punishment to Team Zero right now.
Yeah.
Nothing to say. Has been on point. CTY! He saw those arms go up. He was pump faking that time warp for sure. Thinking about it. Thinks better of it. Understands he needs it for the high ground push. You can imagine that if you throw out the Chronosphere like that, they just wait until Earthshaker respawns and barrel down your mid lane. It's done.
Yeah. Yeah, so like, you're in an interesting position for Team Zero because you've got these big wombo combo ultimates. And usually you don't necessarily want to throw them all out at once, but this game you definitely have to.
Yeah.
Right? You need to throw all of these abilities on top of each other. The Chrono has to hit. Solar Guardian has to hit. You have to get a good Soulbind Scythe. Every single one of these big ultimates need to be on the mark for Team Zero.
I wonder whether it's mandatory to get double scythe for a chance to win these fights. It definitely feels that way.
Yeah, maybe. I think you're right. I think you're right, Sis. Oh,
Straight onto Ice Ice though. Monet. Just straight for him. That's an easy Grimstroke kill. Show your face and get punished. That's the story of this lineup right now. IG. Leave no one behind. Just as soon as you're there, bam, flattened out.
Radiant structures are
Monet's going for an Aghanim Scepter on this Spectre.
I mean, that's what the Radiance just further makes better, right? You send so many illusions in, you're gonna be doing a butt ton of damage.
And the vision game is so strong, right? You throw that Haunt out, you always have eyes on the faces, like, well, as long as it's out. You always have eyes on the faces, right? Which is super important.
under attack.
Also, there's the potential of just straight up killing off ZZQ.
Yeah.
We'll almost have that Glimmer Cape. Where's that Glasgow? Okay, sure.
I mean, it came from
Sure.
a time where there were heroes still there, right?
Yeah.
So they were clearly setting up for it. CTY though, he's been ramping up in his own way, now working his way towards the Mjolnir. This Faceless Void has a bit of a longer power trajectory as on to Beyond. Like you said, this Dawnbreaker always gonna be on the offside of the map, and JT is just gonna charge him down. Nothing to say, has found Ice Ice as well. With one or two more punches, it'll be easy pickings there.
I'm glad it was me that killed you.
And this will be
Yeah,
a tier
but-
2 tower. Easy peasy.
For sure. But the high ground just gets easier and easier, I feel. No, harder and harder, actually. Because CTY, he's gonna get to that level 20 in short order. Level 18 now, just a couple of levels off there. And that 95 attack speed in Chronosphere is gonna turn him into a threat as well.
Yeah.
Suddenly, you might be in a situation where the Chronosphere might not have to land on everybody because it's gonna be a sure kill. I think what you were thinking about in the past is like, oh, you need Ice Blast, if not, you don't have enough damage. CTY is gonna be a factor real soon with this Mjolnir.
Absolutely. He's already in position, but that Ice Blast, it comes too soon yet again.
Yeah. Not syncing up the way that Team Zero want, and just have to back up. Using that tier 2 tower essentially for free there.
Under attack.
Nova, he had a lot of gold, he just spent it. What's he got? A gem. Okay. Gonna continue to close out this map.
Look, this isn't the
G
Boboka
smell
Phoenix.
victory.
This isn't the Boboka Phoenix.
No,
Okay,
no.
he buys support items. Rejoice.
I mean, Boboka is the one who was able to get that kill off onto Beyond because he was scouting him out with that Shadow Blade.
Yeah, he's done here.
Yeah.
Gonna get the gem. They'll pick it up onto Monet actually as the front runner of this team.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
And JT could hold it, but he'd much rather keep that Soul Ring in his pocket.
Yeah, I mean, it's more so about you can solo kill the AA now. Because he has
Yeah.
Glimmer, if you don't have the gem, it's not gonna happen. And Monet's life really just hasn't been threatened this entire game.
Going for that Abyssal Blade now on Spectre. No more eggs. Monet wants
Yeah.
the Abyssal Blade. Which is fair.
More lockdown for the Faceless Void?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. 70 starting to potentially reach critical mass.
Radiant's middle tower
1500 away from that Ags. Team Zero can delay a little bit longer.
are scanning for enemies.
Look at this scan. This deep scan from IG.
Yeah,
Right,
just
this is
checking
where
whether anyone's
CTY have
back
been
there.
playing. Yeah.
Where is CTY? Why? Just playing very conservative this time around. He's learned his lesson, you know. No more sneaking around. He understands the team needs him. Now, I'm not sure whether that smoke got spotted out by the ward. I'm very certain they were all high ground. This could give them a false sense of security. The scan that comes out, that gives me an idea that they might know something's coming. 70 looking to join them via Boots of Travel, but there isn't really anything to get to. It's just this creep wave that's hitting them right at this tower, X-Nova. A little bit of awkward. They walk around onto X-Nova, the dive. It just doesn't connect. X-Nova, he just aches immediately. Here comes JT. Power Rise. This is turned into a disaster. The straight on his Faceless Void. He has to pop the BKB, but he's just getting gunned down. That was not the fight that you were looking for. X-Nova just outplays them. The reaction speed Or maybe it feels more like Team Zero outplaying themselves. They'll come up here for the scythe. That's just about all they'll find. 4 remaining members, nothing to say. Coming through with the stun and the onslaught. Nowhere for 7E to run. He's just gonna get chased down. That was an awful fight from Team Z. That was supposed to be a free pickoff. What the hell happened there?
Xnova kind of wiggled himself into the trees there and was able to dive away and nothing connected. And you really don't want to Chronosphere the egg. You know, and it was such a good engagement from IG and such a bad one from Team Zero. Like, IG played that fight perfectly, and every single misstep from Team Zero they were capitalized on immediately. Obaka playing carry this game has been a true sight to see. Gunning down the Faceless Void has a higher net worth than the Dawnbreaker right now.
Standout performances from all members of IG in this series so far. And on the flip side, nothing but quiet. Team Zero. Pause here as well, just for you to understand just how far off you are from winning this game. A 4% chance is what's afforded to them by Gaben. That kind of feels more like a mercy 4%, like you might hit the miracle team fight of your life. The thing is, they've done it once, right?
Yeah.
And that was when IG got really, really over aggressive. JT blinking in under a tier 2, no vision of anyone else. They didn't have the setup, no one was there to connect. Everyone converges in for the perfect bubble for CTY. I don't know why, but I have a feeling that's never gonna happen again.
Yeah, you know, sometimes we talked about this before in our previous series, Sneeze. Sometimes the stars align, right? No team is always going to be playing perfect. Sometimes there's a little bit of a misstep, and you group up and you wanna hug your friends, you know, shoulder to shoulder. But you can't be doing that this game, and they've already been punished once, and that's sometimes all the teams need as a reminder to be like, okay, we can't do that ever.
Yeah. Same thing with nothing to say. Game 1 with the puck, right? He jumps forward straight onto the Muerta, forgets that she can silence him, and after that doesn't make that mistake again. That's the mark of a strong player. That's the mark of a disciplined player.
Yeah,
now, everyone makes mistakes, right? But it's just about not letting them happen again. And IG, throughout this entire series, that's been the story of their climb up through the upper bracket. They've lost a couple of times. They started out with a tough loss to go along. Everyone was doubting them, saying like, oh, is this really the super team that you guys are talking about? Please. But they proved it. Every single mistake they make, they learn from it. I'm sure their coaching staff don't let them forget it as well. And they are... Yeah, they're firing on all cylinders throughout this whole grand finals. It has not looked competitive in the slightest from Team Zero, and I don't even know whether that's Team Zero's fault.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think IG might just be on a different level. We'll see here as Monet is getting close to that nullifier.
Yeah.
It's going to be a dangerous position. That Necro, even though he's finished the Ags on the heart, he is not going to be too safe anymore.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen Phoenix Necro, right? You know, even with the nullifier on the opposing side, he sustains through it all. They have a lot of damage on IG. We didn't mention this when it got picked up initially, but Xnova with that shard, the Sunray, pure, just meltdown damage.
Yeah.
And you can't really stand against that.
See, that smoke out from IG. This could be the last fight of the game.
Could be the last fight of this entire close
out.
qualifiers, yeah. This could be the one that seals the deal and sends IG to KL.
Scanning for enemies.
Would be a nice spot for these players to start their season out on. More of anything, we've already mentioned this, a bit mandatory for this lineup, right? With the expectations placed on them. Oh no, JT, CTY is gonna get spotted out. He's gonna try and slide through. But onslaughted, he needs to pop the BKB. Abyssal Blade out right now. CTY needs to get out. Time Walk is available. But he doesn't have the reverse, so he can't come through and set up again another chrono. The forced buyback onto Ice Ice right now. But the Echo Slam onto both supports. Just melts down one, works down the other. Nothing to say, just does it all on his own. But that's the Chronosphere, that's what they were waiting for. The damage comes through, CTY has it in spades. Now they're onto the Necrophos, breaking it up. Too much magic damage. A 2v4 situation now. And you have a buyback or nothing to say while you're at it. Things are looking all but over. The AA coming back into the fray, but without an Ice Blast, without a Chrono, without your Wombo combo team fight, what else do you have to offer? Backs against the wall, 2 games down. This is your moment to strike, but CTY He's so far behind comparatively to the Spectre. One Abyssal Blade could spell his doom. He's not even gonna gamble that. He just has to watch his Rax fall. 40 seconds without the Necro now, 30 without your Grim.
Middle barracks is
But IG, again, show the discipline, show the respect. They'll back up.
How much damage the supports did that fight between Muerta and Phoenix? 9k between the both of them. Obaka, like, almost 3-shot Faceless Void inside of his own Chronosphere. That was crazy. With this Dragon Lance. Muerta's hitting, like, a truck from quite a far distance.
Yeah, Enchanted Quiver as well. That initial auto attack's gonna catch you by surprise. 26k gold lead now. IG feels like an insurmountable hill to climb for Team Zero. We've seen Faceless Voids turn things around in the past. We've seen CTY come up big for his team. But when you can't even stand in your own chrono out of fear that your pause form Muerta is gonna kill you, I don't know what other angles there might exist. Boboka's gonna get that cheese as well.
Hell yeah.
He is definitely scaling up that point. Hell, he has almost as much net worth as this Faceless Void right now.
Oof, don't say that. Oh no. Oh no. Yikes. This, I mean, Sneeze, do you think it's possible? I'm huffing a little bit of copium. I think Team Zero still have a sliver of a chance.
It's
about
a 1%.
3% chance.
It's a 1 for me. It's a 1 for
Okay.
me. You need to somehow find the back line. But Haunt is down beyond. And this Dawnbreaker can't get out of there. You can status immunity all you want. Monet is just gonna chase you down.
Slowly but surely, being body blocked by his own illusions, Beyond blinks away.
Okay, so I mean the Radiance Disassemble comes back to bite him here. He obviously changed that into a nullifier, but that burn would have stopped the blink out. Not too shabby though. Forcing Dawnbreaker back to her base, not allowing her to play the outskirts, and really herding them like sheep back in the confines of their own ancient.
DD from Nothing to Say will be running out soon. No big DD plays from this Earthshaker. Nothing to Say, he doesn't need it. He's been playing phenomenally this entire series.
Yeah. He's just landed every single initiation his team has needed him to. Stark contrast to 7E, who we were hoping for amazing things from on this Necro. This is the pick that was supposed to come through and crush the Earthshaker in the mid lane. Just wasn't the case.
7E, once again, just...
He's still 3 stacks. He only has 3 stacks. He got
Yeah.
2 from that one fight and 1 additional scythe kill from one of those engagements where he chopped down the Phoenix and then died after because his whole team was dead anyway.
Fine. Dawnbreaker.
Beyond, X'd out, dive in, X Nova, he can do it too. Here comes the Chrono though, but it's onto an egg as well as a BKB Primal Beast. You can't stand there. You can't walk up into him. He's too scary. He's the pause 1 Muerta. We were wondering whether it's a 4 or 1. Bobaca says, I can do both. And without your Faceless Void, they refresh the Chrono. Sure, here comes the Hex again. On to 7E. They just crush X Nova. But the Echo Slam. The Echo Slam to end the game. Nothing to Say goes down. But Monet is still standing strong. Oh, have they gone a bit too far this time? Boboka's still doing damage on the sidelines, but he can't cut through the Necrophos right now. And they haven't taken out 7E just yet. Maybe a bit too aggressive. They need to work down this Necrophos and they'll find him. No buyback for him. Last member is Ice, and he'll get shot down in the fountain. When all hope was lost, when Nothing to Say submitted himself to the fountain, it was Bobaca who delivers. It's Bobaca that sends them back to KL. Beside LGD and Ozero Ray, IG will do it in 3. Team Zero, it was an admirable run through the lower bracket, but it gets put to a grinding halt by IG. They don't leave any chance to miss out on the land.
IG.
Yeah.
Oh, mwah. Perfect the entire series. What started out as a choppy start for them in these open qualifiers into then the closed qualifiers, they really stepped up quite quickly.
And this is kind of scary, right, for any team watching, because you're thinking about all these other regional qualifiers happening. You want to get a bit of a gut check on what the power level of these teams are coming in. It's just roster mania. You don't really know what to expect. But this is scary because if you're watching the Chinese qualifiers, IG just went through a series of evolutions, and they're now at the point where they are a head and shoulder above their opponents. This didn't even look close. This didn't even look like Team Zero had a chance. And when that's the case, you don't really know where they're sitting at. You don't know what to expect. Because IG are just so much better than their opponents, you don't really have a gut check as to how that's going to compare with some of these other regions where maybe it's a lot closer. You have some of these scrimming partners. It's hard to tell, and coming to KL, they're definitely going to be one of the teams to watch.
Yeah, CTY, that game, least amount of damage on the side of Team Zero. Boca, second most amount of damage on IG. And it tells the story itself, doesn't it, Snooze?
That is literally it. I mean, Bobaka, throughout this series, he just said, look, I'm sick of this. You know, Monet, you've got the chance to play carry most of your career. My turn. On the Phoenix, went for the minus build, got so rich, double A, you can't survive against that. Even though they had nice team fight, it just wasn't going to be enough every single day of the week. And it feels like Team Zero, they've once again been stuck. This is a similar situation with them when they tried to make it through the TI 12 qualifiers, getting stopped at the very last leg by just teams that feel like they are a level up. What is the missing factor here? I mean, we go back and we talk again about 7E maybe just not striking the same chord as some of these other mid laners. Crash, what do you think?
Oh man, see, if I could tell you exactly what the problem was on Team Zero, I'd be getting paid the big bucks, dude.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what the problem is because there's been games where CTY looks unstoppable, and there have been games where both CTY and 7E just seem like they're not the same player.
Yeah, it's just weird. And for me, there is an answer I'm leaning more towards. It's the supports, man. ZZQ and Ice, we talked about it at the very first game that we casted them, and to this point, this entire grand finals, they felt like a non-factor. They weren't even part of the discussion. The main reason, we're not flaming 7E. I mean, he's a very great player in his own right to make it this far against all these SAC teams, but up until this point, it's been the supports who were really pulling them across the finish line, getting them to those amazing early advantages. And that wasn't the case. Basically left the cause to contend for themselves. Beyond 7E and CTY, they had so much work to do, mostly because the supports couldn't stand up to their opposition. They were forced onto picks they weren't so comfortable with. They were forced into situations where they couldn't exert the same annoying playstyle they were used to, and just read like a book. All these wards, all these movements. IG were onto them.
Yeah. And IG, huge victory for them. They're going to make their way to KL, join up some pretty strong teams already.
Yeah, we have the rest of the day to find out exactly who of these close qualifier contenders are going to be from each region. As we speak, I believe Southeast Asia are going through their grand finals as well. That is a tight one between, I believe, Blacklist Rivalry as well as... I'm going to check. I don't know who made it because I've been so... Okay, two very deserving teams. I can't believe Aurora got knocked out too. But yeah, there's going to be ends to the days here. We're going to figure out who's going to make it and what our teams are going to look like for ESL 1 KL. But that does bring an end to this China qualifier stream. It's been an absolute pleasure the past 3 days. Crash, do you have any closing words for anyone watching or everyone who's a fan of Chinese Dota?
You know, if you've been following us through these close qualifiers, whether you've been following us or T-Panda and Lizard, it has been a journey for absolutely everyone involved. You could see the journey from Team Zero, the journey from IG. Everyone's learning and growing together as a team. And you know, Sneeze, I think we've learned and grown together as a duo as well.
Absolutely. I think I couldn't be more happy to be covering this qualifiers with you, Crash. It's been a great opportunity from ESL. Got to give a shout out to them for giving us this chance.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, Chinese Dota, people, write it off. Not everyone's like, they're saying it's boring. Come on, you gotta watch. You gotta watch this. This is B Cop is onto something. You know what I mean? He absolutely knows what he's talking about. Now, look, IG, they have a taller task ahead of them, but for now, they're going to be very, very happy. A big congrats to that organization as well as the 5 players. His storied players that have been around for quite a while, and hopefully this is their second win of success going into this season. Hopefully they can find a big one aside AR and LGD and represent the region well. But for us, that's it. It's been a long 3 days of Dota back and forth. There's more for you on these other streams. Be sure to tune in to the rest of the close qualifiers. And if you haven't, I heard there's still some tickets available. Giveaways on Twitter. Orgs are surely gonna try and, get you to follow them and maybe pass you some of them. I know ESL still has some regular tickets being sold. Be sure to get yourself down to KL. It's gonna be an exciting one. I was there for Gunting. It wasn't an event to miss, and KL isn't gonna be any different. Thank you so much for joining us today. And for the last time, this has been Crash and Sneeze signing off. See you guys again.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long. Can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out. But even with no makeup, you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes